What is going on, everybody, and welcome to another watch along presentation here from the Simply Reliable Studios. Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz, the Renegade of Wrestling JJ Williams, going to be joined later on by the Simple Man Noah Foster and Walter. It is night one of WrestleMania. It is finally here. So, in the words of the immortal Hall of Famer, are you ready?
I'm as
No,
ready as
no,
ready
no,
can.
no, no. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I said, are you ready?
Hell yeah. We were just talking off air that I remember driving to WrestleMania 40 and everything, and how a year passed so quick. And we've been talking about this for months, hyping it up with all the videos, everything. The compilation of everything we've been doing, it's here. Like, it's unbelievable that it's here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, it's wrestling Super Bowl. It's a wrestling fan's second Christmas. It is the showcase of the immortals. It is the biggest night, now that it's nights of the year.
hmm
And I'm looking forward to it, man. I am looking forward to another fantastic afternoon for me, evening for you of professional wrestling. Damn it. And the main roster has got a lot to live up to because the developmental brand showed the F up and showed the F out earlier on today. My NXT, your NXT, our NXT stood and delivered like only they can.
hmm Yeah.
Want to shout out everybody that is watching. We've got 30 viewers right now. I've got this going across everything. This is on Twitch, this is on X, this is on our YouTubes. So, a lot of people watching on your X account right now. Going to be a lot of shameless promotions from us over the course of the next probably 5.5 hours. Much like the WWE does, when they give us downtime, we take advantage of it. Right now on my screen, I've got a commercial for Marvel Studios, The Thunderbolts. So while we have this opportunity at the early going here, anybody that has not subscribed to our YouTube channels, that is watching on the X account, that is watching on the Twitch, go subscribe to our YouTube channels. Subscribe to Rage of Wrestling. Subscribe to Casa D18 Studios. Subscribe to J Hebert Side 95. Subscribe to N Foster 1916. Subscribe to Batty for Wrestling. The channels are scrolling across the bottom now. What is up, DJ? Good to see you. Safet, this is your one and only warning. We know bombshell news just came out. We will be talking about it on Shenanigans. You drop the news in the chat, you will be blocked. You have been warned.
hmm
We're going to talk about that stuff later on tonight. We do have the Shenanigans following night one of WrestleMania, per the usual. And we may be getting a special guest here coming in, Walter, momentarily. I have just been messaged, asked if somebody could join us. So I'm sending them the link.
Awesome. Welcome. I'm still hyped. We just said it again that it's here night one, and it's still like, wow, it's fucking WrestleMania, dude.
Yeah, it seems like New Year's was just like a week ago.
Uh-huh.
And here we are April 19th, and it's time for night one of WrestleMania.
Yep. Wow.
Look at the sea of fans there outside the T-Mobile, or no, this is Allegiant Stadium, excuse me, inside Allegiant on the concourse. Sam Roberts, Joe Tessitore inside the venue. I'm so used to the T-Mobile Arena for the venues, I forgot they're actually inside the football stadium. And somebody posted an interesting statistic here the other day.
Okay.
Ever since Pandemic Mania, they were able to go back out and do WrestleMania on the road in venues. Every WrestleMania has been in a football stadium. And the stadium for the home team, that team has ended up in the playoffs every year after WrestleMania.
Get out of here.
So here we are in Allegiant Stadium, which is the home of the former Los Angeles Raiders, the former Oakland Raiders, the now Las Vegas Raiders. Does that mean come next year, the Raiders will make the playoffs?
If they could keep the streak alive.
Are you seriously throwing out sports stats before I can get a chance to? Thanks a lot.
I was just gonna bring you in and be like, is that stat boy approved?
Are your stats stat boy approved? Yes. The Raiders in the playoffs? Hell no.
Hey, I just said though, every home team for the arena that has hosted WrestleMania has made the playoffs. And Datilla, I just said that anybody that posts the comments is going to get blocked. Please do not post the comments about the acquisition that will be discussed on Shenanigans. Thank you. That is the second and last time I'm saying it. Next time I will break the band hammer out.
Clip this. The Raiders will not be in the playoffs next season.
All right, so you're saying that the Raiders will be the team to break that streak.
Clip that. I will eat my words. I will eat the biggest piece of humble pie come Super Bowl season 2026. But it ain't happening.
Fair enough.
Do we even have a quarterback?
No.
Exactly, right?
The question is, do they have a team? Because one person a team does not make. Even if they had a quarterback can't pass it to himself. He's not Kurt Hennig.
Yeah,
I will take. I will gladly
before
take
you
a
said
beat
that,
down
I was
from
thinking
Jezebel
of
Romo.
What was that, stat boy?
Jezebel Romo can fly out to Tennessee and beat my ass if the Raiders do get in the playoffs. I will gladly take that beat down. She's the biggest Raider fan I know in the IWC. She's beaten my ass before in training when I wanted to be in the business, and she'll do it again.
Hey, Tom Brady owns the Raiders, so you never know. If he could pass a little of his greatness down to who he owns.
Happy WrestleMania, family. I'm glad I'm here.
I'm glad you're here. It's an amazing that it's fun that it's here.
So how are you guys doing, brothers? What's new besides WrestleMania? I'm glad I'm with you guys today. What's the consensus? I mean, are we excited? Are we just blasé? Is it going to be the greatest call ever? What's going on?
All right, so keeping it 100 here, as you know I do, keeping it real. I agree with pretty much the entirety of the IWC. The build-up to WrestleMania this year has sucked big, fat, hairy donkey balls. That being said, it's Christmas morning. We're gathered under the tree. We're about to start opening the presents. You can't help but be excited.
There you go.
Despite for the build, the anticipation, the suspense, it's time to receive the tidings of good joy, and you can't help but be eager and excited. Walter and I, just a couple hours ago, came off of the stand and deliver call and calling and representing our brand, our NXT. So we're already on a high, a natural high, unlike tomorrow, which you can still get the product from Cal Fire Farms to indulge in on your 420.
Mm-hmm.
But right now we're on a natural high. I just hope that the main roster can deliver the way NXT did earlier, so that our high doesn't come crashing down, because it will hurt inside.
I got you on that.
I
How about
hear
you,
that.
Stat Boy? Me and Walter have been, along with James and Noah, and even Ash and DJ, who's in the comments, some combination of us have been on the air pretty much every day since Wednesday.
Right.
This is the first time we're seeing you. What have you seen so far this week? Because there's been a lot of content. I don't know what you have access to, what you don't have access to. What have you seen so far this week? And what are you looking most forward to tonight? Let's not worry about the matches that are happening tomorrow night, just the ones tonight.
Well, I'm definitely looking for the kickoff here. I mean, and I have to call out Jackie Redmond, I believe, if she's
Yes.
doing the. They're putting down that Jay has not defeated Gunther. He has. He has not pinned Gunther. They need to be a little bit specific on that. Of course, you know, I did as much work as I could at the very last minute. Jay does own a 6-man tag victory against Gunther February 12th, 2024 in a 6-man tag match. Gunther has won 3 straight. So, I mean...
So Gunther has not been beaten one-on-one by Jay.
Correct.
Got you.
Correct. So they got to put those tiny little details in for me to say you are Stat Boy approved. You can say, yes, that, I mean, why everyone's saying that Jay has not beaten Gunther? You know, you're making it sound like Gunther is unstoppable. He is unstoppable. He has been pinned by Cody Rhodes. He does have 3 losses. The 51-3 and 1-on-1 content, I believe, is Stat Boy approved. Absolutely. I just have to go back and look at it. But I'm very happy that they're finally dropping the word stats. It's been forever. I've been adamant about this. Every time they hear stats, I'm like, you know, you're finally getting it. Big up to Triple H. I'm very proud that you in the Hall of Fame. I have not seen the Hall of Fame ceremony itself yet, but Stat Boy's work is never done driving around Sevier County. So I'm looking forward to everything here. I'm curious to see what Paul Heyman is going to do tonight, how he's going to be loyal to both his tribal chief and CM Punk. I'm surprised that WWE has not played the footage that I have seen from 12 years ago when Paul said to Punk, I will walk down the ring with you at WrestleMania. This footage does exist. This did take place. Why they haven't brought it up, I have no idea. And also, I'll throw this out here. I am rooting for Roman to win this match because here's the thing. Seth is there to just inflict as much damage as he can on Punk. I don't think he needs to go for the win. He doesn't really need it. Punk has not once said, I'm going to WrestleMania to win. He has been very adamant that he wants the main event, which again, asterisk, main event of night 1 of WrestleMania. Throw in those 2 words. He's getting his wish. He's getting what he deserves. But again, he has not said, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you. He's probably beaten Roman mentally by taking the wise man. We get that. That's what he wants. Best friends are loyal. They're brothers, just like Renegade and I are. I'm loyal to Renegade. I'm loyal to Jeff. I'm loyal to Mr. Reliable. I'm loyal to Noah. I'm loyal to everybody in my family. But I won't backstab any of them. That's the mentality we're going. So Roman is going to win this match, hands down. As far as the other matches, it's a 1-by-1 thing. Each match is going to be presented. I'm hoping that each match has a moment. When is Jade Naomi tonight, or is that tomorrow?
That is tonight.
I want to see that bitch. If that bitch does not come out tonight, then I don't know where Jade's going to go with this. I really don't. This is the make or break moment for Jade Cargill. I have waited. I want to see that bitch. And if that bitch does not come out tonight on the granddaddy of them all, on the biggest stage, you're wasting her talent. You put her through the windshield of a car. Why? I briefly saw it at Elimination Chamber when she took out Naomi. But everyone's focusing on Bianca. Go Vols, rock the T, EST. I'm rooting for you too, but that's later. But tonight is pure hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and Jade Cargill has got the biggest chance of her life to prove who she is by taking out Naomi hands down.
Here's the only problem I foresee.
Mm-hmm.
Jade has been way too dominant since returning at the Chamber. And traditionally, the one who's the most dominant going in loses.
True. Understood, yes.
So that's my only issue. I want Jade to win as well. Walter and I were Jade fans before anybody else came around.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I speak for Walter when I say that we want that bitch to come out and dominate. But Naomi has been made to look like a punk the entire time. And what was the point of Naomi's heel turn if she doesn't get a victory here to solidify it? Even if it's a cheap victory, quick roll up, feet on the ropes, something to push a rematch because it wasn't clean. What's the point of Naomi turning heel if she doesn't get a victory here?
Good point. Indeed, I will. I can agree with that. I mean, they've got the silver platter. They need to turn it to gold, and I'm hoping that they do it. And that's really all I can really say about that.
See, and another thing is that there's so much doubt about Jade as a performer because people criticize her for being too sloppy. So I would almost make this match a shoot match in the fact that you let Naomi make the decision while they're out there. If Jade shows that she is worthy, Naomi can put her over. If Jade starts fucking up and botching too much, Naomi forces her hand and gets the victory.
Did that happen in AEW?
The test. What?
Did that happen in AEW?
No, because Jade was booked to be a dominant, undefeated bitch. But a lot of people complained about her in AEW, saying she was too greener than baby shit. She was sloppy. She couldn't work a long match, calling her Jadeberg. So I feel like this is, to your point, this is put up and shut up for Jade. If she can go out there, have a good 10-minute match or so with Naomi and not fuck anything up, not look like she's lost, then let Naomi put her over. But if Jade gets out there and starts looking like a deer in the headlights and she can't go with somebody the caliber of Naomi, they may just have to take old Yeller out behind the woodshed and put the bullet in her. Maybe she wasn't worth the investment that they put into her in the first place.
Possibly so. I
Yeah.
totally agree with you.
If that happens, then maybe she shouldn't have bypassed NXT.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. What's going on here? What's this?
Got
Yeah,
Jackie Redmond, Big
Oh.
E, and I believe Rosenberg there. Earlier today, Bailey attacked.
What the hell?
Come on, really?
Was that on
Hey,
social media?
first one on the scene is Lyra. I'm just saying.
Right.
Traditionally, first one on the scene is the attacker.
Oh man, am I gonna have to change my stat work all over because of this now?
Nope. I think I know what they're going to do because somebody who hadn't returned yet was at the Hall of Fame with her husband last night. Somebody who helped put Lyra over back in NXT. Somebody who's one of the 4 horsewomen of NXT.
Ooh.
Cough, Becky, cough.
The Irish Mafia.
So you take Bailey out and you put Becky in, and you have Becky and Lyra team up to take on Liv and Raquel.
Okay. You do the Irish Mafia. There you go.
Pierce telling her you're not doing it alone.
That's a good call.
You got about
JJ.
24 hours to find a new partner.
Poor Bailey. Oh well.
You know who I think attacked her though? Legitimately, not Lyra. That's just a ha-ha. Who was having a feud with Bailey that seemingly got dropped out of nowhere, Walter?
Roxanne Perez.
Boom! Roxanne Perez.
Can you imagine if they pivot and flip it and then add the one-on-one? Like, because night 2 has less matches than night 1. You can add Perez Bailey.
Well, it has less by only one, and we know Orton is going to have a match. So there's the missing match right there.
That's true.
Any guesses on who it would be?
I have 3.
I only have
I know
one.
that's probably cheap. But I have 3 because it's 3 people that have been talked about a lot, speculated. I'm not going the return of Rusev. I'm not going the return of Aleister Black because you wouldn't want to have them make their big return at WrestleMania and eat a loss to Randy Orton. So I'm scrapping them. Soonest we'll see them is Raw after Mania.
Okay.
And SmackDown after Mania because the Black promos have been playing on SmackDown. Number 1, I'm going with Aldis himself. Aldis has been dropped now by 2 RKOs. Aldis is a former TNA and NWA champion, so he's a wrestler in his own right. And honestly, I feel like they've done Mickie James, his wife, dirty in ousting her from season 2 of LFG in favor of Michelle McCool, bringing the Undertaker's wife in so that you can keep Taker on the show. Maybe Aldis isn't going to stick around after having Mickie done dirty, so give him a Mania moment. Let him eat an L to Orton, and he can leave. That's 1. Number 2, sticking with the NWA theme. Current reigning defending NWA World Heavyweight Champion Tom Latimer.
Ooh.
Natalya's going to the Crockett Cup in May, the NWA Big Show. Kenzie Page confronted and started fighting with Natalya at the GCW Bloodsport show on Thursday night. To kind of set up a potential program, it's probably going to be Kenzie Page versus Natalya at the Crockett Cup. Since there's obviously a partnership going there now, let the current reigning defending NWA champion come out, especially since Aldis is a former champion. Aldis has that NWA connection, especially since Pierce on Raw is a former NWA champion. He's got that connection. Bring the current champion in. Great way to cross promote. Get NWA some TV time on WWE TV. Natalia's going to the Crockett Cup. And number 3 is a man who will be defending his championship 1 week from tomorrow in Los Angeles against the king of TNA and the man who truly is all ego. Say his name and he appears. Could it be Joe Hendry?
Yes. As soon as I heard that, I immediately messaged Noah. I said, will it be Joe Hendry? Because I am aware of the stories that came out that there was supposed to be something planned between he and The Miz, which got scrapped. This now can be his moment. If you thought the ovation he got at the Rumble was big, this is Las Vegas. This is WrestleMania. This is 20 times, 50 times, 100 times bigger. To have, you're really going to have to stretch his theme music out there, because that's the only problem I have with Joe Hendry. I love the guy to death. The music is intoxicating, but it's just too doggone short, and that WrestleMania ramp is too dang long. So you're really going to have to slow it down, or he's going to have to sprint to the ring. I want to see Joe Hendry at WrestleMania. He was my first thought right out the bat. And the only other time that I had a first thought go from WrestleMania to WrestleMania was when Rousey came out, and I put a tweet out there. I said, what do you think is going to happen at next year's WrestleMania? Joan Jett is going to play Bad Reputation to play Ronda out. And lo and behold, she did. I now want my second thought to come to fruition. I want to hear that song, and I'm going to keep an eye on you guys when the matches are on, but I'm going to turn that thing full blast, and I'm going to mark out, and you're not going to see it. Thank goodness. Although it could be on the Geek Box.
That was my
that'll
thought,
be
too.
tomorrow. That's not tonight, unfortunately. What really lends the fact that it could be Joe Hendry is the fact that Joe Hendry appeared at the World, I believe today, either yesterday or today, the WWE The World presented by Fanatics. Joe Hendry was one of the meet and greets. Why would you have him at your big fan convention if you're not going to use him on the show?
Exactly. And I thought of him too, and I was like, that's the reason they didn't announce it. Orton's out there in his boots. It gets quiet because nobody knows, and then say his name, and it's the biggest pop. You don't ruin it by announcing it ahead.
Yep. I say you have the lights go dark, and much like Cody had the elevator when he made his first debut, you have an elevator about halfway down the ramp so that he can come up. Then the lights can come on and hit his music, do the turn, and now you've cut about half of the entranceway for his music, because to Mike's point, it's a short-ass song.
Yeah.
So if you have the lights out and you start having him raise up the elevator and time it so that he rises up as the say his name and he appears, hits, I believe in Joe Hendry, clap, clap, turn. And there he is.
You could play Joe Hendry's theme song 5 times and cook a meal.
I'm saying, you know.
This is very inspiring what I'm seeing here. A new deaf superstar. That is amazing. I love that.
That's truly the man underneath El Grande Americano right there.
Right. And real quick, I just want to shout out. Thanks for everybody who's tuning in. It's truly
Yes.
WrestleMania weekend, but there's literally 53 people right now tuning in.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. again, that's the advantage of having this go on things like X and Twitch, because like 30 something of those are watching on Walter's X account right now. So again, for those of you that are watching on X, watching on Twitch, that haven't subscribed to our YouTube channels, because traditionally we only do this on YouTube. We're doing this on the socials today and tomorrow because it's Wrestle fucking Mania. But if you want to make sure that you catch all our watch along coverage, subscribe to our YouTube channels. They're going across the ticker at the bottom. Rage of Wrestling, Casa D18 Studio, J Hebert Side 95, Batty for Wrestling, N Foster 1916. Make sure you subscribe to all of our channels that are a part of the Simply Reliable Studios. That way, when we cease to broadcast on socials going forward after tomorrow, and we're back to just on our YouTubes, you guys can still check us out, tune in, and see us doing what we'd love to do.
Hell yeah.
Really inspiring that he's using sign language. That just shows the future evolvement of WWE, that WWE can provide an interpreter so a hard of hearing person can enjoy WrestleMania. That is outstanding.
That and then in NXT, that the what's his name is actually deaf.
Miles Bourne.
Miles Bourne.
And he does the sign language?
He doesn't usually cut promos. He's part of a stable. He's part of the No Quarter Catch crew with Ren Sinclair, Tavion Heights, and Charlie Dempsey, who's the son of William Regal. So he's in a stable, so he's a little bit protected, doesn't have to do promos and stuff. We're joined now. Stephanie McMahon is here at the podium for the pre-show, looking as elegant as she always does. And I got to say, when you go back and you watch the Hall of Fame, sir, the way Triple H spoke about Vince was very classy, because you can't have a Triple H induction and not mention Vince.
Agreed.
I mean, even if all you do is talk about the DX versus McMahon stuff, which there's so much more to it than that as well. But even if you just focus on that era, which was clowning Vince, you got to mention him at some point. You know, his daughter is Triple H's wife. Linda's sitting there in the front row. Very, very classy the way Hunter handled it, because as he said multiple times, it's a complicated situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's the allegations and all the legal stuff going on, but at the same time, he's grandpa. He's father-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
He's all these other things. You know, he's the man who Triple H sat under the learning tree of to kind of be educated in the production, creative, writing side of the business. So you couldn't have Triple H where he is today, literally, without Vince.
Indeed. I mean, it's like there are times where, you know, you have to separate the business side with the personal family side. We've done this many times. We've gone into businesses. We've done, you know, financial stuff. We've done jobs. You know, I say this to all the people that I work with, and all the people that I live with, and all the people that I do things like this with. I'll say to them, you know what? I will respect your decision. It will not affect me personally. I will not hate you. I will not turn my back on you. If I've said this with Snack Girl Dory Lou. I've said this many times. I said, if I ever got the chance to work with you outside of this, outside of wrestling, like in a job situation where you are my boss and I do something stupid and you have to fire me, fire me. Okay? That's the business side of it. That's the job side of it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna hate you. That doesn't mean I'm gonna, you know, wipe my boots off of you. It's business. Things happen the way they do. Vince is going to sit down at the table with Triple H and Stephanie and the grandkids and Shane. You know, he'll still talk business no matter what, because that's just his makeup. He'll talk about the business, but at the end of the day, they'll laugh about it. And Vince will look at Paul, and Paul will look at Vince, and he'll say, "I love you, Dad." He said, "I love you, son." That's the beauty of Triple H. That's the beauty of Paul Levesque. You know, he's not gonna do things to get himself in trouble. Vince allegedly did. We don't know, and it's better that I don't know all the details because I don't want to know that side of it. So, you know, he is professional. He deserves the Hall of Fame. And everything you said is absolutely true. And the same thing goes here. Now, if I do something stupid, if I say something dumb, you're going to pull me aside. You're going to say, hey, you know, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Watch it. And then I'll learn from it. And then, hey, we move on.
There you go. Walter, did you see my private message? Okay. Let me know when you get there, and then I'll let you know when I get there so we can be synchronized. Mikey, if you see the private chat, if you want to be perfectly synced with us, pause it when you get to that timestamp.
You got it.
You see the counter going in the corner.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Pause.
22.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
So we all should be in sync there, or at least sync enough.
Mhm.
Hopefully Noah's watching and knows that we're at the timestamp now so that we can get all caught up with him. He should be joining us here in about 6 minutes, give or take. Simple Man likes to come in about a quarter till.
When he comes in, I will graciously tag out.
Fair enough. I mean, if you want Stat Boy, you can always live in the green room. And then, well, because in between matches, there's always such a gap there. Walter and you can always come back on screen in between the matches, and we can kind of discuss what happened in between there before the next match gets started.
Sounds like a plan.
That's the downside with WWE, and me and Walter mentioned that a little bit on the Stand and Deliver call. WWE has too much downtime in between matches. AEW has no downtime in between matches. There needs to be a happy medium. The closest to that happy medium is TNA, but even they aren't perfect. But we need to find some kind of happy medium because AEW goes match to 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 promo to match. And there's like no time to refresh your drink, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, any of that stuff to kind of get yourself a little buffer. WWE, I can go to the bathroom, top up my drink, eat some chips, and still have a minute and a half before the next match starts. Too much time. Need to find that happy medium there. And what's up, Cape Rayer? See you in the chat there. But yeah, you don't have to completely dip. You just hang out in the green room, and then in between matches, we'll bring you and Walter on, talk about what you saw. What do you think of our backdrop here? Got the Las Vegas night. I'm in the middle of a casino. I am literally on the casino floor as we do this.
Pull that lever and win that jackpot.
One of my Vegas nightlife shirts and hats here.
When was the last time we went with Vegas? Do you remember?
We went? I don't know. The last time I was in Vegas was 2019 pre-pandemic when me and Natalie went up there with my mom and Chuck, and we saw Paul McCartney at the T-Mobile Arena where Stand and Deliver was, where Raw is going to be. I think the last time you and I were there was when we were up there for the pipe bomb.
I think so.
I don't think you and I went up there again after the pipe bomb. Which, believe it or not, that was 14 years ago this June.
Wow, man. I
mean, that was June of 2011.
The only gambling story that every time it comes to mind between you and I is when you won 7 hands of blackjack in a row, and I got increasingly mad after each hand because I couldn't win one, and you doubled your money 7 times. And I'm like, how is he doing? And this wasn't even in Vegas; it was in Laughlin. I'm like,
Yeah.
how is he doing this?
By counting cards.
Ah.
You can count cards without making it look like you're counting cards. If you can find a blackjack table that is single deck, which is rare, but they do exist, usually in downtown, or the offshoots like Laughlin, Reno, those type of places. But if you can find yourself a single deck blackjack table, then you just have to run the mentality, because there's 4 of each card. And then there's 4 tens, 4 jacks, 4 queens, 4 kings. So there's 4 times 4, 16 of the tens. And you just have to try to pay attention to those more than anything. How many of the 10 cards have come out? Am I going to bust if I hit on a 16? Or do I have a shot? Or if I hit on a 15? Am I going to have a shot or am I going to bust? If there's too many 10s in the deck, don't do it. If you've used most of the 10s and you got a lot of low cards in there, go for it. You may be able to turn that 15 into that 19 or into a 20. And then the odds of the dealer busting are greater because they have to keep hitting until they at least get to 17.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I do it. You count cards. And it's technically not illegal. It's just frowned upon.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to do it and be sharp with your mind so it doesn't look like you're doing it. Mikey's a poker guy too, more than blackjack. He's a poker guy too.
Yeah.
To the point where he lost his paycheck from work gambling, borrowed money from my dad, and lost most of that.
Oh yeah. That was the low point of my life.
I'm a blackjack guy too.
See, I'm more of a craps guy. I used to play poker when Mikey and I worked at the Hawaiian Gardens Casino. I would get down on some Hold'em. If I didn't have a great tip night, then I would see if I could like double or triple my money before I got out of there. Sometimes I'd turn my $10 in tips into $100. Other nights, I'd lose it. But I'm more of a craps guy.
I never did craps. That's the throwing the dice, right? I never.
Yep.
I'm a slot person.
It's because it's all about the hard ways, man. You put it out there on the field for the hard ways. You bet on the double 4s, the double 5s, the doubles, and you hit that shit. That shit comes up more than people imagine that it does. And especially if the point is an 8 anyway, go ahead and bet on the double 4. Then if you get it for the 8, then you win off that and you win off the pass line. Come up.
Look at this gambling tip.
Gambling with the Renegade has been brought to you by The Accountant 2, only in theaters this Friday.
Right. The movie 21. Remember that?
That was the movie that started it all with Renegade.
Not true, because I saw 21 like after I had kind of died out of going to Vegas. You forget, I used to go to Vegas before I was even legal to go into casinos because my grandma lived in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd go up there and spend like a few weeks in the summer vacation with her. And she'd take me around. We'd go to like the Excalibur, see the Tournament of Kings show, which is kind of like medieval times. We'd go to the Circus, see the acrobat shows and the trapezes and everything, go up to the whole upper deck, which was basically a video arcade for kids, carnival games and shit. She would take me to all the spots on the strip that had kid-oriented areas before Vegas became the family destination that it is today. Now Vegas is geared towards families and kids. Back then, not so much. Smoking was still legal on the show floors. 13 minutes to go here. 13, 32, 31, 30 on my countdown.
Perfectly synced.
Fucking Big E can show up for goddamn WrestleMania, but he can't be out there with his brothers managing them for all this time that he's been out on injury. Fuck you, Big E. You're the
Right?
true heel in this group. The New
Right?
Day are the baby faces. I said it, I mean it.
I agree.
You did.
That's not a bad idea, Walter. You know, we'll go ahead and take this moment and we're going to run our watch along trailer, show you all the other stuff that we've got coming up here that we're going to be covering on the Simply Reliable Studios, that we're going to be doing coverage for just like this. We do live reactions. We do our own play-by-play commentary. So if you don't want to listen to Michael Cole, you don't have to. When we're doing AEW, if you don't want to have to listen to Excalibur, you don't have to. You can listen to our commentary instead. So we're going to run our trailer real quick, and we will be right back.
And now for a taste of things to come.
All the professional wrestling and more.
Yes, especially and more. April 27th. Find out where the top prospects go to the NFL on draft day. I'll be doing coverage on that. First round coverage only. 8 p.m. Eastern on the 27th. Can't wait for that.
There you go.
I think the NBA playoffs started today. I think the Stanley Cup playoffs start tomorrow. So that's going to be going on as well. And
we'll be covering the final round, right? However many games, whether it's best of 4, 5, 6, 7, we'll be covering all the games? Or just when it gets to game 4 on?
What I wanted to pitch with you, and if you really want to do this really quick, I wanted to potentially pitch that whenever a game reaches an elimination game, I call it. For example, the Wild play the Golden Knights in round 1. If they get to game 4 and the Wild are on the brink of an elimination, I call that game. That way, all the teams will at least get one potential watch along.
Okay, but what if that game they don't get eliminated? Do you then do game 5, 6, and 7?
If they are potentially elimination games, yes.
Okay.
Think on it a little bit. We still got some time. You don't have to. Let's get through WrestleMania first. Let's get through Mania first, and then we can decide what's going on with that.
Sounds good. Well, I'm surprised Noah's not here yet. Did you send him the link?
I can.
No, I was asking Walter.
No, he got it. He got it. Technically, he don't even need the link because he's got producer
That's
role.
true.
He
He's
can
got
just log
producer qualities. It was like, where is he? He said he'd be here at 1:45.
That nap getting good, I guess.
What is this nap you speak of? I don't know what a nap is.
Yeah, JJ and I
You me
definitely
both,
don't know.
bro. Dude, I was up till almost 2:00 in the morning covering Triple H's Hall of Fame induction. Walter was up till 5:00 because he's East Coast.
Yikes.
And then I had to turn around and my alarm went up at 8:00 for me to come in for NXT this morning. So I maybe got 5 hours of sleep. And
Nope.
the last thing we're doing today is the GCW show entitled, not joking here, Clusterfuck Forever. That begins at 11:00 Pacific, 2:00 Eastern.
Oh my
And those
God.
shows have been going about 2 to 3 hours. So I probably won't get to bed till again around 2:00, 3:00 in the morning. Thankfully, all we have tomorrow is night 2 of WrestleMania, which doesn't start till about 3:00. So I can sleep in some.
And I'm starting a new job too.
But as far as your initial question, I don't know what these naps are.
No.
James takes naps, Noah takes naps, and I'm like, I wanted to take a nap, but there was maybe an hour and a half between when NXT ended and when I had to start getting ready for this. So it was like, do I even lay down for an hour? Because then I may not want to get up. I may be too groggy.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the naps are worse. They make you more tired.
Yep. Your volume went down, Walter. You may want to turn your mic up some.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Now?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, to Walter's point, sometimes the naps make you more tired. And it's like, just eat some food. That should give you some energy. I've got my caffeine. I brewed a second coffee and I have it shown in the freezer for some iced coffee that I'll grab here probably around 8:00 your time, 5:00 my time. Usually I don't drink coffee this late, but got all of WrestleMania, got shenanigans, got the clusterfuck. I've got to have that energy up.
We were anti-coffee for a very long time. I've now switched.
I'm still not the hugest coffee drinker, but I will usually drink an iced coffee with heavy cream to kind of really pep me up if I need to. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, with no further delay, the voice of the Simply Reliable Studios, the simple man, Noah Foster.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, JJ, Statboy, Walter Cruz, and Simply Reliable Studios. Casual and first-time viewers, too. Yes, it is I, nothing more but a simple man in lifelong professional wrestling, as we are mere minutes away from WrestleMania. How are we doing? How are we feeling? JJ, I will start with you, and it's once again a pleasure to be back virtually on screen with you to call WrestleMania for you and Walter stand deliver as we see what unfolds tonight on night 1 here in Las Vegas.
Well, to stick to my shtick here, as Walter likes to say, I am feeling well. It is nice to be seen as always. And I have to call you out, though, because you botched yourself. It's not WrestleMania, sir. We are here. It is time for Wrestle fucking Mania.
Oh, damn it. Freaking botch me up and shut me up, but you're also not wrong here because this truly could be the biggest WrestleMania of all time. And without really any further hype needed, I'll go ahead and say it. Let's fucking go!
Tonight should truly be something! Whoop, whoop. Let's go. Thank you, Kat, for the $20 super chat. Greatly appreciate it.
I appreciate Kat as always. Always a great friend here. And Walter, again, you, of course, stood and delivered with JJ. Phenomenal call by you both this morning. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm ready. We were talking about how it felt like it was so far away earlier, and now we're actually here.
And of course, I want to give a big shout out why Michael calls people in his headset. We have a true 100% pure, so Statboy approved. Statboy Mike, who gave me a lot of stats that, of course, I will go over at times during not only entrances, but points of our call tonight at WrestleMania. So thank you once again. And Statboy, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm ready to double down, pull that lever, roll the dice, and join this beautiful Rat Pack of family. Yes, I went old school with that. It's the Granddaddy, it's the Super Bowl, it's WrestleMania from Las Vegas. Who's going to go all in? Who's going to cash out? Who's going to break the bank? And who's going to lose it all? We're going to find out soon.
Yeah,
Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Joey Bishop. Right here on screen.
I'm more Dino. I'm the one I drink.
Now, I'm the sidekick to Frankie here more often than not, man.
Yeah.
I gotta be Dino if he's Frankie.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you that one.
Oh yeah, man.
And Joey Bishop's the dude that kind of sometimes here, sometimes not. Sometimes
Okay.
you can do the Rat Pack without him. You know,
But
when he comes, he
Mr.
adds.
Foster like Jack Daniels.
And so I face the final curtain. Anyway.
There we go. And he did it his way.
Well, that's what we've been doing as we go inside Allegiant Stand, pass the crown on Canada's. I'm sure we're going to start as usual, not with just a cold opener, but of course honoring our country with the Pledge of Allegiance and God Bless America. And look at that set. My God.
You're ahead of us. We paused so that we'd all be synced up. We're not inside. We're still seeing a video package here.
Well, let me know what
Just
you
a
see
heads
who's
up.
performing, because there's a very
Now.
familiar person behind that piano and on the
I
mic.
haven't got there yet.
And it's about more so him than anybody else, because
I'm
this
just
guy, this is called.
Just getting the sky view of the stadium.
Here to see
Right?
God Bless America.
Hold on. Let's see if you see
Jelly
the-
roll.
Yeah, Jelly Roll. And everybody now, mute and show your honor.
I feel like Grande Americano.
Don't make me rant.
We haven't even got to the first bell yet, and we're almost about to go into a rant.
Because it's not fair that Chad doesn't have a match.
Good grief. This is going to be fun. People still filing in Allegiant Stadium. I'm sure people are still virtually filing in all over YouTube where they can, but I hope that they do follow and engage with us here at the studios. It is indeed Professional Wrestling Super Bowl. It is the Showcase of the Immortals. You are looking virtually live from Las Vegas, Nevada, and here live at YouTube on Super Liable Studios. We have finally made it to the show of shows. This is WrestleMania. Welcome to WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas. And of course, we've seen the superstars finally in all night long. Acknowledge them if you choose, because there is the OTC, of course, our tribal chief, Roman Reigns, that will be part of tonight's main event triple threat without the wise man in his corner. First time since the tribal chief has existed, he is not with Paul Heyman. And there you, of course, see the architect, Seth freaking Rollins. And of course, we heard what he said on Friday night, that tonight's video will not be just a prediction, it will be a spoiler. Speaking of phrases, quote unquote, there you see the wise man, Mr. ECW, Mr. Spoiler himself, Paul Heyman, accompanying his best friend, CM Punk. And of course, this is CM Punk's dream coming true as he will main event WrestleMania for the first time ever, too. Again, finger to everybody that's tuning in, watching along. First time or continuing, please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. If you want to dictate the passions, PayPal them or Super Chat as simple as that. There's the 2025 Women's Royal Rumble winner, Charlotte Flair. Again, we got 7 matches on book tonight. And what time does everybody hope it continues to be? There she is.
Time.
As Tiffany Stratton will ascend the Grande of them all, coming in for the first time ever as champion, looking to defend Tippy time against the Queen Charlotte Flair. Over near 70,000 WWE fans filing into the place Jeff motherfucking Meacham saw SummerSlam literally a few years ago. Allegiant Stadium. Sandy, Valex, Kate Rayer, everybody, it is so good to see you. Of course, the World Heavyweight Champion Gunther prepares to open tonight's card against Yeet. Main event, Jey Uso. He says he's not afraid, but can he do what many believe is impossible and finally become not only the main event, but the World Heavyweight Champion? That and so much more ahead as we prepare for WrestleMania. And with that, here's our cold opener.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 66 people watching right now.
What?
Noah, if you don't know, I know you have production side, but if you look at the top row here, we're going on all channels. We're going on Walter's X. We are on his Twitch right now. We are on everything. So a lot of the viewers right now are on the X page. For those of you that have not subscribed to our YouTube channels, take this opportunity during the cold open. Subscribe to Rage of Wrestling. Subscribe to Casa D18 Studios. Subscribe to N Foster 916 so you can follow around along with the prediction leagues and stuff. Follow Jay Hebert Side 95. And don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to Batty for Wrestling as well, because WrestleMania is the only show we're doing across all these outlets. Normally our watch-alongs are only on the YouTube channels. So if you enjoy our presentation, if you want to follow us, if you want to stay up with us, you got to subscribe to the YouTube channels.
Thank you.
Damn you with the Chad Gable fingers. And to JJ's point, of course, it's not the only time you will find us on YouTube covering the biggest shows, the biggest spectacles, the biggest forums of all across the world of professional wrestling, as we bring a positive, alternative watch-along outlook to everything WWE, NXT, AEW, TNA, ROH, spanning out the independent promotions, including not limited to MLW, HLG, VIP, Prestige, NJPW, Stardom, and then some. So again, if you are tuning in for the first time ever seeing us on YouTube, follow us along the journey as we keep you in tune with a positive outlook for all things wrestling. And shout out to MW fam. Again, I'm very grateful to be here, virtually engaging with some of my best friends in this business that we all love, share, near and dear so much, including but not limited to in the chat, all of you, casual viewers, regular viewers, first-time viewers, especially, in the words of Walter Cruz, thank you. I see good old Jeff motherfucking Meacham in the chat, good old JM, as I got my little good old JR guy right here, my voice of wrestling and biggest inspiration. I am so fucking pumped for the night. It doesn't matter how you feel about things in a certain light. You can't help but be excited for what can happen tonight. And again, this is only one half of this incredible weekend where, for once, what happens in Vegas will not stay in Vegas. That's a guarantee more than anything else.
Well, it definitely won't be the first time, because Walter was telling me on the Stand and Deliver call that him and his wife went to Vegas and she came home pregnant. So what happened in Vegas didn't stay in Vegas there either.
The fuck, man?
Followed me, man.
That's not a sin in that city.
No, that's probably more normal, actually. And with that being said, Simulable Studios brings to you WrestleMania!
Walter Statboy, thank you for being here for the pre-show. We will see you guys for the in-between matches. As we know WWE, we know we'll have some bumper time in between the matches. Thank you.
All right, brother.
And before I talk any further to JJ, let's also acknowledge and appreciate the man in the ring that has literally given us all this, the pen to paper, the WWE Hall of Famer, the game, 1 year later, defining his era, the Paul Beck era, Triple H. And of course, you, JJ, and crew acknowledged his Hall of Fame ceremony last night. A very impassionate man for a love of this business. And of course, everybody that continues to follow along and become fans today. Ash and Seth, it's also great to see you. Sandy, love you as always. Good to see you. Kate Rayer, everybody again, hello again. Please just follow along and enjoy the ride with me with the alternative commentary coverage. And subscribe. Let's hear from the game. I'll let you do the transcript.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to Las Vegas, where for the first time right here, right now, all of you are being seen by the entire globe right now.
As we know, this is also being internationally showcased on Netflix.
Yep. So with that said, welcome to WrestleMania.
Let's freaking go!
I posed the question to Walter earlier, Noah. I will pose it to you in the words of the two-time Hall of Famer. Are you ready?
I'm sorry. You asked me a certain question. Can you ask me that again?
Sure. I said, are you ready?
I'm just going to nod and I'm just going to finish you off like this. For the 70 plus watching along and for the millions watching around the world, let's get ready for WrestleMania! And look at this entrance. Salvatore Ganasci, of course, of the Fatal Fury video game, City of the Wolves fighter, artist, and recording producer.
The hell?
And of course, Fatal Fury, cosplayed by Hiroshi Tanahashi, if you all watch New Japan Pro Wrestling. Now, JJ, you know as well as I do, at WrestleMania, all the stars come out, even the stars that you don't know.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm not enough of a gamer to get this.
Oh, you get
like
this?
I've heard of Fatal Fury.
Yeah, well,
but this I'm familiar with. 4 letters, 1 word. Let me see the people in the chat. Yeet.
Yeet. As we kick things off with the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. And once again, folks, welcome in to WrestleMania. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to Simple Albert Studios. It is I, the Simple Man, the Simple Brand, forever grateful for all things professional wrestling, damn it. My name is Noel Foster. I couldn't be more happy, more honored, more humbled to have once again back in the virtual end of the seat, my commentary partner. Last year, we told the end of the story. Who knows what stories we'll tell this year? Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams. And again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, subscribe to all the channels, follow us on social medias. Yeet if you're with us. And if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat, as simple as that. And JJ, you've already talked about your excitement. But again, man, we're here. It's time. We finally arrived. And main event Jey Uso is on our screens at this time. It's here, brother. Let's do this.
Yep, seeing some of the Las Vegas Raiderettes in the stairwells here. Of course, this is where the Raiders play. One of the only things the Raiders do right are the Raiderettes. I said it, I mean it. Don't at me.
Damn.
And I pointed out a stat to Stat Boy here. I don't know if you knew about this because I know you're not a huge sports fan. But every Mania since the pandemic has been held in a football stadium. And the home team of said stadium has gone to the playoffs every year that they've hosted the WrestleMania. So could 2025 be the year of the Las Vegas Raiders, and could they be going to the playoffs next year? Keeping the tradition alive as 60,000 70,000, however many they have in the arena, are all yeeting with main event Jey Uso.
And that includes me, Michael Cole, Pat McAfee, and Wade Barrett at commentary. Yeet! And for all we know, we might see them at the Super Bowl next year. And stay tuned for me and Statboy Mikey covering next year's Super Bowl, of course, here at the Super Reliable Studios. To your point, though, Jey Uso, of course, earned this opportunity, winning this year's Men's Royal Rumble from number 20. And it decided to face Gunther, but this is him and Gunther's fourth singles encounter. But the biggest thing that Jey Uso has to his advantage tonight is he said he is not afraid to become the man he needs to be to beat Gunther and become the champion tonight.
And to Cape Rayer's point, the last time WrestleMania was in Vegas, a Samoan won the world championship. A member of the Anoa'i family at that, Yokozuna, Rodney Anoa'i. Granted, he lost it to Hulk Hogan like 30 seconds later. We don't count that.
We don't count
That's,
that.
Men in Black it, break out the neuralizer. You will not remember that. But it did happen. Could Jey Uso be looking to repeat history here in Vegas?
Well, of course, main event, Jey Uso has become the mainstay of Monday Night Raw, breaking away from his bloodline and standing on his own 2 feet. But after his brother, Jimmy Uso, got literally bludgeoned and Gunther baptized himself in his brother's own blood, all bets were put off. And of course, if you need a little bit more excitement in your life, snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah. And Michael Cole, he hyped up. Shout out to Michael Cole, by the way, doing his 28th WrestleMania, and Wade Barrett doing his very first WrestleMania as a commentator. Oh, this is going to be so fucking good. I'm already hyped up, and we're just getting fucking started.
Yep. Alicia Taylor with her Sonic the Hedgehog hairdo there.
I approve. Team Sega for life. No offense to Nintendo players. Nintendo's awesome, but Sonic will always be my IP. As well as
Sega.
And of course, Sega revived. We'll see if Jey Uso revives newfound hopes tonight of a new World Heavyweight Championship. And of course, we have the Spanish commentary as well. If there was another feed, I would encourage Walter to find somebody to do commentary in Spanish. That would be hilarious. We got to do that one of these years.
We need to do that at some point. Have Datilla and Walter doing Spanish commentary. Maybe get Statboy doing Greek commentary on a feed.
Yeet.
Big G doing German commentary on a feed. We can have our own international streams for WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and those type of shows.
Right.
There's the chairman of the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia.
And of course,
sitting in attendance.
We also saw recently how WWE, of course, created a business acquisition with Saudi Arabia when it came to UFC presentations, and they would host the Royal Rumble next year in Saudi Arabia. I also am aware that WWE had a new business acquisition. We'll talk more about that during the in-between if we choose, as again...
Shenanigans. I've already posted in the thing. People have been asking about it, and I've told people if they start posting about that announcement, they will get the banhammer.
Good deal. I want to make sure that you got your authority respect. And again, we're going to see what respect tonight as the World Heavyweight Champion. If nothing else, Jey Uso is pumped to be the main event and open tonight's event.
It is a damn shame that the winner of the Royal Rumble is opening night 1, not even opening night 2, but opening night 1 of WrestleMania. As a matter of fact, both Rumble winners are on night 1. Neither one of them are on night 2. Both Chamber winners are on night 2.
While you call Jey Uso's opening opportunity bittersweet, there might be a symphony played by the World Heavyweight Champion Gunther that will send nothing but sad, sad memories your way. Of course, Gunther has been the World Heavyweight Champion now for 59 days. This will be his 6th title defense. And again, he is 3-0 against Jey Uso. Of course, previously at last year's WrestleMania, he came in as the Intercontinental Champion, record saying 666 days, and lost it to Sami Zayn. Can Gunther rebound from last year's history bound to repeat?
Well, as much as I love me some Jey Uso, as much as you were sitting here yeeting with me, Noah, I know Mike, like Ludwig Kaiser, you demand everyone's gratitude for the
Damn right.
current reigning and defending world heavyweight champion, the Reign General, Gunther.
Very good, man. Very good. And of course, we'll get Alicia Taylor here with the introductions here shortly. Again, WrestleMania brought to you by the Super Robert Studios. Also brought to you by Snickers and Slim Jim. Mega brought to you by your favorite people here. You come to connect with the Super Robert Studios today as we go down to the ring for Alicia Taylor for our opening match. Introductions. Oh, baby.
And I agree with Jeff. They only did that to try to outdo his previously mentioned announcement that we hyped at the end of Stand and Deliver. Deplorable.
Exactly.
Just like it's deplorable that Chad Gable is not on the WrestleMania card in favor of this immigrant luchador that came out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm going to get you for that match. But in the meantime, Alicia Taylor introducing the challengers. I guess that's a new thing now. Category as challengers. Main event, Jey Uso. Yeet. And this year's Men's Royal Rumble winner. And let's see how well you do Gunther, Alicia. £250. The Ring General, Gunther. The fact that this man's been champion, JJ, now for over 93% of his WWE career speaks volumes in what Jey Uso has to overcome tonight to finally become the guy, more than the main event, but the champion here in WWE on Monday Night Raw. This is the 60th time, I believe, that a world championship is being defended at WrestleMania.
Very, very fair. Very, very fair. Obviously, the odds are stacked against Jey Uso here. Bell sounds in our opening contest, Noah. You know, he may be the favorite because the odds have been so heavily stacked against him. And Gunther has been so dominant in this run ever since Jey Uso won the Rumble and decided he was going to challenge Gunther. Gunther said he was going to put Jey Uso through 10 weeks of hell. And it wasn't until the last 2, maybe 3 weeks that Jey Uso got to have a semblance of comeuppance on Gunther, but Gunther traditionally still had the last word.
Jey Uso, of course, to your point, seems like he adopted a whole newfound confidence. Part of Gunther's mystique is not only the fact that many believe that he may be unbeatable and unstoppable, to beat him might be impossible. Sami Zayn was able to do it last year, though. Jey Uso, though, from a tag team specialist to a single superstar, whole different ball game. Right now, both men tied up in the ropes here. See who gets the better of this grappling exchange. And shout out, by the way, the 71 plus of you that have joined the No DQ Predictions League. And majority you did pick main event Jey Uso to win this. 86% of you. Oh! There's the first opening palm strike. Oh, and an uppercut received by Jey. Almost let that chop team and face him. Well, JJ.
Just dropped Gunther there with that European uppercut. A European uppercut to a European.
Yeah, I'm about to say, is that freaking oxymoron, or is that just maybe, a little bit of adding insult to injury? We've seen how Jey Uso told Gunther he's not afraid of him. I guess he's also not afraid to play his own game.
Absolutely. Jey Uso showing Gunther that the mental mind tricks aren't going to work on him.
Gunther, of course, a throwback to the original unorthodox style of wrestling. Nice little takeover there. Of course, Gunther, former record-setting NXT UK champion as well, prior to coming across the pond to the main roster. And right now we have Jey Uso down in the middle of the ring and Gunther maintaining his hold and control over the challenger. Both men slow to get to their feet. Jey looking for separation. Sends Gunther off into the ropes. And a shoulder block takes down Jey. Look for the elbow drop. Jey gets out of the way. And Jey takes Gunther down right now with a shoulder block. Oh, and another massive chop by Gunther. And Jey falls off an insecurity.
Jay looked like he was going to try to take that chop and stay fired up, but he realized it hurt more than he wanted it to. You notice he took his yeet sleeve off, though. I'm not sure that's a good idea. He's been favoring that arm the entire time, and taking that sleeve off may have just exposed it, put more of a target on that arm.
You see right now, to your point, how Jey Uso is grabbing that arm close to the inside of his body. We know Gunther loves to employ a sleeper hold as well as the powerbomb in that last Symphony clothesline. It was that last Symphony clothesline that beat Tyler Bate at NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff, where he retained the NXT UK Championship after 40 minutes of battle. And we know Gunther can literally go to the deep end. We'll see if Jey Uso will sink or swim.
Collar elbow tie up again, center of the ring.
Big uppercut. Of course, Jey Uso, as well as a background in football, a former NFL player as well. Gunther, of course, former rugby player. Whoa, sidestep, and Jey Uso. Whoa, horse and Gunther. Oh, but Gunther falls on Jey. Cover, lateral press, then a 2 count. I'm not sure if you want to try and overpower Gunther this early in a match, JJ.
Yeah, not at all. You don't want to try and overpower Gunther this early, and you don't want to try to out-wrestle Gunther this early. I do feel that Jay might have the endurance over Gunther. Gunther carrying that extra weight. Not saying that Gunther can't go for long periods, because we've seen him wrestle technical masterpieces before, but I feel like Jay might have the better conditioning, since most of Gunther's title matches have gone short term as opposed to long.
Nice power slam there as Jay hoisted Gunther up. And now Gunther might be a little bit route. Jay fall up in the corner. Falls up with another insecurity. Champion route for now. Champion might be a little bit in trouble here. Jay have to say, oh my goodness! And stopped Jay in his tracks with one massive chop that took him down to the floor. The thing about Gunther, by the way, he is slow. He is paced in his wrestling. Jay, he came out like a bat out of hell. He's more fast-paced. And again, that might play to his disadvantage, as you see on the replay here. One massive chop just stopped Gunther momentum, stopped Jay's momentum dead.
That's not just a Gunther thing. 95% of heels work a slower, more deliberate, more methodical pace. They try to do cerebral damage in addition to the physical damage. As you see Gunther going back to the stomps there on Jey Uso, they want to try to mentally psych their opposition out. And wrestling that slower style is a great way to get into the opposition's head.
And Jey Uso has previously faced Gunther not only on 3 previous singles occasions, 2 of those was for the World Heavyweight Championship. First time encounter, of course, was at Saturday night's main event, and another follow-up encounter prior to that, though. He challenged him when he was the Intercontinental Champion.
And to the point Statboy likes to keep putting out here in the chat room, Jay did get a victory over Gunther technically, as he was part of a 6-man tag where his team defeated Gunther's team. So Jey Uso does technically have a victory over Gunther, just not in one-on-one competition.
You know as well as I do, when it comes to defeating a champion, especially, when it matters the most is when you're one-on-one in the ring with them. A spear by Jey Uso, watch out, Gunther! Cover! Is it enough for new champion? No, kick at 2.
He got some of that spear, but I don't think Jay got quite all of it.
And to your point, let's take a look at the replay here. Short range spear again with that arm, to your point. Slip off in the cover. He hooked the far leg, but Gunther is still able to escape. It does keep the match alive, though, for the champion, and it might give new life for Jey Uso in this contest. Now trying to wear down Gunther again. Overhead shots. Bagging Gunther once again in the corner. The referee looking for the break here, and Gunther again back to the chop, takes Jay off his feet.
Oof.
He might be looking to hook up Jay with that power bomb. Jay counter a Samoan drop.
Nice Samoan drop. I think you're like 2 seconds ahead of me, but it's okay.
And no worries, it's bound to happen. Again, there you see the World Heavyweight Championship. Of course, the new leniency of that championship, Jade defined at Night of Champions when Seth Freakin Rollins won that against phenomenal AJ Styles. And of course held that title all the way to last year's WrestleMania, losing to Drew McIntyre, who of course lost Damian Priest when he cashed in. and Gunther became champion at SummerSlam. What a superplex!
Huge superplex there from
Oh!
Gunther. Jay back to his feet, though. Shotgun drop kick.
And Gunther might be looking to put us away. Powerbomb, high stat, matchbook cover. Is there enough here to stop the... No! Whew!
Jay barely able to get out there.
Take a look at the replay here, JJ. That was a high stack. Not only did Jey Uso have to force the show off the mat, he had to force Gunther's 250-pound girth off of him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Again, we're just kicking things off here, folks. An incredible night of action here. Night one ahead here at Allegiant Stadium. Capacity crowd on hand. Look at that beautiful overhead shot. Unique lighting setup, though, in the middle of the ring. Of course, here at Las Vegas, WrestleMania 41. 41 years of this spectacle. And it's going to continue to evolve. And can I say the same thing about Jey Uso, though? Of course, going from a tag team specialist that used to wear rainbow face paint to the Haku dance into the main event caliber athlete that he is today. And Gunther again looking to deliver another powerbomb. Jey Uso countered, though. Good scouting. Fall off the ropes again. A spear to Gunther again!
That's 2 spears. Jay
Uso
looking to go up top, looking for that Uso splash here.
able to their feet. Uso splash connects. Cover. Oh, Gunther got the shoulder up at 2.
Damn it.
Take a look at the replay here. Great counter, and thank you for that correction, Rex. Hawk up, I got 1 letter off. And again, another spear. Beautiful Uso splash that led to multiple tag team championships, but not enough for the World Heavyweight Championship tonight. And now, JJ, we've seen both men hit their best moves so far once in this contest.
Mm-hmm.
Frustration might be coming across the champion, though, as he goes to the podium and grab his title. I mean, championship advantage. Jay can only win the title via pinfall or submission inside the ring. Count disqualification means nothing. Oh, no! The referee jumped out of the way and Gunther just clutched Jey Uso with the World Heavyweight Championship.
But because the referee ducked out of the way, he didn't see it, so can't call it.
But Gunther with the splash, 2 retain. Jay is still alive.
Gunther just hit Jay with his own Uso splash, and now going to those elbows to the side of Jay.
Uh-oh, and look, he's got Jay down, body grapevine, middle of the ring, the same way incapacitated Jimmy Uso. Remember what Jay said as he looked on, zip tie from the ropes. Here's where the world stopped. Jay's main event caliber hopes of leading Monday Night Raw may stop right here if those lights go out. Sleeper hold in, middle of the ring firmly. Jay trying to reach the ropes, somehow find escape. Gunther repositioning himself now. Now literally Jay has to carry Gunther's weight on his back. Pointing the elbow underneath the jawline. Jay reaching out as far as he can. Gunther grabbing back the arm, bringing Jay back towards center. And now it might be just a matter of time, Jay, before we literally yeet no more. Jay still scrambling and made it to the ropes and forced the break. Oof. Gunther has put so many people down with that sleeper hold, including the likes of Ilya Dragunov to maintain the NXT UK Championship. Almost looks like Gunther literally sees himself losing control of this match. He doesn't have that fear aspect of his opponent, and Jay refusing to die here, JJ. He can't keep Jay down.
Jay's got the heart of a fighter. He refuses. This is probably going to be his last opportunity at a championship. You figure the fact that he won the Rumble was so unexpected. He's already had a couple of attempts against Gunther and been unsuccessful. If he can't get the job done here, why would he deserve another opportunity?
Jey Uso, though, saying, just bring it. Shout out to the Route, the final boss. And again, Uso chopped down, stayed on his knees. But again, to Gunther's frustration, Jay refusing to stay down. They're using the discoloration, though, of Jey Uso's chest. Another vicious knife-edge chop. Rocks the challenger. Grabbed to the knees. I'm sure Jay's going to be feeling that in the morning. Again, Gunther just clubbing away at Jey Uso. You almost feel like at this point, Gunther thought he could put away Jay at any point. We've seen blood vessels, of course, rise on men's chests from Gunther's chops. Oof. Back to his feet. Right hand. Arm rig on another vicious chop rig on the left arm. Another vicious chop, keeping Jay in close proximity. Uh-oh. At this point, though, you got to consider yourself sometimes
Gunther with
here.
his arm in the air, calling for something.
Yeah, and you got to consider at this point here, JJ, I don't know if Jay is thinking voluntarily. I think he's thinking on instinct. The fact that he keeps getting up and taking this punishment, trying to wear down Gunther to no avail. Oh, God.
Yeah. Both men having a chop battle here near the center of the ring. Uso with the headbutt.
Gunther right now and Jay in close combat here. Vicious elbows the side of the head. Something's got to give here. Ooh, and another big clothesline, but Jay refuses goes down, clubbing lariat to Gunther, and both these men trying to break each other's will as well as their body. Oh, what a boot!
Jesus.
Jay falls through a lariat. I've said it before with the likes of Stone, Tomoshi E. When you face somebody that caliber of an athlete, you go for a physical war. You can say the same thing about Jey Uso against Gunther. Gunther once again with the sleeper hold, Jay from behind, German suplex. How is Jay still able to lift Gunther like that this late in a match with all this punishment?
It's a very good question. Very good question. Pride. Pride of a warrior. You know how prideful those Samoans are.
Jey Uso slow to get up to his feet, and Gunther staggering up in the corner, meeting again. Oh my God, what a shotgun drop kick by the champion. Drops the #1 contender, and Jay once again might be hooked up here by Gunther. Another vicious powerbomb. Jay able to escape. Jay able to counter. Look at out Gunther. Powerbomb by Jey Uso. Once again, the challenger using the champion's own moves to his advantage. And a super kick follow-up here, JJ.
First super kick Uso's done of the match.
Roman Reigns again. We've seen that crazy stare. Another vicious super kick. Literally wants the right-hand man to tribal chief. Another spear again by Jay. Gunther down, middle of the ring. Jey Uso might be looking to once again fly. Come on, Jay. Do it, man. Uso splash connects. He bounced off, though. But Jay, I think Jay realized that probably wasn't going to be enough. Smart by Jay immediately going up to the top rope again here. A second splash connects to the champion.
Rolled through. Is he going to hit all four corners here?
Gunther right now literally laying back up. Third trifecta of splashes, this time to the backside of the champion. Jey Uso legitimately might have a chance. And Jey Uso now, the sleeper hold on Gunther. Are you kidding me? Turning Gunther's offense against him again. Champion down in the ring. Gunther tapped! Gunther tapped! Gunther tapped! Jey Uso wins! Jey Uso just submitted the Lean General to become the World Heavyweight Champion! How's that for poetic justice? Countless weeks of hell to your point, JJ. Gunther incapacitating Jay. And on the grandest stage of them all, Jey Uso just did that to the champion. Jey Uso is not only in the main event, Jey Uso is now the champion. Gunther tapped out. JJ, take up for the end of this match, man. Go ahead. What the hell?
Well, you saw Jey Uso going for the suicide dive, but Gunther clocked him with the championship belt. Gunther with his own Uso splash off the top. Great height there. Nice wing spin. got only a 2 count as Uso kicked out of it. Gunther went with those elbow strikes, tried to go for his power bomb, but Jay countered, hit Gunther with a power bomb of his own here. Uso went off the ropes. That was like the 3rd spear, and then went up and hit the Uso splash off of 3 of the 4 turnbuckles. Pulled Gunther up after the 3rd one, locked in Gunther's own sleeper on the ring general. And at this point of the match, the champ had nothing to do but tap out.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Gunther's historic career in WWE, the ring general has submitted, and your new World Heavyweight Champion, Yeet, is made of that Jey Uso.
Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, Jey Uso. You are correct, Noah Foster. That was his first submission loss. Jey Uso, now Gunther can still say, I haven't been pinned in a while, but that's not good enough because he's now no longer World Heavyweight Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Jim in the center of the ring.
Oh, wow, look at this.
It's a family affair here as main event Jey Uso comes in and embraces his big brother.
Gotta love that.
Dude, I would have never thought
this
that.
for his family.
You could have gave me 100 guesses. I wouldn't have said Gunther was going to tap out to lose.
Through thick and thin, through the very end, blood indeed, thicker than water, as the saying goes, as Jimmy presents that title to his brother, Jey Uso.
2 years ago, these gentlemen lost the tag titles to Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens in the main event of Night 1 at WrestleMania. Last year, they fought each other at WrestleMania. And this year, main event Jey Uso is your new WWE World Heavyweight Champion, being handed the title by his brother, and they embrace in the center of the ring. Once again, to the 89 of y'all watching us, 4 letters, 1 word, yeet.
Yeet. What an incredible moment to kick off WrestleMania. Congratulations again to Jey Uso, the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. The Lean General has fallen.
Indeed,
you don't imagine what this means for Jay's entire family. Not only his brother, not only his cousin, of course, in action later tonight, check out Fatu, but his sons, his wife. This was truly a battle of family proportions, and Jay did his family proud tonight.
Absolutely, and keeping on the tradition of members of the Anoa'i family winning championships in Vegas at WrestleMania, as again, the last time they were here, Rodney Anoa'i Yokozuna defeated Bret Hart for the WWE Championship.
Mm-hmm.
And so the tradition of Anoa'i family crownings continue here in Las Vegas, and more importantly, at WrestleMania. You did it, Jay! People may have been WTF when you win the Royal Rumble. You told them all to shut the fuck up. Congratulations.
No controversy, nothing, just straight tap.
You can now say that Jey Uso has beaten Gunther one-on-one. And maybe, I was doing research during this, and I'll just quickly throw it out there. The 51-3, the 3 men, 2 of them were mentioned. Sammy, of course, pinned Gunther for the IC title. Cody pinned Gunther at Crown Jewel. The 3rd man that I found was Braun Breaker in NXT.
You're NXT.
So that could be the 3rd, but you got to be, if you're going to be technical about it, it was NXT and not and not the main roster. Plus, I also found out that there have been 57 matches where Gunther has been in a one-on-one match. The rest, he was Walter. So there have been 80 now one-on-one matches that he's been 81 if you count this one. So so maybe they're missing some matches there, but of course, hey, who knows why they say what they say, but those are the stats that I have confirmed. 57 total one-on-one matches as Gunther, and now the fourth man to beat him is Jey Uso.
Incredible moment here. Go ahead, Walter.
Mike, there was a stat out there that during Gunther's whole WWE career, 83% of the time he has had a title.
93.
93. Yeah, that's crazy.
I still disagree with the 666 number of. I mean, that's one of the worst numbers in the world you can get. It is a number, we know it, but why they did it that way, who knows? They could have played the devil card if they wanted to. That was just a number that's the only disagreement I have with the Intercontinental Championship that Gunther held. But I mean, it's still an impressive stat nonetheless.
Dude,
Absolutely.
You would think someone like Charlotte would have a stat like that. That freaking Gunther.
She's not the devil. Knock it off. She's the
I
queen.
don't know about all that.
That might be taking a
Roman Reigns spent more time as our undisputed Universal Heavyweight Champion than Charlotte was married to Andrade.
Oh!
Acknowledge him.
Probably combined, JJ.
Well, again, as the stats come out, the stars come out, of course. There's Rick Rubin, 9-time Grammy Award winners. Again, we continue here at WrestleMania. And there, of course, is the Mind Freak, Chris Angel, of course, magician, illusionist, and musician. Of course, we also saw him at TNA Unbreakable. And thank you for those that tune in and watch that. And shout out to DJ who rocked the call with me and commentary. Follow him in the spaces on Rock and Ropes. Of course, the San Francisco Latin tight end, the 6-time Pro Bowl champion, George Kittle. No doubt here to support Billy during WrestleMania week and the WWE.
Damn.
Chugged that beer down. That's probably about a $25 beer, too.
Well, we are in Las Vegas, and honestly, you're going to spend your money here.
The dude is like 6'7", so I don't even think that'll affect him.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm sure he's got a stronger liver than that. I don't know.
Gentlemen, we're at 94 people watching us right now.
That's crazy.
We're almost at 100.
Well,
it looks like we're going to go into our tag team title match here next as the New Day without that sorry, useless, worthless pile of you-know-what, Big E Langston.
How dare you?
Challenge the War Raiders.
Let him be.
Hey, once again, the useless son of a gun is there for the pre-show panel, but he couldn't show up to accompany his brothers to the ring. He couldn't show up for the big matches, but he's there for every fucking pre-show. Big E is the true heel. Don't at me.
Well, the only way you'll be justified in that claim is if the New Day gets it done tonight on their own, the grandest series of them all, for the WWE World Tag Team Championships. Otherwise, they'll be sour forever and only will have themselves to blame. New Day, time to put up or shove. This is brought to you also by mobile game Clash of Clans, and for all we know, most of those people might even have that on their phones. So, of course, to your point, ever since you supported their claim, the New Day have been ousted by the locker room, including by their own mother. Again, there's nothing worse than disappointing your own mother.
And what's hilarious is that Walter and I were on open mic night on the Shenanigans, giving them that excuse before they ever pulled the trigger and turned. We sat here pontificating on many a night. Why is Big E there for the pre-show, but he can't come out at least on the stage with them for their match? No reason. He is still there. He is still traveling with them. Now, if he wasn't on the pre-show, there'd be no excuse. There'd be no argument. There'd be no debate.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're sitting there giving analysis before the show and after the show, and you can't come down, do the introduction, walk out with your brothers to the top of the entrance ramp, and then turn around and go back to the back while they go out there for their match, you are useless.
Yeah. You can't say your neck is too hurt to come out there, but you got 25-pound female on your neck, lifting it up, taking photos and stuff.
Right? For real. Stop me when I'm telling lies, Noah.
Like I said, if the New Day are
Let-
going
let- 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 Stop me when I'm telling lies. I don't want to hear like I said. Stop me when I'm telling lies. This is the part where you go, no lies detected.
Mm-hmm. All right,
And
gentlemen.
action.
I'm just going to leave this alone as I talk about what brings us to this match besides the
Uh-huh.
fact that New Day.
Wait.
Because you
No lies
know
detected.
I'm right.
All I'm going
Just
to say,
like I'm right in the fact that Chad Gable is not El Grande Americano. They have been seen in the same place at the same time.
I can't do. I forgot
El
about
Grande
this.
Americano getting arrested while Chad Gable was cutting a promo. They are not the same person.
And the New Day are not the same people that were jovial, giving you booty-os and wearing rainbow colors either, as Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods enter for tag team combat once again. As we try to get ready for the WWE World Tag Team Championship match. Of course, Kofi Kingston, Xavier Woods, they asked for this match after getting a disqualification, of course, and the War Raiders beating the Judgment Day for those tag team championships.
I love how they still have the unicorns on their gear.
A unicorn of attitude, I guess a darker heart encased. Oh, boy.
And again, subscribe to Shadow Batash, Batty for Wrestling on YouTube. Let's help her get her numbers up. There are 95 of y'all watching this presentation. WrestleMania is the only presentation that we do on X, on Twitch. So if you are amused, if you are entertained, if you want to see our antics for other shows, be they AEW, TNA, Ring of Honor, NXT, House of Glory, GCW, etc., etc., etc. Subscribe to Casa D18 Studios. Subscribe to J. Hebert Side 95. Subscribe to N. Foster 1916. And especially subscribe to Rage of Wrestling and Batty for Wrestling. It truly is, Noah, as you say, as simple as that.
Simple man approve. Of course, the New Day are looking for their record 13th in some combination of these three men in the history of this faction. 13th Tag Team Championship. Of course, Xavier Woods previously held these with Kofi Kingston twice on Monday Night Raw, one time on SmackDown, and of course, one time in NXT.
Mm-hmm.
And whoa, what was Xavier Woods doing here?
Going up against George Kittle there.
I don't know if that's wise ahead of a championship match. Again, this has always been the problem with the New Day ever since they kind of like told Big E off. They've literally blamed all that anger, not only on him, but on everybody else for that matter. Now, Jack and Pat McAfee. I mean, again, folks, what do you think? Do you think that Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston were right in what they said towards Big E? Do you think they're justified if they win the tag team championships here tonight on their own?
Of course I do. Did you not just hear me rant about how useless that sack of crap Big E is?
I heard you. I'm talking to the people. You're one person. We got 97 other peeps, for all we know, that might be with the New Day or think the New Day sucks. And they also might be Raiders, for all we know, as the War Raiders now come out once again to WrestleMania.
All right. To make it easy on the people in the chat room, if you want New Day to win, put NDR, New Day Rocks. If you want the New Day to lose, put NDS, New Day Sucks.
Yeah, we'll see what more comes up here. Erik and Ivar, the War Raiders, an homage literally to their Viking heritage. Of course, these men, you might recognize them for my fellow wrestling fans. Previously were IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champions and Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. Now two-time WWE World Tag Team Champions going into their current run of 125 days after beating Judgment Day, Finn Balor, and JD McDonough, JD get well soon, on Monday Night Raw.
Well, we saw JD at the Hall of Fame ceremony last night, so apparently he's doing well enough that he was able to travel to Las Vegas and be a part of the festivities here. And we have 5 NDRs in the chat room and only 1 NDS.
Well, at least Kate Rayner's got some sense.
So you're saying that your friend to the north, Shadow Batash, has no sense, Noah? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
What I'm saying is, if you're going
because she said NDR, New Day Rocks.
Look, there's a reason why she's House of Torture and I'm Bullet Club War Dogs. This war will never end. But bottom line, we're about to have a war right now. Again, the World Tag Team Championships, WWE World Tag Team Championships are on the line. This is brought to you by Clash of Clans, but I'm going to say this is brought to you by Bag for Wrestling. Even if I might be against her opinions at times, I still love our Canadian friend, Ash. So please subscribe today to Bag for Wrestling.
Well, as soon as the bell sounds, WrestleMania will be war.
And I don't think there's going to be any cheat codes or microtransactions here either. Bell rings are underway. And, oh, good grief. Kofi and Xavier with a hot start. And that would be Erik right now. Of course, Erik came back from injury recently as Ivar was going at it on his own for a little while, lest we forget, JJ.
Erik came back from injury and from becoming a papa as Sarah Logan Valhalla gave birth once again. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah Logan, highly underrated. And what the world?
And she's kind of been MIA ever since giving birth. You almost got to wonder if WrestleMania would be the opportunity for an appearance from Valhalla. Or if they're ditching that gimmick altogether now that they're back to being the War Raiders, no longer the Viking Raiders.
I don't want to think about Valhalla. I want to think about Sarah Logan. Since the last time I saw Valhalla, she was eliminated in the Royal Rumble due to R-Truth shenanigans, crossbody against the LED board.
Good grief.
Freaking runaway freight train just slamming up against your torso against a bunch of lights. Tag made. And here comes Erik for the War Raiders. We don't talk about that previous name. Now hoisting up Xavier Woods. Oh my goodness! That's a 300-pound man on a man's torso, getting a 2 count off that. Take a look at the replay here with this cross.
I don't wanna. I know no wanna.
You don't want to?
I know no wanna. Those replays hurt me.
Well, again, how you feel Xavier Woods feels right now as Kofi goes to the aid of his partner. And right now, looking for a top, and Xavier meeting him, intercepting. And now the attack on Erik, a double team here on New Day. Again, folks, Chairman's going to change hands via pinfall submission inside the ring. Counter disqualification means nothing.
Xavier Woods looks like he went to Alicia Taylor's barber there. Yeah, similar hairdos.
I don't understand the style of field the tag made. And right now, I believe that is Erik hung up across the bottom rope, and Xavier holding him in place. Kofi after the second. Oh, it's Senton up against the apron. Senton drop.
If Alicia Taylor's is Sonic and Xavier's is a little bit more fluffy, does that make him Tails?
The cover now by Kofi. He gets a 2 count. Damn it, JJ. Oh,
it is my goal to break you, Noah.
Damn you. Take a look at the replay here as they tried to break.
I broke James last night. I'll tell you about it off air.
And then fair enough. The Kofi right now trying to literally break I've been on YouTube. I've seen people do virtual health bars for final bosses and movies and other things related to video game movies. I think I saw one for the Minecraft movie. It wasn't surprising someone did that here with this tap out in some way.
Famous, sir.
Cover, famous, sir. To your point, 2 count. Dan. And shout out to Daddy Ass. Of course, the literally the father of 2 asses. Rising knee strike right now with Erik bracing against the ring and tag made to Xavier. Xavier up to the second rope. Again, the double stomp. All the attack right now focused on the back. Cover now, hook the far leg, and gets a 2 count. Smart wrestling there by Xavier, actually bringing the arm and the leg in from the ropes to prevent a rope break.
It would have been really easy to hook that near leg, but hooking the far leg made it so that Erik couldn't put that foot on the bottom rope.
Are you
And
kidding?
now Woods with a little Fargo strut here.
That is not great. Knife edge chop now by Ivar trying to fight back here. Or excuse me, a tag made. For those that don't know, Erik is the bald one, and Ivar is the one with the giant beard and some hair on his head on the apron. And now Kofi and Xavier looking for a bit of double team step up, and Erik catching Kofi and planting him on the back of Xavier Woods.
That's going to leave a mark.
Critical moment here for the tag champs to rebound in this match. And Ivar stands ready for the tag. Tag, here comes Ivar, the man we've seen do a cartwheel. Oh my goodness! Kofi Kingston subbing over the back body drop.
Jesus, the height there gives new meaning to the term air boom.
Also another time that Kofi Kingston was a tag team champion. There's a 330-pound man just landing on your body. You know, just another day in WWE. Oh, God! Just splat, sat on his chest. And then down goes Xavier with the clubbing lariat. What's worse, getting crossbody or getting that sit on your chest?
The sitting on the chest.
Yeah, I imagine crushing the literal chest cavity. Talk about a heart stopper. Double underhook by Ivar, trying to hook Kofi up here, possibly for a tiger. But oh! Get out of the way, a kick to the side of the head. Champion down to his knees. Tag made to Xavier Woods. Of course, Xavier Woods, previously king of the ring. Off the ropes. And again, Ivar still on his feet. Now Ivar. Are you kidding me?
Beautiful handspring double back elbow from Ivar there. Agile big man, underrated in his ability.
Big man that size should not be able to do that. And now going up to the second rope, up to the top rope, high wrist district. Xavier Woods brings Ivar down hard as he goes jaw first across the top turnbuckle. Rolling in.
I wanted to see the big man fly.
And on a roll by Xavier Woods. Of course, the rolling lariat here. And Kofi Kingston legal now. Kofi and Xavier again trying to wear down Ivar. Erik, as you see, is nowhere on the apron, by the way, to make a tag. Oh, wait a minute. There's Erik and Xavier Woods. Intercepted! Out of midair.
Jesus.
Xavier Woods.
Erik out of nowhere there.
Yeah, talk about anti-air raid missile. Trouble in Paradise connects, though, to Erik. Erik not legal, though. Kofi and Ivar are. Now it's one-on-one here, JJ, for the moment. Catching him with a kick right to the face. Now going up to the top rope. Out of the corner, rolls through. Ivar. Oh, man! Spinning heel kick by the Viking. Incredible timing here by Ivar and Erik when it comes to saving each other. Again, Erik lay on the outside. Ivar now to the top rope. Are you kidding me? Moonsault connects on Kofi Kingston.
Jesus, fly, fat ass fly.
Oh! Limit break, elbow drop by Xavier Woods saves the matchup. Covered by Kofi Kingston. Nearly won it there. 2 count only.
Jesus.
Take a look at this sequence, JJ. Top rope moonsault by Ivar. Crushes Kofi Kingston. I thought his help bar was at 0. And thanks to that limit break elbow drop by Xavier Woods, this match continues.
Again, I don't wanna.
Again,
I don't wanna see that again. That was a big man doing a moonsault onto a smaller guy.
And you don't have to take a physics class to figure out which one prevails in the end there. Again, the Warriors defending their titles now for the 5th time since becoming WWE World Tag Team Champions. After defending them against the likes of American Made, Judgment Day in a rematch, and previously against the New Day, who, of course, beat them by disqualification. Once again, looking for the honor roll, and Erik intercepted, full Nelson. Oh! Knee right to the back of the head and neck. Oh! And that might be the knockout shot. I don't know why Erik didn't go for a cover there. Erik and Ivar are both in the ring. Might be looking to send Xavier on an experienced Kofi coming to the aid of Xavier Woods. Saving Xavier Woods there for a moment. And Ivar again hoisting. Uh-oh. What the hell? Look at for the War Machine. Kofi, though, takes the feet off from Ivar. Erik and Xavier are legal. I think Xavier just raked the eyes of Erik in a single leg kick. Tag made to Kofi. The Figs might be in here. The New Day might have found the cheat code they need to win the titles here, JJ.
No cheat code.
From the top rope. With some daylight with that double stomp. Has Knight fallen on the champion. Oh, the leg. Oh, come on.
They did it. The New Day has done it on their own. No assistance. No interference.
Literal hook outside the ref, running away into Las Vegas freaking evening. Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods are the new WWE World Tag Team Champions. They're littering out Las Vegas. And you can give Kofi a major assist with that pinfall for Xavier Woods. Take a look at the replay here, Jada. Go ahead and call it. By the way, look at this anti-air raid first. Bam!
Boom.
Not to his jaw. As the Warriors were on that tear, and you can go ahead and call
Huge
the finishing
spin
stretch
kick there from Ivar.
Prove your point.
Erik with that rising knee to the jaw of Woodsy there.
That should have been a KO shot.
Ivar went for the War Machine, but got tripped up by Kofi on the outside. Double stomp. Goes for the pin cover here. Hooks the leg. Gets 3 count.
Why Kofi had his leg underneath the bottom rope to prevent Cam from kicking out.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just saw Woodsy hook the leg.
Oh, give me a break. You're just as blind as the referee. Either way, referee decision stands. The New Day are once again WWE Tag Team Champions.
And deservingly so, because again, what was the point of them turning heel if they weren't going to get the titles here?
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Congratulations to Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods. And
realistically, they probably should have had the belts a lot sooner.
The jury is out. They got it at WrestleMania. I don't hear them complaining. I'm pretty sure they feel vindicated. And I'm sure everyone here feels vindicated as we have hit a milestone here according to the booth. So why don't you go ahead and talk more about that? We have another intermission here.
We have over 100 people watching us right now. So in the words of James Cagney as George M. Cohan, the Simple Man thanks you. Mr. Reliable thanks you. Statboy thanks you. And rest assured, I thank you.
As we got another commercial break here, this is just a friendly reminder that, again, you all make this possible, that we do this in and out, day by day, for all the biggest shows, pay-per-view specials, PLEs, across all things wrestling, whether WWE, NXT, Ring of Honor, TNA, AEW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, MLW, HOD, independent promotions galore, and so much more.
The 123-day reign of the War Raiders is over, which just goes to show that the Raiders can't even win in their own stadium. I'm sorry. Yes, I said it. I threw out the sports stat there. I had no choice.
Damn.
That was a good one. Bravo, Stat Boy. Bravo.
Thank
Really?
you.
We're going there.
Thank you. And just to throw out there, Michael Cole did say that Xavier Woods was 0-6. I found that he was 0-7. The technicality is one of the battle royals that he participated in. Let's see, where is it? The WrestleMania 31 Andre the Giant Battle Royal was a kickoff show, so that's probably where they went 0-6. But now, in my eyes, he is 1-7.
And he got the one that mattered tonight. Again, shout out to everybody that's watching us. And, of course, all the stars are out. We got Jelly Roll, O'Shea Jackson, multiple Netflix media stars appearances. All the stars are out here tonight at WrestleMania in Las Vegas, as well as all you are out here across the internet engaging with us on this watch-along here with WrestleMania Saturday.
You got to make sure you specify, Noah. It's O'Shea Jackson, Jr.
Junior.
O'Shea
Yes,
Jackson is better known as Ice Cube.
yeah, I forgot about that. And I gotta say, today's been a good day. Shout out, by the way, to the weekend with Timeless as an official WrestleMania theme. As we continue forward on our card, JJ, time for your bitch to take center stage. It's Jade Cargill versus Naomi next at WrestleMania.
For the
Oh,
first
yeah, man.
The Booker T. Fucking hell.
Oh, yeah, man.
Okay, I'm gonna lose JJ here for a moment. If y'all haven't figured it out by now, I might. If they go into that VTR, which I know they're going to, why don't I let JJ give you a little bit on the story that is the WWE superstar Jade Cargill and provide the weather report for Las Vegas because a storm is about to arrive. JJ, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, it was just before Survivor Series War Games last year where Jade was anonymously attacked backstage and pushed onto the windshield of a parked car. And of course, for months, it was the whodunit. It was whodunit. It was whodunit. You can make CSI comparisons. You can make Law and Order comparisons. You can go back OG and make Dragnet comparisons. We were looking for just the facts as we investigated the crime. Videotape was presented that showed Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez walking away from the scene of the crime. All the heat was then put onto them, and we then arrive at the Elimination Chamber on March 1st. And Liv Morgan and Naomi in the ring, ready to start the match off. And we heard that oh so familiar thunderstorm echo through the arena, and a storm was coming. Everybody assumed that Jade was making a beeline for Liv, but nah. She made that left turn at Albuquerque and went straight after Naomi and began to whoop that trick right in front of the pod of one Bianca Belair. Bianca trapped, caged, unable to get out there and stop it. But who was she wanting to stop? Did she want to stop Jade? Did she want to stop Naomi? We then found out that yes, Naomi was the woman who attacked Jade Cargill. And much like some 25 years later, she did it for Bianca. She did it for the people. She did it for her friend. And once again, much like had been stated on the shenanigans right at the jump of the attack, ya boy, the Renegade of Wrestling J.J. Williams, wasn't just correct in the attacker. He was correct in the logic and the reasoning behind it. Naomi felt cast aside. Naomi felt like she had been pushed to the background. And Naomi went out for revenge, for vengeance, and for just complete and utter total domination to try to ostracize that bitch from Bianca's presence. And now we have been told here these last few weeks that if you want to step to Naomi, you must proceed with caution. As there is no longer a glow, and Naomi makes her way down the entrance ramp here at Allegiant Stadium.
And to your point, Naomi, formerly involved on this grand stage of all, of course, came back home in Florida and won the SmackDown Women's Championship. But I also said since her return from TNA, well, by the way, extremely narrated, JJ. Of course, Naomi came back from TNA for the TNA Knockouts World Champion before losing to Jordan Grace, came into the Royal Rumble last year, where she first met Jade Cargill. Ironically enough, Jade Cargill was the one that eliminated Naomi. I said for the longest time that Naomi, she felt like that, okay, she's just here because of her connections. What has she done of relevance? The last time she felt relevant was literally when she was WWE Women's Tag Team Champion, and she made that her own opportunity. You could say she did it for Bianca, but I still say she did it for herself tonight. And by the caution tape that you're talking about, if this doesn't scream Owen Hart, who was highly underappreciated in his own skill, I don't know what will. Naomi's looking to make this her WrestleMania and silence the storm once and for all.
To your point, Owen Hart and that danger caution tape was all about enough is enough, and it's time for a change. And that has very much been Naomi's attitude since pushing Jade onto the windshield of that car and announcing that she did, in fact, do it. She is ready for a change.
Well, we'll see if Fire with Fire works hard tonight. Both of these women are out to prove a point. Naomi familiar with this stage. Jade Cargill for the first time ever in singles action on this stage. And what?
It's time for a WrestleMania weather report. It looks bright and sunny there over Allegiant Stadium, but I have a feeling, sir, that a storm is about to enter the vicinity.
Thank you for that, JJ. We will now go to Stat Boy Mikey with the news here shortly regarding the Oakland Raiders' chances on making it to the Super Bowl. And why am I seeing some overcast coverage on Allegiant Stadium?
Because, good sir, a storm has arrived.
We got rain, we got hail, we got lightning. I mean, in the desert of all places. But okay, time for y'all to take cover, grab an umbrella. Oh, boy.
Great presentation here for that bitch. Descending down like the Marvel superhero Storm.
It seems very aggravating calling her that.
Let's go, Jade.
I mean, about to say it's a ringing endorsement encouraging the Renegade of Wrestling. J.J. Williams, something literally carved out of the heavens, looking like a god of nature, or goddess, excuse me. Jade Cargill, former record-setting inaugural TBS champion in All Elite Wrestling, got her first match in the business, accompanied by Shaquille O'Neal, has only been involved 4 years in the business, and now finds herself in the grandest stages of them all in singles action for the first time ever in her young uprising career. You literally called it last year, JJ, when it came to Jade Cargill, Naomi, and Bianca Belair. You called them the Trinity of Power. And it did feel like, in a way, that Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair, they were the mega powers of that trio. Naomi, she was the sidekick. And you see the caution tape, you saw the Titantron, third wheel underappreciated, and that has fueled this fire as she looks to literally silence the storm of Jade Cargill once and for all. Look at that face.
I was going to say, look at the side eye from Naomi there.
Well, we'll see if this storm literally leaves us with a natural disaster or if Naomi clears the way for a brighter future for herself at Jade Cargill's expense.
Speaking of natural disasters, shout out to Earthquake and Typhoon, who did go in the Hall of Fame last night. That stink eye from Naomi, like, nuh-uh, this bitch did not.
Singles debut at WrestleMania. Bell rings were underway, and Jade Cargill immediately at the double A takedown on the ground and pound on Naomi. And you knew, JJ, this was not going to be a wrestling match. This was going to be a fight.
Absolutely, absolutely. It has to be. There's way too much emotion in this matchup. You cannot start doing, collar elbow tie-ups and wrist locks and everything.
Whoa.
And I honestly think that suits Jade better. Putting this much at stake on the line here as Jade comes in with those shoulder thrusts.
Do you think Jade Cargill being a team only helped improve her as an in-ring competitor? We always talked about a team where one leads versus one following. Would you say Bianca was leading that team and Jade was more so learning, and that's what also added to their respect?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jade needed something to accentuate her strengths and hide her weaknesses. And running with Bianca and Naomi for that little bit of time definitely helped her. Naomi gets caught, chucked off the top rope there by Jade.
You were talking about how Naomi did it for Bianca Belair, how freaking Rikishi did it for The Rock. Naomi looking to do things tonight just for herself. And shout out again to the 71 of you that are in the predictions league. 80% of you went with the Storm, riding the way to victory, while 19% of you went with Naomi.
And truth be told, I believe I registered my vote for Naomi because I still feel what was the point of the heel turn if she loses? But I'm just looking for Jade to have a great showing here. And if she wins, I will not be mad at losing the point here.
When you talked about Jade Cargill's continued growth and evolution since coming from AEW to the WWE, of course, debuting in the Women's Royal Rumble back in 2024, where she, of course, eliminated Naomi and met Bianca Belair and teased her summit of power. That became a duo to be reckoned with. And Naomi literally planted Jade face first down on the floor. X Factor of sorts. Draping X Factor, excuse me.
Absolutely there. Face met Matt there on the outside.
And at this point, I don't think Naomi's looking to beat Jade Cargill. I think she's looking to embarrass her. It looks like she'll gladly take a count-out victory. And right now, Jade's slowly making her way back on the apron. And Naomi with the drop kick sends Jade down to the floor again.
And you got to wonder where Bianca is watching this and if she will show her face during this matchup.
To your point, last night, we saw Bianca Belair was looking to confront her challengers, of course, for the WWE Women's Heavyweight Championship. Of course, we'll call that tomorrow night, Sunday night. And Naomi came in to interrupt her, saying, "Why you haven't answered my calls?" Naomi looks like she still wants to back up Bianca, still wants to do things together. Bianca wants none of it. And before Bianca could literally get a word in, Jade Cargill came out. We had a brawl on Friday Night SmackDown. So no further words were shared or explanation upon it.
Yep. Hell of a blockbuster there from Naomi off the stairs to Jade there on the outside.
Head scissors, DDT takedown, cover, hook the far leg, and gets a 2 count. Now you gotta imagine a win for Naomi here would vindicate everything she said, to your point. But what would a win for Jade Cargill do for her career?
It would elevate her up to the next echelon, Noah. I mean, all she's had so far is tag team gold, 2-time tag team champion. A victory over Naomi, who is a former Knockouts champion, former women's champion, would definitely elevate her to potential title contention for the women's championship, if not at least the IC or US title.
And you wonder, again, cause and effect to your point, what implications that would have if Bianca Belair leaves once again undefeated at WrestleMania, and the champion jumping leg drop on Naomi across the throat of Jade Cargill. Here's the cover, hook the far leg, gets a 2 count. A near fall for Naomi again. And of course, Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair are 2-time WWE Women's Tag Team Champion, a combined 146 days. But of course, Jade Cargill really came forth in this business inaugurally at AEW, inaugural TBS champion with 60 victories and 508 days.
Yep, a feat that they're trying to erase right now with the current TBS champion, Mercedes Moné.
Chop block by Naomi there. Of course, formerly Sasha Banks. At one point, Naomi, Sasha Banks, and Tamina were beautiful and dangerous with their own form of unity. Nice backbreaker there over the knee by Jade Cargill, creating separation for now. Take a look at the replay here, JJ. This tilt-the-world backbreaker by Jade Cargill.
Great show of strength there by that bitch, Jade Cargill.
Now Cargill starting to fire back here, running through Naomi. And Cargill pop-up, face buster, and a thrust kick follow-up to Naomi, rocking the challenger in the corner. Of course, we talk about Jade Cargill putting in the work at the WWE Performance Center. Of course, this is our first action, in-ring action, bell-to-bell, since coming back from that injury caused by Naomi. Naomi now up to the second rope, looking for something big here out of the corner. Jade Cargill catching her out of midair, taking her down with a jackhammer. Here's the cover, Lava press kick at 2.
Yeah, that jackhammer does not help the Jadeberg comparisons at all, but what a feat of strength there, catching Naomi as she came off the top and able to transition it into that jackhammer.
Now hoisting up Naomi up on the shoulders, fireman carry position. Naomi, though, able to escape. Oh, and catches Jade with a high kick. Jade up the ropes. Oh, watch out! What a pump kick!
Signature move from Jade Cargill there. Looks like she may be getting ready to go for her finish here.
And again, looking to finish Naomi here tonight, but Naomi smart, trapping her legs in between the bottom rope, creating leverage and causing separation.
She was looking to get jaded here.
That elbow drop, shout out to the Glamazon, Beth Phoenix, of course, who first had that with the Glam Slam, and Taya Valkyrie, of course, who made that into the Road to Valhalla. Naomi cut out of midair again. The strength of Jade Cargill on point here with the fallaway slam.
Last call for alcohol. The nice kip up there from Jade.
You talk about how Jade has all the tools of a trade to be a top-tier superstar here in WWE, JJ, and a victory tonight would further your point in spades. Now
Jade bowing to the crowd.
And Jade right now, what's she looking for here out of the corner? Going up to the second rope. Naomi again, the flexibility of this former cheerleader with the high kick, rocking the equilibrium of Jade Cargill.
You know, Noah, I think this is the only city in the U.S. where there is not a last call for alcohol. I'm just saying.
You know what? That wouldn't surprise me. Oh, my goodness!
Wheelbarrow turned into a bulldog by Naomi.
Avalanche bulldog out of the corner to your point. And now Naomi bringing her up towards the corner. Split leg moonsault! Cover now by Naomi with WrestleMania kick out at 2.5. Woo!
Very disrespectful the way Naomi sat on the chest of Jade for that pinfall there.
Yeah,
look at that split leg again.
Yeah, got all of it again, forcing Jade Cargill to kick out, adding insult to injury in what Naomi thought was going to be victory. Naomi might be getting a little frustrated here. Jade Cargill, though, slow to stir up to her knees, caught with a thrust kick. Kick right to the jaw. Again, Naomi saying she's going to make this her WrestleMania. Another thrust kick rocks Jade Cargill. And right now, Jade Cargill looking to channel some movie magic here. Wait a minute. Naomi just got... Wait, roll through. Sit down. Hook both legs. Cover two. Almost got her.
Ooh. Once again, Jade going for Jaded and Naomi able to prevent it. Going for the Reigns of Saturn here now.
Yeah, good call here, JJ. Again, literally bracing the neck and traveling the arms behind Jade's back. But again, the leverage that Jade had because of her height rolling through. Jade Cargill, great positioning, great repositioning. Hooking up Naomi, trying to rise back up to her feet. Naomi once again back up on her shoulders. Oh, Naomi able to escape though, went for the high kick again. Jade ducked underneath. Now Jade hoisting up Naomi on the electric chair position. This might be a terrifying tower here for Naomi to be at the top of. Oh my goodness! Top of power.
Jesus.
And now Jade might be looking to hit. Naomi just got jaded. Shoots the half, cover, 2. Your bitch just won at WrestleMania 41.
Hell yeah.
What a transition.
That electric chair into the power bomb was a thing of fucking beauty.
I'm about to say, JJ, Jade Cargill's strength prevailed today. There is no denying that. Tremendous showing here by Jade Cargill as Naomi was looking to prove a point at her expense. Is she still underappreciated? Is she still a third wheel? Jury's out here. Again, you could talk more about the moments here, JJ. Good grief. I thought you had after that jackhammer personally.
Right? Kick to the head there by Naomi. Pump kick from Jade dropped Naomi to the mat there.
Damn.
Went for the wheelbarrow, turned it into an avalanche bulldog off the top, did Naomi. That could have been it. And then there's the electric chair, turned her around, caught her with the power bomb. Didn't even go for a pinfall there, then set her up and jaded. And got the 1, 2, 3.
Hats off to both women here tonight at WrestleMania, but maybe Jade Cargill is finally absolved of Naomi's previous assaults after the night. Jade Cargill with the victory here at WrestleMania.
Jade backing off, not touching her.
I mean, she handled her business, right? She got her payback and she got to the pay window. Jade Cargill just beat Naomi at WrestleMania. What more does she need to do to her? Good grief. Congratulations, Jade Cargill. Very impressive showing. Unleashed her own Fatal Fury. And of course, folks, the fight is yours. Like that fight was Jade Cargill's. You can buy that video game today for all your consoles as we have another intermission here. Let's go ahead and get some thoughts from the man wearing the shirt and if Stepware has anything else to say. And I know this man's very happy because your bitch just won the Grande stage. Congratulations, Jade Cargill. Go ahead, Walter.
What a fight. What a strength to show strength. And you can kind of see it in her face. She almost was like telepathically saying thank you to Naomi, but they had to keep the story going because you know how she feels that her girl just helped her get over like that. Like a part of her wanted to smile, but she had to stay in character. But man, that I hope she keeps that transition. The electric chair power bomb. I think that was enough to end it, but she had to go jaded after.
Sure, talking about overkill.
I'm impressed. I'm happy that the match went well. But you know, I still want more. Okay, she got her victory, but is that enough? Now, some will say yes, some will say no. I'm still in the middle. Yet maybe go with a little bit more brutality. You know, maybe keep the feud going a little bit. Finish it off with, who knows, a no DQ match of some kind. You know, I could go either way. I'm okay if it ends. If there is a plan B for Naomi, what the hell is it? I really don't know. Bianca's got to do her thing now, you know, and then there's that. But hey, overall, I am happy with this outcome of this match. I still want more, though.
We'll have to see if Jade puts Naomi in her rear view.
I'm sure.
See what I did there, Noah?
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious what it is about that match that Jeff didn't like.
Who knows?
Well, I mean, again, to everyone their own criticism and status quo to all things wrestling. Shout out to Lee Singh, by the way, television host, comedian, and author, to her own in multiple careers. Again, the stars are WrestleMania. We got Lil Yachty, multi-platinum rapper and singer. Of course, Travis Scott, one of the official writers for this year's WrestleMania official theme. Fan. I don't think that's a word, but okay, that's a thing. That's what happens when people read
Lil Yachty wearing the Jade shirt that Walter was just wearing.
Yeah, about to say, and look at the immediate transition. Might as well snap his fingers and change things up. Well, that being said, I must say again, to want more from a competitor shows that you're invested in their growth and development. And again, WrestleMania, that's not a bad launching pad towards a strong singles career. That being said, let JJ talk to you again to get ready for our next match, because it's time to see if Jacob Fatu can beat the megastar, with everybody saying for the United States Championship.
L.A. Knight. Yeah.
As the United States Championship is on the line next here at WrestleMania. Go again to our BTR, and then once again, I will leave it to the narrator here, JJ.
I don't have video package. Don't forget, I get commercials. I've got the free tier.
Well, go ahead and talk
That's
about
why I was kind of making my own thing up on the other one, and I'll actually leave this one to you. That way, I can go take a liaki before this match starts.
All right. So I guess he'll let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Of course, LA Knight transcended on the WWE stage. Got his big moment last year, WrestleMania, hitting the AJ Styles with the BFT for the 1, 2, 3. Been snapping necks ever since while he's sponsored by Slim Jim. And now is a two-time United States champion, being Shinsuke Nakamura, of course, on Friday Night SmackDown after Nakamura beat him last year at Survivor Series War Games. Once again, LA Knight has become the face of the USA. But, of course, now he has his own adversaries to deal with once again. And this time it's a freaking Samoan werewolf taken off the leash by his handler, in LA Knight's words. Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu, of course, who currently stands unpinned, unsubmitted in WWE, earned the right to challenge LA Knight WrestleMania through number one contendership against Braun Strowman after a War of the Giants in Last Man Standing, even after bludgeoning the man at Saturday night's main event. Go figure. Since then, Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu have targeted LA Knight, with Solo saying to Jacob, "I love you," in what looks like a pursuit to bring gold and power back to the family. I think Solo Sikoa has a darker vendetta against Jacob Fatu, if you catch my meaning. We saw on Friday Night SmackDown just literally last night that turned into impromptu tag team action. LA Knight and Braun Strowman are able to roll into momentum for now as they got the better of Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu. Of course, Jacob Fatu, who redefined the MLW National and Heavyweight Championships, is looking to bring gold home to the Bloodline tonight to win his first WWE Championship. So once again, do you believe in LA Knight, or does Jacob Fatu take the spotlight and the title tonight? United States Championship on the line next at WrestleMania. That being said, while the video package still goes on, we haven't come back yet. What you guys got to say real quick regarding this match? Walter, I'll start with you.
That's all that needs to be said. Just the hockey. The shake. Oh, no, you picked a bad time to drink because you would have spit that out if you was looking.
I got more resilience, but fair enough. Again, it does seem like Jacob Fatu, Stat Boy, to Walter's point, when you damage him, it's literally only temporary. And why LA Knight thinks he neutralized the numbers game, which has always been the MO of the Bloodline, injuring Tama Tonga's hand in a car door, and figuring that Solo Sikoa has been neutralized for now after taking a BFT last night. What do you think of Jacob Fatu's chance of taking the gold here tonight? And will it be one-on-one, or will the Bloodline still get involved?
I think the Bloodline will. I think Solo will come out, but Jacob's going to now have the time to prove that he can do this on his own. I may have picked Jacob to win this match. I'm okay with him getting the U.S. title. Now, this would be the third title change in one night, so that's a rarity in itself. Jacob has the silver platter. I'm okay with it. I want to see more of this werewolf. Hey, he's put in the work. He deserves it, and he can make a pretty good run with it. So let's see what happens in this matchup here. And of course, the old adage, you never hit a Samoan in the head. It doesn't do anything but tick him off.
And Jacob Fatu is always stood as it is. Thank you, Statboy Mike, for that as we go back into Legion Stadium. JJ, time for a United States Championship match. And here it comes. An unhinged, unchained Samoan werewolf Jacob Fatu with Solo Sikoa in tow. Oh boy.
Wearing a werewolf mask. I'm loving it.
And there's not a full moon out tonight, as far as I know, where it's still broad daylight out in Las Vegas, but there might be a dark moon arising for LA Knight's chance to lead WrestleMania tonight. Still the United States champion because of nothing else, JJ. We know he's going in there with compromised ribs after those moonsaults last night on SmackDown.
That's
Real
fair,
quick, I
Noah.
just wanted to do that for a stick. All right, bye.
That's fair,
Change.
Noah. But if you know your werewolf lore, the original poem didn't say anything about a full moon. Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the moon is full and bright.
Well, I mean, talking about the Anali family as well, we're going to really talk about Bloodline here and keep it in the family. Of course, we did see Jey Uso win the World Heavyweight Championship, so this might just follow the continued lineage of members of that Bloodline winning gold here. And again, Jacob Fatu has yet to be pinned or submitted. And to think he's at WrestleMania less than 1 year since his WWE debut.
Yep. And I just realized I just botched myself. It's the autumn moon is bright, but it's not autumn either, to your original point.
Right.
That's why they changed it to the moon is full and bright, because then it could happen more than one time a year.
That makes sense. And speaking of having more than one time a year, whether you drink more than once, whether you watch wrestling more than once, of course, this match is brought to you by Mr. Merchandise himself. Subscribe today to Rage of Wrestling, Walter Cruz. Again, Walter, thank you as always. Love you, brother. The most reliable man here at the Super Reliable Studio. Subscribe today, Rage of Wrestling. Get that number up. 75% went with a new United States champion here out of the 71 of you, while 25% you went with the megastar LA Knight. So we'll see what happens here soon enough. But Jacob Fatu, he's ready, man. He's focused. Look at that face. Good grief. This dude is the definition of a dog unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
And look into the eyes. What do you see, JJ?
Not the cult of personality. I see a pissed off werewolf.
Do you see a new United States champion?
I do believe I picked the Samoan werewolf to take the title from the megastar, despite my history with the man known as LA Knight, the man formerly known as Max Dupree, the man formerly known as Eli Drake, the man known on the indies known as Sean Ricker.
And of course, LA Knight has to ride in style. Is that a Lamborghini? What the hell?
Hell yeah.
That's a Maserati. Oh. Yeah. Of course, LA Knight has to ride in style, JJ.
Hell yeah, with everybody saying.
Of course, you gotta say it. You gotta talk about, look at that meter. It's overheated. The Kavorka is at an all-time max, and everyone's loins are a-tingling as JJ set up for everybody to be saying.
L.A. Knight. Yeah.
And if you are with us, you think LA Knight's going to lead United States champion, go ahead and put your yeah in the chat right now. Of course, LA Knight, as we talked about earlier, JJ, is now a two-time WWE United States champion. And of course, right now in his second run, he's been champion now for 44 days. And this will be his second defense of his current reign.
Mm-hmm.
As Alicia Taylor with
The
the
LA
introduction.
Knights theme made it to our top 10 Def Rebel themes as well.
Yeah. Had to do it one more time. That's the biggest yeah I've ever heard in my life. I didn't say that. Oh, that's right. The chairs are connected. Referee Charles Robinson here.
Even Pop getting his yeah in the chat.
And shout out to the military here that also gets to enjoy WrestleMania with Michael Denut, the Senior Master Sergeant, of course. Military spotlight here. And thank you to all the fighting men and women that continue to preserve the freedoms that hold our country's values near and dear to us. And, of course, the values of professional wrestling that we're allowed to engage with on a daily basis.
Referee Charles Robinson holds the title up in the air, the prize that is on the line here.
Of course, LA Knight first won this championship, as we know, a little while back against the Maverick Logan Paul last year at SummerSlam. Held that title for 119 days in his first run. Bell rings, and we are underway for this first time ever one-on-one meetup. Oh, boy. Fatu, LA Knight for the United States Championship. Talk about the who's who, the landscape of the United States Championship. Of course, John Cena, Bobby Lashley, your boy Austin Theory, who used Money in the Bank to cash in, the almighty Bobby Lashley. Shinsuke Nakamura, as I talk about the previous champion. Clubbing away right now in LA Knight. And again, we talk about strategy here, JJ. With compromised ribs, with a quick and fast assault, with Soldier on the outside, what does LA Knight need to do to literally neutralize the Samoan Werewolf and escape with the title tonight? Oh!
Stick and move. He's got to use that speed to his advantage, but the Samoan Werewolf is deceptively fast as well.
He went for the
BFT.
What?
But Fatu blocked it.
And look at the eyes of Samoan Werewolf, LA Knight. I know it's going to take more than that to put him down tonight. Jacob Fatu swinging a miss. LA Knight again going back to what brought him to the dance. And that's those close right fish. You talked about, again, the early career developments of the man we know as LA Knight. Swinging a miss and pop up. Oh, good Lord! Samoa drop.
God damn.
And again, on the compromised rears, as I talked about earlier, already assaulted by Jacob Fatu literally less than 24 hours ago. Good grief. This man is absolutely insane. I said before, he's got that it factor, and it's been more than proven ever since he's been let off the chain and speak and act for himself. He's a crazy man.
Fatu looking to be as dominant as Jade Cargill was in that previous match.
Yeah, well, still, I wouldn't want to meet this man in the alleyway. Literally a man that literally has been previously sentenced.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to meet him in a lit alley, let alone a dark alley.
The other family guy I consider here, talk about the bloodline, talk about family values. Solo Dakota says he loves Jacob Fatu, but we know that love can hurt, and we've seen miscommunications at times with Solo Dakota and Jacob Fatu. And could that come into play tonight? And LA Knight hoisting up. Jade goes, oh, that didn't work. Falls in the cover, hooks the far leg, and a 2 count.
Almost looked like LA Knight was going to go for a blue thunder bomb, but he should know better. That move does not get a 3 count.
But regardless whether or not there was that move or something that would have maybe wore down Jacob Fatu, those ribs didn't hold up, and neither did his strength, and he paid for it dearly. Again, we talked about earlier to our point, JJ. Jacob Fatu, he's never been pinned. He's never been submitted since coming to WWE. Stun gunning LA Knight across the top rope. Those steel cables, of course.
Right on those ribs is to your point.
The focused attack of Jacob Fatu has been the ribs of LA Knight. We saw we saw what this man did when he was unhinged at his start against Braun Strowman, literally sending Braun Strowman to the hospital with those moonsaults and hip attacks. It's nice kick out of the leg there by LA Knight. Follow up there with a single leg kick. Routes Jacob Fatu. Again, folks, championship rules. Tiger leg chance, hands, pinfall submission inside the ring. And again, LA Knight following up again on the offense on the outside with the drop kick between the ropes. And I do wonder, all this offense LA Knight's bringing in is just jarring those ribs more. It's hard enough to breathe, let alone fight. You would know from experience, JJ.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God! Caught right on midair with a power slam. For the United States Championship, hook the far leg. LA Knight gets the shoulder up at 2. Every time you think you have Fatu for a second, he comes right back. Look at the replay here. Oh! And you hear LA Knight wincing out in pain, JJ, like the wind just literally left his body.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jacob Fatu is no small man. Knight was able to get the knees up there to the back of Fatu, but I don't think that's going to be enough for LA Knight here.
It's almost like he's literally using his knees for more perseverance rather than perseverance. You do see Fatu favoring the small of his back for a second here, though. Grabbing LA Knight, who's still clutching at those ribs, though. Sends LA up against the ropes. Pop up, Samoan drop attempt again. LA Knight fighting back. Elbows to the side of the head. Trying to wear down Samoan werewolf. And crucifix bomb connects!
Jesus.
A major high impact move by LA Knight. And we had
that might have seriously hurt Fatu. Look at the way he grabbed his head and neck afterwards there.
I mean, to be a champ, you got to go beyond the offensive that you usually do. And sometimes that puts not only your opponent, but your own well-being at risk. Check out Fatu, though, again, to your point. Falls again. I think he just went head first into the ring post there. And LA Knight attacking the midsection of Fatu in the corner. Stomping away at the Samoan werewolf. Charles Robinson asking for the break. LA Knight looking to follow up here. And a big, almost a hip attack of sorts against Jacob Fatu.
Mm-hmm. Again, LA Knight trying to do whatever it takes.
Oh! Shoulder
trying
first.
to disorient the Samoan werewolf.
Or disconnect the shoulder as he keeps attacking the left shoulder now in the steel ring post. Fall up again and runs for Fatu with a lariat. LA Knight with a critical opportunity here as he goes up to the second rope. Pops up to the top. Big top rope elbow drop. Back press. Hook the near leg. And no. Whew. Take a look at the replay here, JJ. That was great adaptation innovation by LA Knight on the fly. Attacking a standing man with an elbow drop for a near fall tonight.
Mm-hmm. Almost got it there. Able to retain the title. Kick to the midsection there by Fatu.
Again, like I said, Fatu, it's almost like you can't hurt this man. What the hell is this man made of, if he is a man? And Jacob Fatu spring up to the top. Rubber LA Knight scouting it, though, and perching Fatu on the top turnbuckle.
Again, don't you know your werewolf lore, Noah? Only a silver bullet can take out a werewolf.
Even at that
pure silver.
Well, I mean, again, I don't think LA Knight has that. Again, back elbow strike. He's going to have to bring something else to the table. And again, Fatu finding his footing. LA Knight springing up the top rope. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God! Avalanche German suplex. Fatu face first. Count of LA Knight with the front leg. Kick out at 2 by Fatu.
Wow.
Senior official Charles Robinson was right there as soon as the count was to be made. Look at this incredible offense by LA Knight, and still not enough. LA Knight able to jump up like this. At this stage, the match is pretty damn impressive. Looking for the BFT again. Fatu pushes him off. Oh, and Keza with a super kick. Drops him in the corner, and Fatu follows up with those hip attacks. Uh-oh. And now again. And shares of what he did, of course, to Braun Strowman. Shares of Rikishi. And shares of Umaga. Again, the Anali family on full display here tonight. And Fatu up to the top rope again. Swanton Bomb connects for the United States Championship at WrestleMania. LA Knight gets the show up at 2 again. Oof.
2.8 there. Gorgeous swanton bomb. Then when he landed and like skidded.
And I wonder if that was the only saving grace to LA Knight, to your point, because again, he literally got extra flight on that move and was not immediately able to fall on the cover. Again, singles championship here on the line. LA Knight, Jacob Fatu for the United States Championship. Jacob Fatu's first WrestleMania. LA Knight's second WrestleMania. Jacob Fatu just throwing headbutts again. And of course, the wisdom of Statboy and you, as always, don't headbutt a Samoan. Crowd chanting right now for Fatu and Knight. Fatu, what's he thinking here? Oh, no, not again. Springing up, top rope, moonsault. Oh! Come out with me with a BMT! Are you kidding me with the fire leg? Oh, man! Fatu stays alive with a hand on the ropes to force the break.
LA Knight's beside himself here. He thought that was it.
Are you fucking kidding me? I thought that was it. He caught him out of midair with a BMT. That was insane.
Look at the look on LA Knight's face. You can't let it rattle you there.
And now LA Knight looking to regroup and take up Fatu. How the hell is this man on his feet? And Knight still finding bad ways, calling the clutches of the Samoan werewolf. LA Knight again. Super kick. Oh, and again, LA Knight brace on the top turnbuckle this time. Ritz first. And Fatu. Oh, Jesus! The senton drop across the back of LA Knight. Almost the version of a Chicago skyline. And LA Knight up on the shoulders of Fatu. Avalanche! Samoan drop!
Jesus.
And springing up again, opposite corner. Top rope moonsault!
Connects.
Fatu is not done yet, JJ. A second moonsault connects. Covered by Fatu. Jacob Fatu is the new United States champion. Damn.
3 title matches, 3 new champions, Noah.
And 2 pieces of gold to the Naomi family, and Jacob Fatu has brought gold back to the bloodline. And look who's at ringside.
Haku.
I thought Haku at one point was the most dangerous man in WWE history. Maybe Jacob Fatu's that now. Jacob Fatu just beat LA Knight at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I want to turn that yeah into damn when it comes to this man. Congratulations to Jacob Fatu, your first ever WWE Singles Championship. Go ahead, JJ, and talk about this match and these highlights. Godly.
LA Knight's run up to the top rope with that German suplex. Went in for a pinfall on Fatu. Only was able to get a 2 count. Fatu came off the top with a gorgeous swanton bomb. Skidded upon landing. Had to crawl back over. It's probably the only reason that didn't get it. And then not one. Went for the top rope moonsault. Got countered into a BFT. LA Knight almost got a 2 count, but Fatu got the ropes there. And then at the end of the day, it was not 1, but 2 top rope moonsaults from the Samoan Werewolf. This last one here, slow motion, boom. That did in the Megastar with a new United States champion.
What an incredible night for Jiga Fatu, and what an incredible night for the Anali family tonight. We have a brand new United States champion, and good luck to the entire WWE roster looking to take the United States Championship away from Fatu.
It's going to be a hard task for whoever wants to dethrone Fatu there.
Yeah, good luck to anybody trying to catch that dog off guard. Congratulations, Fatu. We got another intermission here again before we welcome back in our intermission panel. Thank you so much to everybody that's tuning in, and I hope you're all enjoying the ride as we continue through WrestleMania Saturday Night 1. Please stay tuned after our coverage of WrestleMania for the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by Mega Wrestling JJ Williams, a weekly moderated conversation of wrestling madness hosted by Casting Studios on Mega Wrestling JJ Williams. That being said, JJ, I give it to you to talk about where we're at right now as far as the stats boys go, and then you can pass up to Walter or stat boy for thoughts regarding that match.
Well, first things first, 114 people watching us right now. Thank you. Don't choke.
Wow,
Don't
that's
choke.
crazy.
Subscribe to all of our channels. Subscribe to Jay Hebert Side 95. Subscribe to Batty for Wrestling. Subscribe N Foster 1916. Subscribe Rage of Wrestling. Subscribe Casa D18 Studios. Subscribe, because we almost never do these presentations on X and Twitch, and 92 of y'all are watching us on Walter's X account. So that's 92 potential subscribers for all the channels here.
All the channels.
Subscribe. But hot damn, what a match that was.
Go ahead, Walter, and give your thoughts first.
First of all, I don't know how much that says for Tiffany chances when every damn title was changing hands tonight.
But to Sandy's point, all of the title changes are going to colored people.
Mm-hmm.
We have black tag champions and 2 Samoan champions. Tiffy and Charlotte, it's a battle of white girls.
Is
saying.
plastic a color?
No, it's not.
Just wanted to break you, JJ.
Continue your thoughts real quick, Walter, before we go into our next match, and then give it a step real quick before we talk about our next match. JJ, what the... Damn it, JJ, you fucking idiot, as you go re-roll. Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, he's going Revo. I think I know what's causing it. But other than that, speaking of color, these two people are coming up. But yeah, la historia del renegado. Oops, sorry. The Renegade leaving for a while, got some issues. But la historia de el Grande Americano. Viniendo de la historia de México, de todos los luchadores de WCW, de CWW, AAA, todas las compañías que son todos los luchadores. De ningún lado viene un cabrón que salió de ningún sitio, que de momento sale un cabrón americano grande. Yo no sé de dónde vino ese cabrón, pero de momento tiene una lucha en el WrestleMania cuando Chad Gable no tiene nada. ¿Qué es el problema ahí? ¿De dónde viniste? No fuiste para NXT, no fuiste para Raw, fuiste para SmackDown y de momento tú tienes su primer WrestleMania. No me joda.
Muy bueno, muchas gracias. What the? Did he just give a story about this match in complete Spanish?
Yes.
No, I went on a rant about how he gets his WrestleMania match and freaking Chad Gable doesn't.
Wow, that's a first. Muy bien, muchas gracias, mi amigo. Step boy, ¿Cómo estás?
Do you see the flag behind me? Okay, it's not a Mexican flag. I can't compete with that. I'm not going to take out my native tongue or my heritage tongue just yet because I haven't used it in almost 35 years. I'm sorry, I can't follow that. The 42-day reign of LA Knight is over. Congratulations to Jacob Fatu. I was okay with this match coming out the way it was. Walter, that was brilliant. By the way, like I said, the next PLE, the next watch along, you have to do it in Spanish. It's the next step. It makes perfect sense. So I say go for it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, wow. Again, you never hit a Samoan in the head. It doesn't work. It goes all the way back to the head shrinkers of 1992 and all that much. Let's see where it goes. I want to see him as a dominant champion. I am happy. You know, I feel a little bit bad for LA Knight, but I mean, he'll bounce back. I mean, with everybody saying LA Knight, yeah, we know that's going to take place, but wow. A very impressive match. 3 title matches so far with 1 to go, I believe. I think we have the women's and women's tag. That's tonight or is that tomorrow?
The women's championship, Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton.
They went back to Shane McMahon style thinking when Americano talks and then some translation of Spanish comes and it's so bad and cheesy. It's hilarious.
Yeah, they're not insulting at all, I'm sure, as we bring what?
¿Qué pasó? ¡Hola! Presentando el renegado de la lucha libre.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien.
And then we got a mariachi band on stage. We are back here at WrestleMania.
El renegado viniendo en el tiempo que yo salía hablando español. Muy
bueno. Bienvenidos.
Ladies and gentlemen, your commentator for this match, Mr. Labos, Walter Cruz, and for the first time, please welcome to the booth, hola, Renegado de Lucha Libre, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás? Muy bien.
Sí, muy bien. Okay, as we welcome in El Grande Americano, taking on Rey Fenix here at WrestleMania. Unfortunate timing for Rey Mysterio, as I believe he suffered an injury last night on SmackDown. But the greatest thing out of Mexico recently came onto the WWE scene, El Grande Americano, who is making his WrestleMania first time appearance.
Lucha Libre legendado.
El legado de la lucha libre. Okay, Renegado. Have a good call.
Sí.
No, you got to tell him what happened when he was going.
About to say, so El Renegado de Lucha Libre, you're familiar with El Grande Americano. Some people say he's actually insulted the luchadors here as he might be fighting on behalf of Chad Gable, who's been on an escapade to beat luchadors in some way and has been unable to. Do you think there's any truth towards that?
No.
So that that being said, oh my God, where's Carlos Cabrera and Hugo? When I need them. Oh, they. This is Monday. Shout out to Datila and Emmanuel and Arlene Dominguez. Have you spoke with anybody at all prior to this match?
Walter.
Fair enough. For those that are wondering, El Grande Americano across 71 votes currently has 38% of the vote, while his opponent, Rey Mysterio, Rey Fenix, has over half of the vote here. Rey Fenix, also one of the hottest luchadors to arrive on WWE recently, has only been involved in WWE now for 2 weeks, as Animal is now in the Grande stage of all WrestleMania. So this has to be a major victory and celebration for Mexico, I would say, right?
Sí.
And of course, Lucha Libre has always been a proud heritage here in WWE. Whether you talk about Eddie Guerrero, Dominic Mysterio, the rising luchadors today, and Dragon Lee, you got Cruz del Toro, you got Rollins. Oh my goodness, Andrade El Idolo, of course, involved in the Underdog More About Royal last night. As Rey Fenix has arrived, fighting on behalf
No
of
Dominic Mysterio, Dominic Guerrero.
Fair enough. I haven't looked at the birth certificate, but also so many people have been inspired by Rey Mysterio, who's been the biggest small man, of course, in any fight. Of course, he had his moment here at WrestleMania 22, winning the World Heavyweight Championship. So I wonder if Rey Fenix can capture that same magic tonight in his WrestleMania debut.
See.
Do you have a favorite here, El Renegado del Lucha Libre? Do you have like a particular favorite? Do you support one more than the other?
El Grande Americano. ES Juan Cena, Mr. America, El Grande Americano, legend.
I wonder if he's related at all to Mr. America. In a bygone era, following the legacy. And speaking of great luchadors, there you see the Kingo, of course,
The Kingo, sí, muy bien.
The former AAA Mega Champion, of course, and of course he will be involved at Rebellion alongside many others in Ultimate X, challenging Moose for the X Division Championship. As we're in the fight capital of the world, there you of course see the man behind the UFC, the CEO himself, Dana White. Of course, a plethora of great fighters have come out of Mexico as well. And taking to the sites of WWE. Of course, WWE is global, so I'm sure all of Mexico, I'm sure your home territory is watching on as well, supporting this great match here.
Sí, Tijuana is muy happy, muy proud. El Grande Americano.
Grande Americano. Oh my word, El Hijo just kicked the head off of Grande Americano before the bell rung. Damn. Got kicked in the face. The bell rings are underway, and Felix rolls through. Take over to Harris. Now hooks the legs. Uno.
Dos.
And get kick out. And sweep the legs. La Grande with the loud press. Doesn't even get a one count. Now we're looking for a roll up here. Quick roll ups here in their succession. Stalemate.
Muy bien.
You know, what does El Grande earn by assaulting a luchador that's not even involved in the match?
Dos taquitos.
Fair enough, I suppose. I'm sure Rey Fenix is also taking in the match here at ringside, his family. I'm sure Rey Mysterio is watching on far behind. Greco-Roman knuckle lock here. Monkey flip. Oi! Americano. Both men shoulders down. One count. The shoulders down again. One count. Shoulders down again. Both men bridging up out of the pinning predicament here. A great test of strength so far in the early going. El Renegado de Lucha Libre.
Sí.
Of course, Lucha Libre defined so much by speed. I do wonder, though, if El Grande Americano being the heavier of the two will affect
Uno, dos.
Cover. Wait.
Dos.
And a kick out. Grande Americano, of course, came to us out of the countries alongside the Gulf of America, as we know, endorsed again by Chad Gable. I mean, at this point, I would say El Grande Americano is a member of American Made. And nonetheless, Rey Fenix. Top of what a missile drop kick. That sent El Grande to the outside of the ring. Now Rey Escalera springing up. Oh, God!
Muy bien.
What a ridiculous high-class body to the outside. Rey Fenix, of course, you know many of his accolades as you follow the heritage of many great luchadors in history. Of course, former Lucha Underground champion, former AAA tag team champion, former AEW tag team champion.
Sí.
And up the top rope, nonetheless, the springboard, the waistlock, now the German suplex. Oh, man. Dang,
Phoenix is how you say AEW international champion, see?
Yes, he won that off of John Moxley at one point. That is correct. And of course, Grande Americano is also a former Olympian, following the steps of Chad Gable with the fingers up. Wanted to be enrolled in the Alpha Academy. Shoulder block there. And again, another shoulder block by Ray Phoenix, of course, right now. Oh, wow, look at this bridge cover!
Dos.
That was a smooth transition by El Grande Americano into the pinning predicament, catching Ray Phoenix off the attempted springboard. I thought for a moment we were going to get a destroyer.
Sí. Muy bien, muy bien.
Yeah, I'm sure you've taken a few destroyers in your time, El Legado. Probably not fun taking those.
No, no.
Oh! Well, then palm strike. And then again, when we saw Chad Gable, last time we saw him in Mexico, he grabbed someone in Mexico from a box. And we still don't know what was in the contents of that box, whether he was given the mask to El Grande Americano and encouraged him to come to America. We truly don't know. They took a kick out of the knee by Ray Phoenix. Went for the high kick. Oh, caught him with a fresh kick. We still don't know, again, if that box content is the mask given to El Grande Americano, but it feels like to me that's what was given to him.
Sí, es dos burritos, dos tacos, and un jarritos.
Oh, rebound, spinning back heel kick. And wrapped El Grande Americano in the corner. Of course, I want to give a shout out to Fuego del Sol, whose career officially ended at the hands of Atticus Cougar, career threatening match. Oh my God! What a overhead toss by El Grande Americano Ray Phoenix. Taking the best that everything American made has to offer. Clearly, this guy's been training with Chad Gable.
Sí.
Again,
He's a good lucha libre. It's a good.
Is George Lopez a fan of El Grande Americano or
Sí.
Gabriel Iglesias? Top row. Oh man! What the hell?
Uno, dos.
The moonsault that
Dos.
What?
Dos.
Was that a moonsault? With double knees? That was like a reverse 360 drop. What the hell?
It's a moonsault into Sinton.
And a moonsault senton drop. Okay. Well, I mean, luchadors are innovative. And now, no, wait. Oh, come on. What does this prove? Why would another luchador try to take another luchador's mask? Oh, and it's a Guri. To Grande Americano. I mean, again, and right now, get to the head. Now, Phoenix. Down goes.
Uno, dos.
Drop.
Dos.
The black fire driver there by Ray Phoenix almost put down a Grande Americano. What does it prove to a luchador to take another luchador's mask? That's disrespecting the heritage and the culture of lucha libre.
Sí.
Oh! A great move by El Grande, taking the footing out from Ray Phoenix, who loves to walk across the ropes.
It's Rudo's gonna Rudo.
Wait, hold on. What the hell is El Grande doing? He's putting something in his mask. El Grande Americano has been putting this steel plate inside his mask for a reinforced headbutt. And the ref has no idea. El Grande Americano slow to stagger. Come on, give me a break here. And Ray Phoenix right now has no idea what might be coming ahead. And Ray, with the schoolboy. Whoa, rolling in. Catching El Grande Americano. Reverse, Tego Tierras. Ray fans might know actually what's going on here. He talked to Rey Mysterio about this. Of course, the conspiracy theory. PK! Good grief! Oh, but hold on. Phoenix might have just sprained his ankle there. Oh, no. Oh, no. You got to consider when he kicked that loaded mask, he may have literally shattered his ankle.
Sí.
Now, Grande Americano, ankle lock? That's a Chad Gable move.
It's a shamrock move. It's an angle move. It's not just a Gable.
When Chad Gable uses this literally verbatim, as Rey Fenix is crawling towards the rope right now, trying to preserve his WrestleMania debut victory hopes here again, draft towards center, as Chad Gable is literally working the non-pos.
Uno, dos,
Trap off legs! Oh!
dos.
Kick out. And now, doesn't hit the clothesline. Rey Fenix trying to spray up the ropes, went for the crossbody, went for a punch, and Fenix is out cold. I think I'm glad Americano just headbutt him. And now Chad Gable, or Grande Americano, this is too much like Chad Gable in my opinion. Up to the top rope, saluting, American made, diving headbutt to Rey
Uno,
Fenix.
dos, tres.
What the fuck?
El Grande Americano.
What? You gotta be kidding me. A Grande Americano just won at WrestleMania?
Sí, muy bien. Muy bien.
He loaded his mask. Are you kidding me? Rey Fenix might literally be congratulations on winning your WrestleMania debut. Why don't you go ahead and talk about the highlights here?
Sí, it's a muy fast-paced, muy high action. It's the high reward. It's a good, very good match. Good lucha action, good. Sí, muy bien. Muchas gracias.
But Rey Fenix might have broke his ankle in the process. And again, he literally got headbutted by El Grande Americano and was knocked out cold from that. And then that wasn't enough. The diving headbutt. What is this? Nacho Libre? Good grief.
Nacho Libre is a good movie.
Jack Black endorsed, I guess. I guess Jack Black's famous in Mexico. Either way, congratulations to
El Snowflake. El Snowflake is a amigo.
Well, so what? Your family's going to be celebrating that El Grande Americano won at WrestleMania?
Sí. El Grande Americano is a lucha libre legend.
Yeah, unless we forget, he won with a loaded mask that's still plate in his forehead as Vikingo is checking on Rey Fenix, who is slowly coming to consciousness. Of course, Vikingo took a cheap shot at Grande Americano before the bell. What? Yeah, it might need medical attention there, seriously. I don't think Rey Fenix even knows what happened to him. Well, that being said, thank you, Rey Fenix. Congratulations, Grande Americano. And thank you, Renegado de la Lucha Libre, for joining me on the call. Anything you want to last say or plug up a promote?
El subscribo. Sí.
Muchas gracias. Adios.
Adios, amigo.
Okay, then. Thank you so much. God bless you and your family, ladies and gentlemen. To the Renegado de Lucha Libre on the WrestleMania. Then muy bien. We got another mission here, so let's go to Stepway Mike first before we maybe get some Spanish commentary thoughts from Walter. Stepboy, that was a lucha showcase.
I'm sorry. I was my sides hurt. Okay. I mean, you guys broke me on that one. Very, very well played. However, it would have been a little bit nicer if Rey Mysterio was medically cleared to compete in this match, but it just didn't happen. So
that's one of the.
I mean, at this now, what do? I mean, do you continue with this storyline? I mean, I thought the original plan was to kill it off, but hey, things happen in wrestling as they do. So I just got nothing right now. I'm sorry, man. I mean, por favor, hermano, señor reliable.
Go ahead, Walter Cruz. Your thoughts are Will Crick regarding that match. Your rant. Do you still feel your rant is justified? Did Americano deserve the WrestleMania spotlight?
Qué tragedia. What a tragedy.
I know. I got the one thing though that I'll be right back. I'm not going to do anything stupid, but I'll be right back. Hold on. I got to make.
Okay, well, that being said, I hope everyone's enjoying our coverage, conversation, reactions, as we have international broadcasting here at the Suburban Studios. Again, thank you so much to Renegade de Lucha Libre. Again, you can spend more of him maybe down the line here on Suburban Studios. Again, the stars are out. There you see the president of AAA and CEO and general manager, and of course, Philippe, co-founder, taking in the sights of WrestleMania. As again, WrestleMania is truly the global showcase of the Immortals. And thank you all for tuning in globally across the Twigs and here in some studios. You made this all possible. Record-setting numbers here that, of course, our CEOs here will talk about here more soon enough.
I want to thank El Renegado coming through in the clutch. I mean, JJ was going Revo, having internet problems. Hopefully that can get solved soon. And, you know, El Renegado stepped up and helped. Is that tequila?
Well, Terramana tequila.
Oh, my God.
Well, from one showstopper to another, let's welcome Mr. WrestleMania himself, Shawn Michaels, to the stage. And, of course, the leader of NXT. And I believe tonight he is about to tell us our WrestleMania Saturday night attendance. Let's hear from HBK.
I think he's going to say the attendance and then announce the Hall of Fame. Like, you know, when they bring all the Hall of Famers to the stage.
That's that more for Sunday. Oh, my gosh. I'm still sober, for those that don't know. And, that was the most unique commentary call of my life.
Que tragedia, I'm telling you.
I should have thought of this earlier.
All right, well, Walter, why don't you go ahead and talk about the WrestleMania attendance while we wait for the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to figure out his technical difficulties and rejoin us.
What an incredible night so far.
Oh, my God.
HBK, HBK, HBK.
For him. My ribs hurt.
I needed that.
I'm not going to forget that as long as I live.
We have had in this crowd WrestleMania moments I've created. And in Las Vegas, we ain't done yet.
What?
Right now, the WWE, HBK would like to thank all 61,467 of you. 61,467 WrestleMania Saturday.
And sellout crowd again as WWE has record-setting sales continuing.
And if you ain't down with that, we got 2 words for you.
Thank you for that, Walter Cruz, and thank you for that, Shawn Michaels, and thank you to the WWE Universe continuing to set records. 61,467, as you just heard, here tonight at Allegiant Stadium, and over an incredibly record number of you here that will get soon up from the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams. As I say his name and out of the blackness, he will appear soon enough.
Again, I want to thank Renegado. I mean, way to come through in the clutch because JJ's having technical difficulties.
How the hell
we needed a commentator.
That quick? Was he at his house? What the world?
Listen, when JJ has technical difficulties, we had to go in the clutch and get somebody who can cover the commentary. I'm just glad. I'm just glad Renegado was there.
What are you guys talking about?
What?
You had technical difficulties. We had to make a phone call, and Renegado had to cover you because none of us could be able to do it.
And Grande up there.
I missed El Renegado?
Yes.
Oh my God. I love El Renegado.
What the hell?
He is so awesome. He is one of my favorite commentators of all time.
That's the first time ever I've called a match with El Renegado de Lucha Libre. That's a highlight.
Do I need to pour another shot?
That is a highlight, Noah. I wish I could call a match with El Renegado de la Lucha Libre.
Well, why don't we go ahead and talk about our record-setting numbers here tonight while we got a moment break as they said the attendance at WrestleMania. Let's go ahead and show some love to everybody here watching us real quick. God.
I'm jealous of you, Noah.
Shout out to UFC Israel Adesanya, the UFC
Adesanya, one of the greats. Is Israel Adesanya.
You would know again. You can find more of Walter Cruz covering UFC here at Cinema Studios. As of course, the UFC CEO, Dana White, is catching in the activities. And again, do we have a numbers update at this point on how many is watching? Oh my God.
Yeah, we are currently at 133
Holy shit.
viewers. Again, that is 133 viewers, and 110 of them are on Walter's X account. So again, to all of you guys out there that are watching on the social medias, whether it's the X, whether it's the Twitch,
Oh my God.
subscribe. N Foster 1916, Rage of Wrestling, Casa D18 Studios, J Hebert Side 95, Batty for Wrestling. Subscribe. And man, again, I am so sad that I missed El Renegado de la Lucha Libre.
Oh my word.
Well, I know sometimes in that part of California, you just run into issues with internet.
you-
So
that's fair.
unfortunately,
I mean,
we had somebody
seriously.
that was able to cover.
Seriously.
How far the hell does he live from you?
I don't know. I don't know him.
What?
Mexico
not
is,
to break
you know,
character,
Mexico's like right next to California. If you know your geography, he doesn't live that far.
Seriously, it's you literally hear the phrase cross the border.
I know that, but still, the traffic, the
My daughter's mom one time was driving a van of Staff Pro employees down to a show at the San Diego Arena, and they accidentally missed their exit and ended up across the border.
Oh, Jesus.
The people from Staff Pro management had to go to the office, get the documentation, and drive down to the border to allow them to cross because nobody had passports.
Oh, God.
Because all they were supposed to do was go work a show at the San Diego Sports Arena.
Oh.
It is that easy to get from California into Mexico.
That's crazy.
California was once Mexico.
I
Seriously.
think I remember that story.
Just like Istanbul was once Constantinople. All right, well, let's go ahead and get back into things again. Thank you to
And it
everybody that's
seems
watching.
like the chat room loved El Renegado. I mean, Pop loved him. Shadow Bakash seemed to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
But I will not stand for this commentary to be made about me knowing El Renegado. I do not know who El Renegado de la Lucha Libre is.
Feels like he has a relationship with you. Maybe Ancestry will tell us more about that. But let's go.
Just like I won't stand for this disrespect. You sat here for days and days saying that you were going to revel in the fact that El Grande Americano was going to be unmasked and exposed. Did that happen, Noah?
No.
Did that happen, Noah?
No.
Okay. So I will not hear any more disrespect about El Grande Americano and Chad Gable or El Renegado de la Lucha Libre and the Renegade of Wrestling, J.J. Williams. Until you can give me concrete proof that we are the same person, that they are the same person, the disrespect ends here. 9:24 p.m. April 19th on the East Coast for you. 6:24 p.m. April 19th on the West Coast for me. Agreed?
Agreed.
You. Damn it, Snap Boy! You freaking idiot!
I do feel bad for
That's
Ray.
two.
Got so bad. Ray Mysterio has bad luck when it comes to WrestleMania,
It's
man.
the
I feel really
tequila
bad.
talking, brother.
All right. For now,
Hey, at least he didn't pull an Ultimo Dragon and botch his own entrance to where he only got one WrestleMania appearance.
All right,
That's
well,
true.
that time has passed, but now what time is it, folks? We restore law and order here. Here we go. Oh,
It's
my God.
Tiffy time, baby.
You want to talk about a match where someone's trying to earn some damn respect? Here comes our current WWE Women's Champion, indeed, making her WrestleMania first-time appearance, not brought to us by Mattel, but might as well be your action figure, your role model, your Barbie doll. She is your SmackDown and your WWE Women's Champion, Tiffany Stratton. Let's go ahead and brief up the speed real quick how we got here before I give it to you to talk more about this. Tiffany Stratton, of course, won Money in the Bank last year and cashed in on the fridge, Nia Jax. That's for you, DJ. And, of course, became the WWE Women's Champion. Since then, of course, she's held on to the title. And, of course, Charlotte Flair has been out on injury for over a year and a half. Came back at this year's Royal Rumble, won at number 27, and chose Tiffany Stratton, what Tiffany called a dream match, what might become a nightmare. Shots have been fired verbally out of disrespect and out of underestimating her opponent. When it comes to this stage, the Queen owns the marquee. Her record may be 4-3, but she's going into her 8th WrestleMania, while this is Tiffany's first. 2 years ago, when Charlotte Flair came in as champion, Rhea Ripley wanted to make a point of saying beating her would make her a star. Tiffany may already be a star worldwide with Tiffy time, but being the queen on the grandest stage tonight will send her into the stratosphere, and that's what Tiffany Stratton hopes to accomplish and what Charlotte Flair hopes to diminish.
And let's not gloss over the fact, Noah, you pointed out, this is Tiffany Stratton's WrestleMania debut, and she is walking in as the WWE Women's Champion. Not the Women's World Champion, not the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, not the IC or US, no, the WWE Women's Champion, the most prestigious prize for the women in the company, walking in her debut.
Semi-main event on WrestleMania Saturday night, might I add, too, going into her third defense after beating Nia Jax and Bayley. And also, she is at 107 days, the exact amount of days she held the NXT Women's Championship. But will she, like so many others before her, bow down to the Queen? Here comes Charlotte Flair. She's back on her
I
stage.
know I'm not bowing down to Charlotte.
We talked about how we saw Maserati earlier. When you're the queen, you also roll in high style. Here comes a freaking... Look at that card. Wow.
Yeah, but
And
the last
Rose...
person tonight to get a fancy car entrance lost, Noah.
Yeah, and that's a Rolls Royce, by the way. The definition of luxury. Wow, look at those seats up on the set. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about being at the high realist. Talk about going up to the east side. And again, all eyes are locked on Charlotte Flair. Whether you boo or woo, whether you hate or appreciate her bell to bell, there is no denying that she was built for this business and for this stage. Of course, a seven-time WWE SmackDown Women's Champion and a 6-time Raw Women's Champion, former Women's Tag Team Champion, and former 2-time NXT Women's Champion. Charlotte Flair has won every accolade possible in WWE except Money in the Bank, which lately has been her undoing. And here she faces a Money in the Bank winner tonight as champion with the belt, not the briefcase.
To Matthew's point, they're counting her titles, but not a part of her overall reigns because they're not world championships.
Yeah, exactly. In a bygone era, or should we say the genesis of Charlotte Flair, you said she won the NXT Women's Championship, which of course doesn't correlate with the main roster nowadays in this incredible generation of women in wrestling. And of course, coming back from a torn meniscus, by the way, Charlotte Flair spoke with Denise Salcedo. Shout out, wonderful individual. Follow her on the social medias, folks. That she has come back to work smarter and not harder. And that might be exactly why she had number 27 at the Royal Rumble, which has held so much luck for previous Royal Rumble winners. We've, of course, seen in the past for the Women's Royal Rumble, previous Women's Royal Rumble winners have gone on to win the championship. This championship last year particularly was won by last year's Royal Rumble winner, Bayley, when she beat Io Sky. And so far, to your point, JJ, every title has changed hands tonight.
Yep. Charlotte Flair was out of action for 18 months. Okay, that equates to about half of her marriage to Andrade. Andrade was home for most of that time because he wasn't getting used in AEW where he thought he was all elite, and she still couldn't save her fucking marriage.
let's go down to inductions to Alicia Taylor real quick before you give us more stats. Alicia, take it away. Oh boy, this is a match that's going
Stop
to be a
me
talk
when I'm
point.
telling lies.
Again, no lies detected. All women's contest here. History made just like WrestleMania 39. The announcer, the referee, and the combatants. An all women showcase here at WrestleMania. You gotta freaking love it. Charlotte Flair coming in as challenger, of course. One word defines her at WrestleMania, and that is the Queen. 39 years of age, 12 years in the game. Trained by Sarah Amato of the W Performance Center. Meanwhile, the champion has made her time global and looks to have the ultimate tippy time tonight. Your girl, JJ, from your NXT, the current champion, 3 years in her career, 25 years of age, Tiffany Stratton, trained by the likes of Ken Anderson and Sarah Amato.
Anderson. I think that's the one thing they botched on her Barbie entrance. One of the two 3Ds should have been her with her NXT championship, while the human version of her in the middle had this title. Little throwback to what made her the star she is today. The bell sounds, and here we go.
Good luck,
Tiffany
JJ.
Stratton, center of the ring, staring a hole through the challenger,
There you
Charlotte
go, JJ.
Flair.
Well, again,
Double leg takedown by Charlotte,
Oh.
ground and pound
Oh
here.
my! And let's go ahead and remind people, by the way, after that shoot promo of sorts of Chicago, Charlotte Flair has assaulted Tiffany Stratton in the parking lot and from behind. So we knew this was not going to be a pretty match at all. This was going to turn into a downright dirty fight. And these two are literally meeting on the outside in the pink and sparkle, looking to make one or the other red before the end here.
Nice chop there from Tiffany.
Oh,
Knee to the midsection receipt from Charlotte.
You don't chop a Flair, JJ. You know that as long as I do. Oh, and Seth face first into the ring post.
You don't chop a Flair and you don't headbutt a Samoan.
And Tiffany Stratton saying Charlotte Flair in the ring. 4 years ago, by the way, Tiffany Stratton came in this as a fan, watching Charlotte Flair compete at WrestleMania. And now she finds herself competing in the dream match she wanted at WrestleMania 41, defending the title.
And Noah, who has more to prove here? Charlotte, who's trying to prove to the fans who she is, the fact that they're supposed to love her after coming back from this debilitating 18-month injury, or Tiffany Stratton, who the world kind of feels kind of got everything handed to her, much in the same vein as Charlotte Flair, the young rookie who's trying to find her place in the WWE women's ecostructure.
Well, again, to your point, experience versus potential is the story of this match here with the double step out of the corner. Cover now, hooking to both legs in a 2 count. I would say the more pressure is on Tiffany Stratton. Not only is she the champion, it's her first WrestleMania, and she's only 3 years in her career. Charlotte Flair has been to this stage now 8 times. She's redefined the championships and this business for over a decade. And if Tiffany Stratton doesn't win, it's like what I said instead of predicting. If Mommy didn't win at 39, you would not have Mommy on top and love her like she is today. It's like Jey Uso. If they don't deliver on the grandest stage, how can fans continue to support them? It's always hard to stay on top versus getting to the top. And the Queen Charlotte Flair has proved that time and time again against a plethora of opponents. So I say Tiffany right now needs to win, but Charlotte wants to win. Ooh, sending the barricade. And of course, Charlotte Flair, again, her undoing has not been at WrestleMania. It's been the Money in the Bank briefcase. Like I said, she went into WrestleMania 32 and won what was rechristened, might I add, the WWE Women's Championship. Of course, we saw at WrestleMania 34, she stopped the undefeated streak of Asuka and won the championship. 35, she was part of the main event, didn't win, not part of the decision. 36, beat Rhea Ripley for the NXT Women's Championship, was not involved at 37. 38, beat Ronda Rousey. And of course, like I said, 39, probably the best WWE Women's Championship match of this modern era when Mommy beat her and hasn't been seen on the Grande stage now for 2 years and is back now to reclaim her throne. And regardless whether you feel about her or not, whether you look at her in-ring or her personality or her body, Charlotte Flair has evolved. And again, evolution is key. Triple H, the WWE Hall of Famer, said it best: adapt or perish. And both those words are going to apply to both these women tonight. One versus the other.
Flair trying to steal Vacure's devil's kiss here. Notice the camera not shooting her from behind because Charlotte ain't got no ass.
Nice follow through though, taking Tiffany Stratton up and over, still maintaining the head scissors hold, disorientating her opponent. And again, Charlotte Flair, so many academic, athletic disciplines, of course. All round track and field, beautiful kip up. And notice this knee brace still on the surgery repaired meniscus. That could be a target if Tiffany Stratton can exploit it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tiffany needs to go after that knee, needs to target it, needs to try to take any advantage she's got as the more experienced Flair.
And Tiffany Stratton, like you said, you've called her the original horseman of NXT Slayer. She's beaten Becky Lynch. She's beaten Bayley. Only the Queen remains. Went for a drop kick and Charlotte Flair catches her. Might be looking for the Boston Crab. High angle Boston Crab. Look at this.
More of a Walls of Jericho here with the elevation.
Almost got her stand up vertically. Of course, Charlotte Flair has the height advantage. Rover by Tiffany, though, hook a single leg and gets a kick out.
Remember, Triple H's WWE doesn't do things by accident. Multiple times last night, he mentioned the learning tree. And then Charlotte Flair here with a Walls of Jericho instead of a standard Boston Crab.
Neckbreaker there by Charlotte Flair. Tiffany Stratton sidestep. Charlotte Flair's foot hung across the rope. Sidestep. Drop kick. Excuse me. Side drop kick. Takes the Queen down off her feet. Tiffany Stratton looking to focus in here. Flipping in the corner with the back elbow strike.
Shades of the ninth wonder of the world. Former women's champion in her own right. Yeah, Tiffany saying it's Tiffy time as she goes for another handspring elbow.
And connects in the corner. And Tiffany trying to rebound and regroup her. Of course, we saw Tiffany Stratton first rise to championship altercation when she beat Lyra. Nice spine buster there, taking the Queen down. Here's a cover. High stack. Gets a 2 count.
Double A approved there, I'm sure. Another familiar name when it comes to the Flair family.
Well, again, Flair is legendary in this business. Whether you look at the pure wrestling days, the Rick of the Dragon Steamboat and Ric Flair, or the countless accolades of the Nature Boy, dirtiest player in the game. Now you have the daughter of the dirtiest player in the game. At one point, Ric Flair says, I am not Charlotte Flair is not my daughter. I am Charlotte Flair's father. 61,400 plus watching on here tonight. WrestleMania Saturday night. Nice jawbreaker there by Tiffany Stratton, hanging Charlotte Flair across the top rope. Excuse me, Charlotte Flair actually got that again. The pink and the blues throwing me off. And Tiffany right now, meeting the Queen in the corner. And Tiffany right now, hooking the Queen up on the shoulder. Steamroller. And Stratton right now might be looking for the prettiest moonsault. Oh, good roll through. Charlotte gets to the midsection. Great scouting by the challenger.
Beautiful roll through by Tiffany. Great way to improvise on the fly there for the younger, as far as it comes to experienced here.
And again, the pressures of this stage as well, JJ. Slingshot, roll through. Tiffany rolls through, though. Catches Charlotte with a drop kick.
Beautiful drop kick by Tiffy there. Got the 2 count.
Yeah, hook of the far leg.
Sloppy slingshot through there by Charlotte.
Yeah, and that's why Tiffany was able to capitalize. And again, I do wonder the fact that Charlotte Flair has not been on this stage now for 2 years. Is the pressure more on Charlotte Flair versus the inexperience of Tiffany Stratton? I pose that to you.
I definitely think Charlotte's got pressure there. And like I set up when I was asking you, I feel like Charlotte has a lot that she has to prove to the fans and to herself that she can still do it at the level people expect. All she's done so far is had a Royal Rumble match.
Kick in the face, covered by Charlotte Flair. Stretched that boot through Tiffany's nose and got a 2 count.
Charlotte hasn't really had any matches since winning the Rumble. So she needs to prove to herself that she can still go at this level. And if she can't beat Tiffany, what does that do to her mentality? Charlotte strives to be the best at everything, but we all know there's only one best at everything, and that's La Princesa Tiffany Nieves.
There you see the WWE Women's Championship at ringside, by the way, previously held by the likes of Bayley and Io Sky since its inception, of course. Of course, previously held also by Mommy Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan before a transition portal. The Night Fest job, and of course, the Queen Charlotte Flair. There you see Charlotte Flair right now. Of course, this was before we had white and gold belts, by the way, folks. That's when they were red and white and blue and white, and everything had to be color identified.
No, red was Raw, blue was SmackDown, so it kind of made sense. The strap white for the women,
I suppose.
black straps for the men.
And right now, Tiffany Stratton looking to make Charlotte Flair black and blue follow up. Charlotte Flair against the ropes, though, and Tiffany Stratton meets her in kind. Tiffany again looking for some offense here. Charlotte with the sidestep, though. Tiffany collides on the ropes, and the stretch of Charlotte Flair. Boot to the face of Tiffany, champion down for now.
And Charlotte with her arms draped over the top rope, trying to hold herself up.
Went for natural selection. Tiffany Stratton scouted it. And Tiffany was looking for that cartwheel out of Alabama slammer position. Charlotte Flair countered that, looking to hook Tiffany up. Uh-oh.
Get out powerbomb.
Powerbomb. Cover.
Tiffany kicks out.
Whee, that was close. Great resilience by the champ Stratton on that high impact offense, Jade. Take out the replay. Jeez.
2.5 there for Charlotte.
Yeah,
much to my dismay.
I think the poor positioning on the cover, because it wasn't a great matchbook fold up, was the saving grace to Tiffany there. And I almost feel like there is a bit of frustration on both these women here at this point. Neither one really is in like the driver's seat. It's been pretty even.
Agreed. And honestly, I prefer that. Because if either woman was dominating the match, I think I'd be disappointed.
Big elbow. Well, again, you talked about before, it's the potential versus the pedigree. And right now, both are meeting each other at 50-50. Went for that stomp to set up for the figure 4, figure 8 leg lock, taken down with a short range clothesline. Again, these two have really scouted each other prior to this, despite the fact this is their first ever in-ring bell-to-bell conflict. And now Charlotte Flair might be looking to bring out her own prettiest moonsault ever. Tiffany grabbing her on the way to the ascent, grabbing the surgery repair leg, might I add, and Tiffany got kicked off by Flair. And Charlotte Flair once again go up to the top rope, Tiffany being there in kind. And Charlotte Flair right now sat on the top rope. And Tiffany, what in the hell is about to happen here?
Looks like we may be going for a side belly to back.
I sense disaster.
Is it a beautiful disaster?
Well, you be the judge of that. And back elbow strikes so far are delaying whatever was about to be played here. Charlotte Flair, what the world? Oh, good agility there, flipping out of the corner. Now hooking up Tiffany, who lands on her feet out of the attempted backdrop suplex. Went for that big boot, sidestep, pop up, power bomb planted on the cover by Tiffany. Kick out at 2 by Charlotte.
2.5 there by Tiffy.
Tit for tat, move for move, counter for counter has been the story of this first ever encounter, JJ.
Yep, it's definitely a game of one-upsmanship. They're trying to play anything you can do, I can do better.
And again, this night has been absolutely incredible so far. Of course, we've seen every title change hands. It's our semi-main event for the WWE Women's Championship. Charlotte Flair, Tiffany Stratton. Uh-oh. A backbreaker. Bracelet against the second rope there as Tiffany was caught again by Charlotte. Now Charlotte using the rope, slingshot. Tiffany Stratton's thrown off the second. By the way, 64% of you went with Tiffany retaining, 36% of you went with Charlotte Flair regaining out of 71 of the votes in my predictions league. And
huge crossbody roll through. Tiffany's got the leg hooked.
Hit the front leg. Oh, almost got it.
Tiffany looks like her lips busted a little bit.
And there's a draw a little bit of blood there. And Charlotte Flair right now needs the midsection. Immediately, though, Charlotte Flair's back on the attack, JJ, and sends Tiffany face first in the second turnbuckle. Good grief, those split-second margin of errors could be the absolute difference maker. I've said it before, this business, this game is literally a challenge and a battle of inches. One could make you, one can break you. Speaking of breaking, Charlotte Flair up to the top rope. Tiffany Stratton. Oh! Charlotte was going for the moonsault. Tiffany scouted it, though, and immediately Charlotte landed awkwardly on that surgery repaired leg. And now Tiffany on the attack. Takedown. It's all fair game here.
Ramming that knee into the mat there.
Well, when you're coming with a target, all bets are off. Charlotte Flair with somebody get to her feet and just kick Tiffany's lights out. Cover 2, and Tiffany is still alive.
I wonder if Charlotte is legitimately injured. She looked like she was trying to tell Tiffany to back off there when she first landed. Like that might have been legitimate.
Well, again, do you wonder if there's any trepidation in Charlotte Flair? Not just the pressure to win, but the pressure of being injured again.
Absolutely. I mean, it would suck to come back and then your first major match back, you get re-injured.
Charlotte Flair right now grabbing the legs of Tiffany Stratton, looking to once again raise it up against that ring post. Looking to take the legs off from the champion. Like I said, Charlotte Flair's MO is to implore that figure 4 leg lock and bridge into the figure 8. The same move that broke Asuka's undefeated streak.
Yeah, which never should have happened, by the way.
And trust me, I completely agree. But unfortunately, history's history. Oh, man. Vicious elbow. And again, that leg braced against the second and viciously stomped. And the champ finds herself in a very vulnerable state against a very driven challenger. Immediately looking to hook her in. And the figure 4 leg lock's applied.
Charlotte trying to bridge in the figure 8 here.
But again, will that sugar prayer leg allow her to do that? Either way, your own patella is fighting against you in this hold. Tiffany has to try and force the breaker roll through and immediately attacking that knee brace. Trying to break through. Great strategy and forces Charlotte Flair to reposition and remove herself from the hold. Desperation right there for the champion, though, JJ, we're being honest here.
Yeah, absolutely. If Charlotte can't get the bridge immediately, she's pretty much screwed because Tiffany smells blood on that injured knee. And any opportunity she gets, she's going to go for it.
Up in the fireman's carry off the chop block. Tiffany Stratton with the steamroller. And once again, can she hit her move on 2 bad legs?
Prettiest moonsault ever
and
into the knees.
Oh, man.
But did that do more damage to Charlotte because she landed right on that surgically repaired knee?
Well, to your point, inside cradle, roll up, roll up, roll up. Oh, 2 count. Oh, and Charlotte Flair literally putting her own body in harm's way to try and win the champion tonight. Nearly got caught in a roll up there. Take a look at the replay here. You called it the PME shot of Christopher Daniels. And the moonsault on the knees, knocking the win out of Tiffany.
Agreed, Walter, agreed. Tiffany should go for the stretch muffler on that injured knee of Charlotte.
It makes me wonder if Tiffany Stratton has taken any extra precautions of practice to prepare for this match. Add more moves to the arsenal. Add more submissions to attack Charlotte's vulnerable leg. Charlotte Flair now
dragging Tiffany into position. Charlotte employs the moonsault herself. Could she be going for it here?
You've seen her do it countless times before in the past. And again, Tiffany Stratton able to scout it, trying to pull Charlotte Flair off the top rope. Again, creates distance. Tiffany once again, top rope, inside second, climbing away against the queen. Dangerous, precarious territory for both women here, or for anybody with a bad leg, we're being perfectly honest. Front face slap by Charlotte. And drops Tiffany face first. Now, what does Charlotte do now as she goes to the top rope? Sets her sights on Tiffany Stratton. Avalanche natural selection. Did you get all of it? Cover. Hit the fire leg with a title kick at 2.
Man, oh man.
I felt your heart stop for a moment, JJ, when I heard that breath come out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Woof.
I am enjoying wrestling too much right now, but I have said for a minute I will cease watching whatever show Charlotte is on as long as she is champion.
Again, the balance of the WWE Women's Championship is on the line here tonight. And Charlotte Flair's pedigree of once again being the queen of WWE is also on the line here. And Charlotte Flair jaw-jacking Tiffany Stratton, saying, "You are below me," I imagine. And again, Tiffany will not take this disrespect. Sidestep, chop block. to Tiffany Stratton's left leg, collapsing there, and immediately Charlotte
Small
Flair.
package.
The small package is a cradle reversal. Both women tied up here. I'm not sure who's getting the better of this. And Tiffany and Charlotte right now trying position. Charlotte hooks Tiffany. And nope, both women out of it at this point. I mean, fatigue has to set in here also at this point. Oh, went for the spear and went shoulder first in the second turnbuckle, I think. A critical move there as Tiffany looks to hook Charlotte Flair up. But Alabama Slammer, and again, I'm not sure if she got all the extension on it, JJ, because of the proximity.
Maybe not all the extension, but Charlotte's head hit that middle turnbuckle pad.
Once again, up on the shoulders, Tiffany Stratton with the steamroller. You called it earlier, but again, grabbing that left
prettiest
leg.
moonsault ever. This time it connects. Look at the leg. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany retains.
Stratton wins!
Fuck yeah. It's still Tiffy time, bitches.
And the Queen has been humbled on her grandest stage. Tiffany Stratton is still WWE Women's Champion. Charlotte Flair has fallen.
Back of the line, bitch. I don't want to see you challenge for the championship for another year at least.
What a star-making performance in her first WrestleMania. The dream that she wanted came true, and she succeeded with it too. Tiffy time continues. Go ahead and call the highlights, JJ.
Prettiest moonsault ever. But this one, Charlotte got the knees up. But how much damage did Charlotte do to herself there? And then the avalanche natural selection. Hook of the leg almost got a 3 count for the challenger.
Oh, man, that was close. Hey, man.
And then Tiffany with Charlotte on her shoulders, steamroller. Went for it again, the prettiest moonsault ever. This one connected. Hook of the leg, and there was 1, 2, 3, and the champion retained like she should have. Damn it.
Tiffany Stratton delivers on the grandest stage of them all, and in Las Vegas hits the jackpot, stops the street tonight of titles changing hands. Tiffany Stratton wins and is still the WWE Women's Champion. I will tell you this right now, JJ. We talked about Rhea Ripley, but I'll be honest. I think Tiffany Stratton has even higher potential to surpass what Mommy's been the last few years in WWE after a win like that.
The 105-day career title reign continues in their first match, a banger of a match. Very, very surprised. After 3 title changes, we have our first retention.
And it was very 50-50 throughout the entire thing. I think the critical moment was the natural selection. She grabbed the shoulder versus the neck, and that was just enough for Tiffany Stratton to survive, because I thought it was over there. Congratulations, Tiffany Stratton. We got another intermission. Go ahead and continue talking to that boy, then toss it back to Walter, and JJ then can continue forward.
Oh, I'm good with it. Go ahead, Walter. You can go ahead.
Well, I'll let JJ give an update on the viewers and do the thing he's been doing all night.
That works.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, 151 viewers currently watching us do our thing and show our love and our passion for what, Noah?
Oh yeah, that's right. Professional wrestling, damn it!
Again, a lot of you guys are watching on Walter's X platform. We don't usually stream to X or to Twitch. So if you are watching on X, subscribe to all our channels. If you're enjoying us, if you want to see us do more of this, come subscribe to our YouTubes, because that is traditionally where these broadcasts go across. Rage of Wrestling, N. Foster 1916, Casa D18 Studios, J. Hebert Side 95, Batty for Wrestling. They're scrolling across the bottom here. Subscribe today, please, and thank you.
And of course, this is being, of course, shown globally, not just here on the internet, but of course in areas around the world, such as India, who are celebrating Tiffany Stratton's success in retaining her WWE Women's Championship. And of course, the 35th Fighter Wing of Misawa Air Base in Japan. And again, to many people in the chat, also saying, thank goodness Tiffany retained. Again, a phenomenal effort by our champion against, again, probably the challenger. She just beat the Queen Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania. She's a made person, in my opinion.
One Rumble winner was successful. One Rumble winner failed. And thankfully, it went the way it was supposed to.
Hell
course,
yeah.
We'll find out more about this stuff, I'm sure, ahead of WrestleMania tomorrow night. And we'll probably get words from both the winners and the fallen in the WrestleMania post-show immediately following this. And of course, you can immediately follow us here because we are far from done tonight. Here's our studios with the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Jeff Meacham, of course, will be there along with a plethora of other friends here of the Survivor Studios giving their thoughts towards WrestleMania Saturday. As of course, this continues. As we thank all of you, let's take a moment to honor and thank the grace that got us here too. As we look back last night at the WWE Hall of Fame. Of course, you and others, of course, spectated upon that. You could talk a little bit more about the experience and the illustrious class that went in.
It was just Walter and I. It was a great night. Walter held it down while James and I finished Joey Janela's Spring Break 9. And then once I was able to pop in there, it was Walter and I for the duration of the evening. I missed the first inductee, which was Lex Luger, unfortunately. I came in time to see Undertaker speak about his wife, Michelle McCool, and watch her induction. Natural Disasters went in. The first Immortal moment where they inducted a match, the match from WrestleMania 13, Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, submission match, Ken Shamrock the referee. And then, of course, our headliner, the man who would not let us go to sleep. Mm-hmm. The Game, Triple H, the cerebral assassin, making everybody's bodies and brains work overtime as he spoke for damn near an hour.
What?
Really?
It was over an hour.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Dead serious.
God bless him.
But it was a hell of a speech. High inside 2020, not taking anything away from the Game. Well deserving. But in the moment, it was like, God damn it, Paul. We want to go Mimi's. Let us go keep you by time.
And since the main event is about to start, I've been working on this to scroll it like I've been doing for our watch alongs, Noah. So if you want to give everybody a recap of what happened so far and how we got to where we got, that's everything that happened so far tonight.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. As of course, again, thank you, Triple H. Of course, this is the 1 year anniversary and what was the genesis of the Paul Trish Levesque era starting last year at WrestleMania 40, while Triple H was inducted to the Hall of Fame. Paul Levesque, of course, literally has involved WWE storytelling as we know it. For those that are just now tuning in but need a reminder or want to be reminded of what happened, we kick things off with Jey Uso submitting WWE General Gunther in a sleeper to become the world heavyweight champion. We, of course, also have brand new WWE World Tag Team Champions as the New Day. Unfortunately, beat the War Raiders with combination offense and a hook of the leg, quite literally, outside the referee's vision. A storm arrived in Las Vegas despite the fact they live out in a desert, and whether or not the third wheel is still the third wheel or underappreciated, Jade Cargill not only showed her incredible strength, but once again, Naomi got shaded, and Jade Cargill won her match at WrestleMania. And in a Lucha Libre showcase and debut, we also had El Grande Americano beat Rey Fénix despite the fact El Hijo de Vikingo kicked his head off prior to the match. El Grande won again. Shout out to El Renegade Lucha Libre joining me on a one-of-a-kind, unique commentary call. I still can't believe that happened. There's a Samoan werewolf that is absolutely running rabbit now as the new United States champion, as of course he beat L.A. Knight. Yeah. Destroying his ribs with a top rope moonsault in the end. And as we just saw, Tiffy Time prevailed and humbled the queen on the grandest stage of them all. Timmy Strand is still the WWE Women's Champion. As we get ready for our main event, we first once again remind ourselves to honor the greats and thank them. As you see, the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2025.
Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
Earthquake
The family of the natural disasters. There's Fred Ottman and the family of John Tenta.
He could play Daphne and Scooby-Doo in a movie, in a real-life movie. Dang.
Michelle McCool.
Or Velma, I should say, not Daphne.
Yeah. And one person in ODQ was extremely happy about that. I'm well aware of that. But congrats.
And here comes our headliner.
The 14-time world champion and the COO of WWE, not simply Paul Levesque, but the game. You can say his name.
Did anybody tell him that there's not an hour left in the show, just in case?
I don't know.
You realize who Edge is about to deal with, right?
Triple H shaking everybody's hand, giving a hug to Michelle McCool. No Lex Luger out there, though.
Well, I mean, again, we saw him stand, of course, at the WWE Hall of Fame, which I'm so happy that happened. And again, Triple H, I do say again, thank you for everything. Again, Triple H, when he used to have hair, was my mom's favorite WWE superstar, and she still appreciates the game and everything he does for WWE. Of course, this man created NXT. Of course, today, as we know it, passed off to Shawn Michaels. So again, thank you to Triple H.
Who inducted the disasters?
Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
They just they made the announcement, and then Fred and the family came out on the stage, talked for a little bit, and that was it. There was no inductor. Although Jimmy Hart did get shouted out in the crowd as it was his idea to put them together.
Yeah, what an incredible night, honoring the greats that brought us here in and out of the ring. Again, we say thank you to the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2025.
Look at the water. Look at the water all over the camera from Triple H.
Who helped build the WWE as we know it. Again, thank you all for tuning in as we get ready for our main event. These entrances, oh boy. Please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. I hope you've enjoyed everything you've heard so far. Of course, we'll be back here tomorrow night for WrestleMania Sunday. And you see the Goodyear print, of course, over the stadium. Some people, of course, took a ride in it. I will never, because I hate heights. There's the Women's Heavyweight Champion, Io Sky, up in the sky. How poetic.
The genius of the skies in the air there.
Well, I mean,
in the sky.
Sky's the limit for Io Sky. Come tomorrow night. We'll see what happens. Triple threat action. What a moment that must have been for her.
Should have thrown a parachute on her and had her hit an over the moonsault out of the blimp, then pop the parachute and land.
Unless she's scared of heights.
Make that part of her entrance.
Oh, God, you both are crazy. Let's go ahead and bring up to speed a little bit what's coming up tomorrow night. Of course, we know we have the WWE Women's Heavyweight Championship on the line, triple threat action. Mommy Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair versus Io Sky. Io Sky, defending champion. Randy Orton will be in action as he waits for a WrestleMania opponent. The Maverick Logan Paul takes on the phenomenal AJ Styles. We, of course, also will have the Women's Tag Team Championships on the line, I believe. Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez versus, I believe, Lyra and
Bailey, but we don't know who's going to be stepping in for Bailey. She's got 24 hours to find another partner.
What happened to Bailey, if you don't mind me saying?
Bailey was attacked backstage. We don't know who attacked her. She was anonymously attacked.
Anonymously. Why do I smell?
And then Lyra was the first one to run in the shot. And usually the first one on the scene is the one that did it. Traditionally speaking, but I don't think they're going to run that back so quickly. Then Liv and Raquel walked by, and again, we saw them get blamed for the Jade thing, and it wasn't them. But if memory serves me correctly, Noah, and stop me if I'm telling lies, but Bailey was feuding with a young former two-time NXT champion going into WrestleMania, and that feud was seemingly dropped. out
Yeah,
of
she'd be correct.
nowhere for this tag team title match. I'm wondering if that young lady is the unknown assailant of Bailey.
I think you might be onto something, Jade. As you, of course, all stand and deliver this morning. Incredible job again. Go check that out, folks, in the archives. Where Roxanne, turn on Cora Jade, and said that the Roxanne of NXT stands on her own at her best and challenged Stephanie Valkyrie for the NXT Women's Championship. And Stephanie said yes, by the way. That happened post-show. And also, as I was talking about tomorrow night, Cincinnati Street Fight, Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest. And, of course, our main event there, Cody Rhodes versus John Cena for the Undisputed WWE Championship. But before we get there, we're not done here tonight as we get ready for our triple threat main event. CM Punk with Paul Heyman versus Seth Freakin Rollins versus the OTC Roman Reigns. JJ, why don't you go ahead and bring me up to speed a little bit with this story?
Well, before I do that, I was going to say, going back to the Lyra thing, I posed a suggestion to Walter when we were on the pre-show, because Lyra needs to find a mystery opponent or mystery partner, excuse me.
Right.
And I'm thinking that it could be a woman who's been MIA now for the better part of the year. A woman who helped get Lyra over in NXT. A woman who was sitting next to her husband last night at the Hall of Fame. I'm wondering if it's not the Irish lass herself, the man, Becky Lynch.
I could see that because Becky literally endorsed Lyra, and Lyra won the NXT Women's Championship from the man, Becky Lynch, in your NXT. But of course, that was then, and this is now, and we'll find out tomorrow night whose fruition is correct. So, again, main event, folks, triple threat. No towel on the line. JJ, what do you want to say regarding this?
Keep your eyes on Paul Heyman.
Simple as that.
That is the only thing I'm truly going to say. I have a very strong feeling that Paul Heyman is heavily going to play into whomever the victor is. He's accompanying CM Punk to the ring. The man he used to advocate for, the man that he owed a favor to, the man that he promised that when CM Punk got his WrestleMania main event, he would be there right by his side. Opposite the corner of his tribal chief, the man that he has been the wise man for the better part of almost the last 5 years. The man whose family he goes back with to WCW when he used to manage the Samoan SWAT team. And then there's the Joker, the wild card, the loose cannon in all this. Seth Freakin Rollins, the man who almost curb stomped Paul Heyman and stopped himself and said, "Now you owe me a favor." And the architect, the visionary, the revolutionary, the Monday Night Messiah is looking to burn it down here in Las Vegas.
One can only wonder what he's going to be wearing.
Nice flamethrower there, setting the entranceway on fire figuratively here.
You said yourself how he's looking to burn down WrestleMania. I also want to welcome Walter Cruz, by the way, to this call. Walter, as Jada was talking about, again, thank you for joining us. This really comes down to maybe just a favor, but it comes down so more than that. Seth Rollins, by the way, his 12th career WrestleMania. He is 7-6, by the way, and he made his WrestleMania debut in 2013 alongside Roman Reigns. CM Punk claimed he brought Seth and Roman into this business, but he also left this business. Why Seth says he's the one that helped carry it. There's a whole lot of paradigms here of all three men. What do you guys say real quick, Walter?
I got to point out something. There was rumors that we said, some of us said, hey, Seth can turn out to join Cena and be that third man, right? Who years ago set the stage on fire with a flamethrower during a WrestleMania entrance? It was The Rock. He set that on fire.
Mhm.
And now Seth just did that. I'm just saying.
And Seth just came out from the dark to the light. JJ, it almost feels like in Seth's proverbial mind, he's not only the visionary, he is the savior of WWE tonight. As he looks to literally cut the cancer out he calls CM Punk and end Roman Reigns once and for all. He claims that he doesn't need neither of them. WWE will continue to thrive without them. And the only way that's achieved is if he wins tonight at WrestleMania.
Noah, there's a reason why I used the Monday Night Messiah moniker last. To your point, out of the darkness into the light here on this holy weekend, as it is Easter Sunday tomorrow.
Seth just
The
did.
Monday Night Messiah appears to be resurrected here in white.
Seth just did Undertaker and Shawn Michaels entrance together, pretty much.
Exactly. And again, he said Paul Heyman owes him a favor. Will that favor come to fruition tonight? And on Friday, we called it, Walter. He says the victory is not a prediction, it's a spoiler. Talk about literally showing your hand. Seth Rollins believe he's already won this.
Yep. I'm hoping JJ's right, though. That favor that Seth said, all right, after you come and bring Punk out, you got to go to the back. You can't stay out there. That was a perfect shout out, JJ.
Because then Heyman can't get involved. Sunglasses on loan from the Elton John archives.
And he probably went to Elton John's closet, being perfectly honest. Of course, Seth Rollins also has done everything possible in WWE. And at WrestleMania, he had the cash-in of the century first. WrestleMania 31 against Brock Lesnar at the expense of Roman Reigns.
And that was 10 years ago. If he went to Elton John's closet, does that mean Seth came out of the closet?
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to make that joke.
I was just waiting for the break from Noah so I could sneak it in there.
Oh my God.
That's the beautiful part about color, is getting to make those off-the-cuff comments, man. It's what I've been missing this week, being the lead commentator for so much of the stuff.
Why do you think I love doing it so much? The color would.
Oh, good grief.
And here comes the tribal chief, the
Oh,
OTC,
shit.
the head of the table.
Oh, fuck.
Acknowledge him. Let me see your ones in the chat, everybody.
Oh, boy.
I don't want to take away from the flow, but with Roman,
2 hours later. That means, gentlemen, Punk gets to come out last for his first WrestleMania main event.
awesome.
JJ, Walter, you also need to realize something here, and I pose this question. We should also acknowledge no DQ, as of course there is a bigger wager than this favor you think that's at the front of this triple threat. Based on who wins this, they will be the moderator of the no DQ review April 22nd. And who represents Roman Reigns? None other than Virtue. But I pose this question to you two. What is the tribal chief without his wise man that has been with him since day one? Even when he was left to irrelevancy and brought back to the island, it was a short period of time, but you could say that Paul Heyman has defined the tribal chief the entire championship legacy's life. And for the 11th time, Roman Reigns will main event WrestleMania.
Look at the bloodline on the 3D screens behind him there. Yokozuna, Afa, Sika.
You said it yourself, JJ, with Roman Reigns'
Rikishi.
greatness just follows him.
Mm-hmm.
I
There's
like-
Yoko, who again had success in Las Vegas at WrestleMania 9. Big Keish, who of course ran down Stone Cold Steve Austin and did it for The Rock.
I like how they
Roman
both got white on the gear.
is in an elite class with the likes of John Cena, Edge, and Triple H for the amount of WrestleMania appearances. It has defined WrestleMania now since WrestleMania 37 consecutively in the main event.
Mm-hmm.
With Roman Reigns, greatness truly follows. We talked about before, God mode, an athlete on another level, the record-setting champion of the modern era. But again, no championship involved here. More so, the only thing on the line is probably Roman Reigns' pride. And that might be more precious than any championship that he's previously held before tonight. Because again, he's alone. It's the first time in WrestleMania that we're seeing the tribal chief without the wise man in his corner.
It's a chief without a tribe.
Talk about Roman Reigns' family. You were talking about those giant LED boards before. Of course, Roman Reigns carries the pedigree of the Anai family. Of course, sporting the Ula Fa that he won back against Solo Sikoa on the Raw premiere on Netflix.
The Fatu and the Anawai bloodline is ridiculous. They would never ever run out for the next 10 generations. There will always be an Anawai or a Fatu in this company.
Figure you've got Zilla Fatu. You've got Journey Fatu still on the independents. You've got Hikaleo waiting to make a debut. To your point, Walter, this is one family that runs deep in this business. And as long as they keep popping out men, then the family name will continue to live on.
61,000 plus, acknowledging the OTC. Alicia Taylor's introducing now the tribal chief, Roman Reigns.
I acknowledge as well. But I know JJ's going to join me with this when he comes out.
Again, folks, thank you all for tuning in. Just to bring a little bit up to speed on the story here, we could talk about the story going all the way back to 2011, 2012, but really this came ahead a lot further this year at the Royal Rumble, where both Roman and Punk were eliminated, and Seth was shortly to follow, and Seth curb stomped Roman Reigns, assaulted CM Punk. Roman was left out until the steel cage at Madison Square Garden, assaulted Seth Rollins, saved CM Punk as a favor to his wise man, and learned later on what that favor was that CM Punk was owed since helping Roman Reigns' family back as far as to his War Games. And since then, we now find Roman Reigns alone.
Don't let these tattoos fool you. I'm a man of great discipline.
Holy shit, he's getting his own special entrance.
They're showing Punk's first promo back in WWE CW, and he's reshooting it today.
Oh, I miss this song. This fire burns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
OVW, to your point, JJ. Triple X, of course, in ROH. We talked about, of course, the trilogy that CM Punk had in ROH. This man has defined professional wrestling his entire career, calling himself the best in the world. Consecutive Money in the Bank winner, former WWE champion over 400 plus days.
The only man to win Money in the Bank 2 consecutive years in a row.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, I love this package.
Friends, enemies, pipe bombs, moments, history, all defined by this man, the voice of the voiceless, CM Punk, Phil Brooks. I'm going to be
Oh my god.
after this, that's for damn sure.
This is awesome that they did
This
this.
is freaking incredible. Again, this man is living his dream tonight. Main eventing WrestleMania for the first time with his best friend in his corner.
You know, it'd be even cooler if they didn't actually show this to him and he's seeing it in the back for the first time, because you know that's got to bring some tears to his eyes. It's different to like while you're filming it, but to actually see the final product is way different.
Well, there's nothing left to do now but wait for the man to enter WrestleMania stage.
For the first time as a main eventer.
Clobbering time on the grandest stage of them all. What?
It's Living Color performing him to the ring once again.
WrestleMania 29.
Oh, this isn't good. There's a bad history of when you get your song performed live.
You're not wrong, though. Okay, that's freaking cool. Here we go, folks!
The Cult of Personality.
Cult of Personality. We'll figure it out to the bell. Just everyone enjoy themselves.
Gentlemen, Living Color played a free concert on Fremont Street this past Thursday night.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Nice.
In downtown Las Vegas. Anybody that was in the city could have seen them perform this song live for free.
And now they're
going up giving props to all the members here as he walks out with his advocate, Paul Heyman.
The old school yellow gear.
And pure white hoodie, by the way, as he's taking it in and getting a selfie while singing. And Paul Heyman rocking. What the hell?
Hell yeah. Paul Heyman is the man who brought alternative music, hip-hop music to professional wrestling with ECW. CM Punk was Paul Heyman's first draft pick for the new ECW. Of course, Paul Heyman is rocking out to this.
Paul Heyman's a proud papa right now.
Oh, yeah. He even stuck his watch out for Punk to check it, just like the old days.
Well,
Paul Heyman has been to the top of the hill so many times, but you know, to your point, there is a small part of him who feels like his life is now full as he accompanies CM Punk to the ring for the main event at WrestleMania.
For the first damn time ever.
Two guys that were told they had no business being in this business. CM Punk's first WrestleMania since 2013. 8th career WrestleMania, and to your point, Noah, has been well documented. First time main eventing WrestleMania.
The hell of a performance by Living Color as we see CM Punk in Living Color with his best friend, with what used to be the Tribal Chief's wise man, with literally a guy that's canceled and survived and been brought back over 100 times. Paul Heyman.
Look, gentlemen, Paul rocking out was so happy with Punk, and then the reality hit him because he had to stare at Roman.
Take a phrase from a man who once was dubbed the Bearcat in WWE. CM Punk stood there and basked in his own glory as 61,000 cheered him on.
Okay, well, guys, let's get serious here because, again, once the bell rings, anything goes. It's a triple threat, no disqualification. The only way this ends is via pinfall or submission. First pinfall or submission inside the ring wins.
What was that cheeky wink Punk gave Rollins?
Seth Rollins has already assaulted CM Punk and Roman Reigns prior to this, as we saw on Monday Night Raw. Paul Heyman was left unharmed. As Seth says, you owe me a favor. Roman Reigns has not stood alongside his wise man since pie-facing him on Monday Night Raw. And CM Punk has come to bat to Paul Heyman ever since he told Roman what that favor was in Chicago.
Roman taking off the Ula Fala, but who's he going to give it to? Is he going to call for his wise man to take it?
You talked about before
He's
how much
looking at Paul.
You talked about before how much Paul Heyman holds so much pride and love towards the Anai family and his tribal chief.
Roman not sure he can trust Paul. Look at
Whoa.
that.
Yeah, but still looking
Wow.
back
Sits
at
it
him.
in the corner.
Woo.
Again, allowing
Traditionally, Roman hands the Ulafala to his wise man, shaking his head almost in disgust at Heyman.
Yep.
The bell sounds, and here we go.
bell rings.
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking at the triple threat main event here at WrestleMania Saturday night. Roman Reigns, Seth freaking Rollins, CM Punk with Paul Heyman in his corner.
Who's going to be the first to make a move?
And again, the tension has been at an all-time high between everyone in this match. The only one you could say has some sort of psychological advantage is CM Punk as he rolls to the outside.
What's the point of this?
Going right up to Heyman in front of Rollins and Roman's face.
JJ, you wonder though, is he talking strategy? We talked about before. How much does Paul Heyman know about Roman Reigns? To a degree, how much does Paul Heyman know about Seth Rollins, considering the history that Seth has with Roman Reigns?
They're not talking strategy at all. It's all mental games. Punk
Yeah, you
walked
just-
over to Heyman. You got to figure he's like, can you believe we're here, man? Can you believe it?
And right now, Roman Reigns doesn't want to hear any of it as he assaults Seth Rollins in the corner, turnbuckle to turnbuckle. 1 year ago, we thought Roman Reigns put away this story, hitting Seth Rollins in the back with a steel chair, and Seth brought that back this past Monday night on Raw, hitting Roman once again in the back. Speaking of hitting back, CM Punk back in the ring, and CM Punk assaulting Roman Reigns. We saw him drop Roman in Chicago with a freaking GTS. Knife edge chop to Seth, as these two have been battling on Monday Night Raw for pretty much the better part of this year, Walter.
Yeah, and let me ask you, gentlemen, something. With this being Punk's first main event, Roman carrying the company and being the tribal chief, and Seth having a point to prove, who has the most pressure in this match?
JJ,
I would
put
have
that
to
you
think
first.
it's CM Punk because it's his first time in the main event here. People have
Oh.
called him Fragile Phil for years. People are wondering if Punk can still do it at the level, much like the same point I made about Charlotte Flair. And Punk getting the victory here and not coming out of it injured will prove that he still has it. Roman and Seth have been in this position many a times before on this stage.
Noah?
To that point, though, JJ, Roman Reigns, he literally only knows how to win. The last time we saw him defeated was last year at WrestleMania. Some say Roman Reigns has not been the same since dropping the championship. So what does it mean for Roman Reigns to lose 2 WrestleManias back-to-back? This one without Paul Heyman in his corner.
I thought Roman was looking for something for a second.
Driving CM Punk face first in the apron. And again, Seth freaking Rollins, is he vindicated if he wins this match? And is vindication found if he pins either CM Punk or Roman Reigns? Or is there a more particular target?
Now, Seth will definitely feel vindicated, and Roman, to your point, as long as Roman doesn't take the pinfall, I think Roman will be okay with a loss because he wasn't the one who was pinned. He wasn't the one who was technically defeated.
Mm-hmm.
All three
Good
men
point,
outside the
JJ.
ring now. Yeah, good point, JJ. All three of them outside the ring now, and Seth assaulting Roman, throwing him shoulder first in the steel ring steps. Seth freaking Rollins saying CM Punk to die. Thought he killed his WrestleMania main event dreams at the Elimination Chamber, and thanks to that favor by Paul Heyman, CM Punk finds himself living a dream against 2 of his biggest nightmares.
You gotta almost wonder if Heyman being out there is a distraction to Roman, because every time Roman does something, he barks at Paul.
And again, CM Punk and Seth freaking Rollins squaring off on the side of the ring. The story of Monday Night Raw, the story of these 2 men since CM Punk returned at Survivor Series War Games in 2023. Now Punk and Seth right now tussling on the floor. Seth getting the better of the exchange for the moment. CM Punk now in the dominant position.
It's just
And of course,
freaking
we talked
brawling.
about again. And once again, when Punk came back, it was like Seth literally felt like a giant shadow was cast upon me. More so than decisions made against Roman Reigns when he destroyed the Shield and joined the Authority.
CM Punk treating Seth Rollins like his last name was Jackson.
And big axe handle. They take it to the WWE Universe. CM Punk uses a commemorative chair here. And right to the midsection. Roman Reigns nowhere to be found, by the way. And again,
Come on.
no disqualifications in triple threat, guys. Let's keep that in mind.
Come on, Punk. Somebody probably paid like 10 G's for that chair. You just took it and used it.
Seriously, I know how much those chairs run. I got one from SummerSlam 2010. It wasn't as expensive then as it is now, but still, I know the feeling.
I can imagine. Again, place your bets on who you think loses the most money here in Las Vegas out of this main event. Seth Rollins just brain CM Punk with that trash can, calling CM Punk trash and cancer, looking to cut out WWE. Another vicious shot to the spine. And again, back of the head that time. Pinfall submission though cannot happen on the outside of the ring. This is not false count anywhere.
Yet it's triple threat rules. The referee can do nothing but stand by.
Exactly. It may not be false count anywhere, but to Walter's point, it's triple threat. There's no disqualifications, Noah.
Get to the midsection now, and CM Punk trying to get the bear of Seth Freakin Rollins, hooking him up for a German suplex on the trash can.
Beautiful vertical suplex there by CM Punk.
Ooh, that rearranged your spine.
Hell yeah.
It's crazy that CM Punk is main eventing in Las Vegas, the same place he delivered his pipe bomb before talking about WWE the Different Machine and leaving it.
Yep, 14 years ago, and Jeff and I were there for that.
At the T-Mobile Arena, nonetheless.
No, that was at the Thomas and Mack Center. T-Mobile hadn't been constructed yet.
Okay, fair enough.
It was on the campus of UNLV, which I believe is where Rebellion was held. Just they've redone the arena.
I mean, again, how much has WWE redone everything here? Roman Reigns, what's Roman? Diving over the barricade, wearing out Seth and Punk.
Damn, Roman caught some height on that.
I wonder if that was a subtle shot at Punk. Think back to when Punk won the title, went for that stage dive in the crowd and clipped his knee. See, Roman just did a stage dive over the barricade, took both men out, didn't clip himself. Watch this again. Flying Tribal Chief.
And sent CM Punk through the Prime Hydration Station. And again, I do wonder if Roman Reigns is going to take out more of his anger out on CM Punk because he lost his wise man, or out on his former foe and Seth Freakin Rollins.
Well, you got to figure there's more history between Roman and Rollins than there is between Roman and Punk.
Absolutely.
Tribal Chief right now figuring out what he wants to do next. And
Roman could even say that Seth is the reason that Roman is no longer champion.
And of course, he was the shield to Cody Rhodes last year, to your point, and literally allowed Cody to finish his story as the reinforced-looking Spanish announce table just got cleared off.
Yeah, that looks like a diesel version of a table.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Kevin Nash, who was in the crowd at the Hall of Fame last night.
Big prime ball to the back of Seth Freakin Rollins. And of course, we'll see the Maverick Logan Paul tomorrow night at WrestleMania Sunday. And CM Punk right now driven into the apron as Roman has focused his attack on both men, not isolating really either one of them.
Roman is using pride bottles as a weapon.
Yep. And again, no disqualification in a triple threat. Ref can't do anything but stand there and let it go.
The ref is only there for to count the pinfall or acknowledge a submission.
As long as it's in the ring. Anything outside of the ring can go.
Ooh, knife edge chop by CM Punk. And again, you continue to assault your opponents as long as you want, as it leads to that decision. CM Punk going in the ring right now. Finally, referee Eddie Rango inside the ring. And CM Punk mocking the Tribal Chief. Went for the splash, but Roman Reigns got CM Punk up in the fireman's carry. And Roman Reigns, big Samoan drop to Punk.
For a split second there, the way Punk mocked Roman, I thought he was going to go for the GTS.
Yeah, same. And instead, he went back to Old Faithful and caught something in Rollins with an uppercut out midair for springboard. Roman Reigns has regained full control of this main event.
Well, was he going to go for the rising knee?
Who, Seth?
No, the Punk, when he mocked him, he was going to go for the rising knee, right?
He was just going for a splash, but when Roman caught him, I thought he was going to go for a GTS.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know he's going
have Roman do Punk's own move against him. Roman set up in the corner for the Superman punch.
Swinging net breaker by CM Punk to Roman Reigns. Great counter. And Seth Rollins now trying to get back in the ring. There's a shoulder tackle, and Seth Rollins springing up and over. CM Punk catching Seth though up on the shoulders, looking for the GTS, able to escape. Pushes Punk to roll. Oh, and a rising knee strike to Roman.
There's the rising knee.
Swing and a miss. There's a leg lariat by CM Punk to Seth. And now CM Punk has a choice as he builds momentum here.
The X factor throughout all this, while we're getting caught up, is we still don't know what Seth's favor for Punk is.
What we talked about before, is Seth Rollins really the puppet master, or is CM Punk the one that really has been pulling the strings here? Again, he pulled the favor from Paul Heyman, and he's literally been Seth freaking Rollins' mortal enemy. Rising knee strikes in the corner. Punk now is trying to build the momentum here, squaring off against Roman Reigns and Seth. Swinging net breaker to Roman, get to the midsection. And Punk with a 2-for-1 special DDT net breaker.
And pardon the pun, Noah, it was a simple favor, and look how much it affected this match.
Yeah, sometimes something simple can become really, really complex. Take a look at the replay here, by the way, guys.
Beautiful 2-for-1 action there. To your point, DDT neck breaker.
And again, that might be the mistake that Roman Reigns and Seth freaking Rollins may have done here. Focus too much on each other, and CM Punk's taking advantage. Paul Heyman watching on again, cornering CM Punk. And Punk to the top rope, looks down at both Seth and Roman. Uh-oh.
Is he going to go for a double elbow?
No way.
Yep.
Punk. Oh, man, elbow to the heart of Seth.
Macho elbow connects.
And again, Paul Heyman, though.
He's asking Paul if he should go for Roman. Paul kind of telling him, you know, chill on Roman.
Well, again, JJ, we talked about before, Paul Heyman goes so far back, not only with the Naomi family, but he literally has defined the tribal chief ever since Roman Reigns came back during the pandemic. It was literally them in the locker room. And Seth Rollins sprinting up like a cat to the top rope, looking to hook Seth up. Roman Reigns in the drop zone. Punk trying to fight back. We know what Seth's looking for here, guys. Roman Reigns trying to get Seth. Uh-oh. Now Roman has Seth up in the electric chair position, trying to fight out. Punk now the top rope. And Doomsday device!
Punk
Beautiful
and Roman,
Doomsday device. Punk and Roman working in tandem here.
Inadvertently, probably.
Oh, and a Superman punch, drop Punk, and Roman back press, hook of the far leg, kick out two by Punk. Woof.
Roman can't believe it there. Got to see that Doomsday device again.
Yeah, let's see the replay here. Look at this. Seth turned inside out. And Roman immediately followed up and clocked Punk with that Superman punch. Got a near fall.
Great airtime there by Roman.
Hell yeah.
Second, to your point, guys, of the Shield working together.
It's the shoes, JJ. It's the shoes with that airtime, rocking the Air Jordans.
Right?
Roman Reigns right now scouting Punk in the corner. Might be looking to literally cut through the cult of personality in front of Paul Heyman.
Ooh, ah.
Oh, and a rising knee strike blocked the spear off your war cry up. And the fireman's carry. Punk looking for the GTS again. Sending the OTC to sleep. And Roman fighting back. Elbows to the jaw. Perfect timing there by Roman. Great awareness. And right now, Seth's been taken out of the equation. First time ever we're seeing Roman and Punk lock up since Punk's return. Remember, Punk at one point was taking the Shield on 3-on-1, guys. CM Punk getting the better of the tribal chief here. Combination offense. Oh, the rock bottom! Rock bottom! Cover, are you kidding me? Oh, man!
Ooh.
2.5 off of the rock bottom there. And even Paul Heyman is like, what the hell? Anaconda Vice locked in.
Yeah, in the middle of the ring. Submission hold applied. Punk's got locked in deep.
Rope breaks won't even save Roman anyways because it's a triple threat.
Exactly. Surely right now, Roman Reigns might be fading as Paul Heyman's watching on. And again, Roman raking the eyes, reaching the nose. Wait, one step for your Rollins. Frog splash cross both. In a double cover for the win. To kick on two by Roman. as Punk was on his side, so technically he wasn't part of the pin.
Yep. I'm surprised Roman didn't use his height advantage, try to use his legs to get out of that anaconda vice.
Again,
True
beautiful
indeed.
frog splash by Seth, hooking the far leg of Roman Reigns. This is
Crowd
still
doing
anybody's ball game. Go ahead, Walter.
the crowd chanting for Seth. It seems like doing his music entrance.
I don't know if the audience even knows who to go for in this match.
Everyone's definitely torn.
I mean, again, if you're Seth Rollins, what do? Who do you focus your hatred towards the most? CM Punk or Roman Reigns?
I think he purely hates Punk. It's with Roman. It's just that he wants to prove a point to Roman. Like, I told you this.
And horses Punk up to your point. A buckle bomb in the corner.
Damn it! The last person that needs to take a buckle bomb is Phil.
Right?
Yeah, Finn Balor 2016 SummerSlam, lest we forget. And Rollins now
Sting.
looking up Roman Reigns. Yeah, did that too. Once again, and a buckle bomb to the Tribal Chief. Roman Reigns bouncing off the turnbuckle pads. Both Roman and Punk are down for now. Once again, and Seth is standing. By the way, to y'all's point, partisan 71 votes in my predictions league. 50% went with Seth freaking Rollins. 40% went with CM Punk. 13% went with the Tribal Chief.
I'll admit it.
Crazy.
Seth was my original pick, and I had it all the way till I think it was yesterday, Noah, that I changed it just because Seth went over on Monday. I'm like, damn it, and it made me change it. And I usually stick to my gut, so I'm gonna be pissed if Rollins does win.
Double underhook, looking for the pedigree up in the fireman's carry. Punk countering, looking again for the goes. A spear to Punk.
It's crazy, Noah, that 13% picked the Tribal Chief when just a little over a year ago, nobody bet against Roman Reigns.
Yeah, right. Back by dropping Roman pick up speed and spear. Oh! Seth caught Roman with a pedigree off the spear! And a curb stomp to the Tribal Chief! Pushes Punk out of the ring! Seth shoots the half! Cover on Roman to win the WrestleMania Defendo!
That was smart by Rollins, but you gotta wonder if the hesitation to go roll Punk out actually cost him and gave Roman a little second to breathe.
I was just going to bring that point up, Walter. You beat me to it. That little bit of time, that half a second, because watch, there's the curb stomp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds to get the 2 count.
2 9/10, the closest fall in this match. Paul Heyman watching on, again, unable to do anything because Paul Heyman, again, like you all said, has to be so torn. You almost wonder if Paul Heyman would have some peace if Seth freaking Rollins takes care of both Roman Reigns and CM Punk, because Paul Heyman has to be at a crossroads. He's been with his Tribal Chief for 5 years, like you said, but CM Punk and him go all the way back to freaking ECW practically.
Yeah.
And Seth Rollins right now, praying to the heavens, looking for Phoenix Splash, goes out of the way. See him freaking Rollins up on the short, CM Punk again, gets out of it. A spear for Seth Rollins as Punk is out of the way.
Does Seth ever actually hit that damn move?
Punk's got Roman up, go to sleep to the Tribal Chief. Cover now for CM Punk to win. Roman kicks it too.
Damn.
Thought that
Heyman's
was it. Even Paul looks like he's about to have a heart attack out there.
You beat me to it. He's about to have a heart attack. Yeah, but I want to go back. You know, Stat Boy, he's a stat. I swear Seth never hits that move. He always rolls through that thing.
Very much. That spear, again, you talked about earlier how you guys are literally juggling up each other perfectly. Literally, you guys got the same mindset. And again, 2 9/10 near fall. Both Seth and Punk have nearly pinned the Tribal Chief.
Well, now we need Roman's close 2 count, right?
Yep. Well, that Phoenix Splash didn't work for Nathan Frazier this morning. Freaking Seth didn't even get to hit it.
And Roman Reigns on the outside now as Punk brings him back inside the ring. Seth Rollins nowhere to be found off that spear. And we're once again down to a 1-on-1 situation with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. The meters are completely changed here.
Punk's calling for the GTS again for the Tribal Chief.
Up on the shoulders, trying to fight out again of the GTS. Roman fighting back. Seth Rollins kick to the midsection of CM Punk. Double underhook. Pedigree connects. Shoots the half. Hook on the far leg. Coming by Seth. Kick at two by Punk.
Wow.
All right, see? Punk had his 2.999. Seth just got his 2.999. It's Roman's turn.
And again, look at CM Punk rolling towards Paul Heyman as he checks on him. And Seth right now has locked eyes on Roman Reigns.
Dude, did y'all see Punk's back? That's red as hell.
Mm-hmm. Well, Seth standing over the tribal chief, jaw-jacking Roman.
Again, JJ, the argument's been Seth has always been here. Roman has not always been here. And CM Punk is trying to take what Seth Rollins has done here. That's been the mission statement of Seth Rollins in the outlook of this match. Wait a minute.
He's pointing
Trying to
at
convince Roman to team up with him to get Punk. He's the outsider.
He said put him down and it's done. He's a dead man.
I still feel like Seth's trying to end one problem, why one perpetual problem will continue, and I don't know if Roman Reigns will follow suit, but Seth might be trying to really make a very compelling case. And oh dear, this looks familiar.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No third man, but looks like they're going for that Shield powerbomb here.
Yeah, Roman Reigns slowly walking around ringside towards Seth Rollins with CM Punk vulnerable. Paul Heyman on the opposite side of the ring as Seth Rollins has cleared off the English announce table.
Good shout out. Good shout out, JJ. I think that's exactly what's on Seth's mind.
Yeah, but again, Roman, he's looking at a person that he hates. So, what? Oh, here we go. Roman said pick him up now. And Roman and Seth going old school tonight. Do you believe in justice? Oh, apricot to Seth. Never mind. And Roman was doing himself. Hook CM Punk. Uh-oh. And a powerbomb through the table. Good God.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that uppercut jaw jacked him.
I didn't know those tables could break.
Now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Right? The more you know. They kind of collapse rather than cut in half.
And I don't think he's done yet. And
One for Seth through the Spanish announce table.
Good God.
Dos.
Roman Reigns is cleaning house.
Chaos and disorder here in Las Vegas.
That's the Shield's MO, JJ. As he looks for momentum. Spear to Seth Rollins. And Roman with the cover. No!
Holy shit.
How the hell did Seth kick out?
I told you,
I
Roman
don't know.
needed I told you he needed his 2.999.
Good God, he broke Seth Rollins' back practically. Let's not forget, last year Seth was working through WrestleMania with a compromised back.
Man,
That should have done it.
Everybody kicking out was the equivalent of rolling the wheel, and then you're almost on jackpot, and it gets stuck like right there.
Mm-hmm.
To make it a Vegas reference.
Stopped on the slot just before the final match.
Yeah, look at Roman Reigns, though, guys, and utter disbelief and probably further anger now. I think
Roman's talking to himself.
No, he's talking shit to Punk about favor.
About to say, yeah, remember, Seth said Paul Heyman made a choice. And that choice might literally cost Paul Heyman not only his best friend, but the love of his tribal chief.
Like I said at the outset, keep your eyes on Heyman.
And just circling CM Punk, saying this is all your fault. Trapping CM Punk in a guillotine, middle of the ring. Put Punk out.
Nice. He's going to try to choke him. And then he's staring at Heyman.
Exactly. Heyman watching on. You almost thought Heyman would come into the ring to do something. Again, Heyman literally loved his tribal chief and literally has his by a grapevine. CM Punk down on the mat. CM Punk will be going out. Roman Reigns might win here tonight via ref stoppage. Is Punk gonna tap? Is Punk gonna pass out? No way, Punk runs through. Hit the leg. Cover 2. Oh, force Roman to break. They might be looking for the Anaconda Vice. Unable to get the hold.
And the kind of vice.
Locked in.
Locked in on the tribal chief.
Again, ropes don't cause a break here.
There ain't no way. There's no way you beat Roman by submission.
Paul Heyman again doesn't know whether to cheer or whether to worry. Seth Freakin Rollins back in the fray, trying to put CM Punk into a submission hold now.
Shout out to WrestleMania 13.
Looking for the sharpshooter. The match that Punk just inducted in the Hall of Fame.
And there it is, right there to your point, JJ.
Did we really need a blackout for a middle finger, Peacock, when you literally let Cody say, "Go fuck yourself" to The Rock?
Give
Right.
me a start on that. Again,
Punk screaming in pain here as Seth sits deep in with that sharpshooter.
we'll see Punk lose his WrestleMania moment. Will Seth Freakin Rollins make sure it dies tonight at WrestleMania 41? Now Roman Reigns back. Guillotine on Seth. Now Roman's going to try to arrestate Seth. Almost went for a DDT there.
He jumped into the guillotine. That's how you lock it really tight in MMA.
But Seth's back up to his feet, Walter.
All
Holding Roman Reigns' weight up for now, it seems. And reverses. German Super on the bridge. Cover 2. Oh!
He turned
And
it
still
into a
got the
northern.
hold in play.
Hell yeah. Oh, Seth might tap here.
Oh my gosh, the pressure on Seth's head and neck right now. Curve stop by Punk to Roman.
What the hell?
And now CM Punk got Seth up. GTS connects. Pump man down.
Come on.
On Seth. No, get out of half.
Damn it.
You son of a bitch.
What the fuck?
I almost jumped out of my goddamn seat.
And look at Heyman on the outside. Almost bored. Something is going to happen here, gentlemen. Mark my words. Watch Heyman. As hard as it is to take eyes away from the action, if Heyman is in the shot, focus on Heyman.
This
Hell
is
yeah.
WrestleMania 41, Saturday night's main event, triple threat match. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Seth Freakin Rollins, Paul Heyman in CM Punk's corner. They have literally used every move possible in their own repertoires and then some. And this match still isn't over.
Even
CM
starting
Punk-
to use moves from each other's repertoire, to your point, Noah.
Right? They read each other's playbooks.
CM Punk right now focusing his attack, hoisting up Roman Reigns. Seth still very prone though on the mat. Almost like he's dealing with dead weight on both ends here. Looking to once again send Roman to sleep, trying to lift him up. And Seth Rollins, though, trying to crawl his weight. Now Punk, once again, not going to allow it to happen. Focus on Seth, up on the shoulders again. And Punk, BTS to Seth. Spear by Roman to Punk. And curve stop by Seth Rollins. All 3 men down.
This was the moment JJ might be talking about. If Paul has no better opportunity than right here.
This is absolutely insane. Take a look at the replay here. What a sequence.
GTS to Rollins, spear from Roman to Punk, curb stomp from Rollins to Romans, and all 3 men on the mat. And Paul Heyman is back up standing, gentlemen.
Yep.
Well, Heyman's going to the ringside area, looking down at the and steel chair.
Oh my God, the Shield.
Again, there are no disqualifications in a triple threat match. It is perfectly legal.
Slowly making his way over, looking up at the heavens.
Yeah, almost.
You know what he's gonna do?
Is he asking for forgiveness or is he looking for answers?
He's gonna slide it in the middle, and you're not gonna know who he slid it to.
Paul, you choose your fate tonight at WrestleMania. Do you betray your tribal chief? Or do you turn on your best friend once again? Oh my gosh.
Notice
I'm
Seth is right
gasping
there.
for the chair.
JJ, to your point, look, Seth is right there too.
Paul
Way
came
in
in.
the back, he slid the chair to Punk.
He made his choice to help his best friend who now has a steel chair in hand.
Why Heyman's getting in the ring?
Loyalty, family, all here tonight at WrestleMania. Roman is a sitting duck. Paul Heyman is Hubba Punk. Oh, a long blow to Punk by Paul Heyman!
Paul Heyman just betrayed CM Punk.
Holy shit!
And Roman is laughing about it.
And we know what's going to happen, JJ. Roman's going to get overconfident. He's going to do it to Roman too.
Paul Heyman said you made me do this.
He's my tribal chief.
Loyalty goes deeper than a friendship, JJ, it seems.
Heyman on his knees gifting the chair to Roman Reigns.
He gifted it like
Roman
a silver
took the
platter.
chair.
Oh, and now
I
Roman
acknowledge
Reigns
you, my tribal chief.
unleashing hell on CM Punk with a steel chair. It had to be a ruse from the get-go. How long has Paul Heyman been thinking about this?
I don't know, but he's making Roman turn around towards Seth.
And look at the position of Seth freaking Rollins, guys.
We know what's gonna happen. Damn it, Paul.
Stood up against the ropes, back turned. Does this remind you of anything?
Uh-oh.
Honorable Roman Reigns looking for the swing. Paul in position. Roman Reigns looking to finish the story. And a long blow by Paul Heyman to Roman Reigns.
Holy shit. The unthinkable has happened.
You
The wise man betrayed his tribal chief.
and Seth Rollins fucking called it.
It's not unthinkable, JJ. You literally thought of it.
What
And
the
now
fuck?
Heyman hands the chair to Seth.
Never fucking trust Paul Heyman. I said it since the bloodline. He's been dictating this story since day one. Not since 2020, but since 2011 when Punk, Seth, and Roman were brought in.
And imagine,
61,000 singing Seth's music.
We might finally finish it.
and imagine Paul aligns with Seth, and then they both on the Rock's pocket.
And Seth now with the chair in hand, Roman started to his feet. Once again, chair shot to the back of Roman Reigns. And once again, curb stomp to the tribal chief. Seth shoots the half, goes for the cover. Seth freaking Rollins wins.
I knew I shouldn't have changed my pick. I
Courtesy
said this.
of Paul Heyman.
I said this exact thing was going to happen. I freaking went against my gut.
God damn it, Paul Heyman! You snake in the grass! How about that for finishing a saga? Seth Rollins has pinned Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman's help, betraying both his tribal chief and his best friend. Wow.
Conspiracy theories aside, predictions aside, to actually see it is a whole different thing.
As Paul Heyman hoists Seth Rollins' hand up in the air. Seth Rollins,
Uh-huh.
Seth Rollins might as well call himself vindicated. JJ, talk about some of the highlights here, man, because this was a hell of a way to finish two stories, if we're being perfectly honest.
Oh, you see Paul Heyman here slid the chair into CM Punk. And as soon as he raised the chair to crack Punk, Paul Heyman in with the low blow, dropping his best friend. Then he bestows his Tribal Chief the chair on his knees, begging for forgiveness. Roman able to fire off a few shots on the back of CM Punk. And then Paul Heyman points out that Seth's back is turned and Roman can get some payback. And the low blow to the Tribal Chief, the little added wiggle movement there for added oomph. And then Seth with his hand out as Heyman hands the chair to Seth Rollins. And once Roman gets to a vertical base, a crack to the back, just like when he turned on the Shield, a curb stomp to add insult to injury, rolls the Tribal Chief over, hooks the leg, gets the 1, gets the 2, gets the 3, and the winner of your night 1 main event, Seth freaking Rollins.
And he can't weasel his way out of that. He didn't do that as a favor because he wouldn't have sat down in the corner and everything. If it was just a favor, he would have handed the chair and left. Instead, he sat there and basked in what he did.
That wasn't a favor to your point. That was Paul Heyman's choice.
It's Seth saying, I told you.
Seth freaking Rollins was right.
Wow. I mean, you're not the only one that didn't see it coming there, Walter. I messed that up too. I mean, I thought Roman had this in the bag. I didn't expect a double switch. That play just doesn't come out very often.
The bottom line, guys, Paul Heyman made his choice, and it led to Seth freaking Rollins with the victory tonight on Saturday night's WrestleMania, as Saturday Night WrestleMania concludes.
I saw it coming. It's just I went against my gut. It's basically I had the winning number, and I took the chip back off of it like an idiot.
Well, you know what they say. Bet on yourself or don't take a bet back. All bets are final, and apparently, Walter, you busted why Seth and Rollins hit the jackpot and at the expense of everyone else's ruin. JJ, you want to say something else?
I was just going to say I am going to leave you gentlemen so that I can refresh, use the facilities, refresh before shenanigans begins. I will see y'all momentarily.
Thank you so much. Again, folks, stay tuned. Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by Renegade of Wrestling. JJ Williams will be back here momentarily with more on that, as we now are giving you our short, sweet, simple WrestleMania post-show. Saturday Night WrestleMania conclude. Seth freaking Rollins is aligned with Paul Heyman. 2 choices, 2 devastating finishes, and a handshake saying pleasure doing business.
He's a businessman at the end of the day, Noah.
I mean, I know business as far as the day is long. I don't wear a suit just because I love calling commentary. I do it day in and day out. And what a way to close the day out here at WrestleMania Saturday. Thank you again to the incredible number of you that tune in to our watch along tonight for WrestleMania 41 Saturday night. We'll be back here tomorrow night, Sunday night. I hope to see you all along the lines for Saturday Shenanigans. We'll find out what's next for Roman Reigns and CM Punk after this devastating betrayal soon enough. Go ahead, Walter.
There's literally 155 people viewing us, and I just want to thank everybody. I mean, 130 are on my X. So again, we don't do this on X normally. So if you could just please subscribe to all the channels, the Casa de 18 Studios, at Rage of Wrestling, at N Foster 1916, Batty for Wrestling, at J Heber Site 95, so that you can not miss the rest of what we do during the week, because we don't always do it on X. We appreciate all the views. We appreciate everything you're doing, but please subscribe to the bread and butter and the YouTube channels. And you got to wonder, look at Punk looking at Roman. Will they have to work together to get back at Seth? This will be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, again, there are way more questions than answers, but there's one thing you could say tonight. I think Seth and Rollins got his final resolution. With that being said, thank you all again for tuning in. Subscribe to everybody there at the Suburban Studios. For Walter Cruz, for Stat Boy Mike, I am nothing more but a simple man, a life of professional wrestling. I am Noah Foster. We will see you shortly for the Saturday shenanigans. This has been WrestleMania 41, Saturday night. We'll see you soon.
When will people learn not to trust Paul Heyman?
I don't think they ever will, dude. I don't think they ever will. Have a good night, folks, and thank you again for tuning into our coverage of WrestleMania.